It's a chilly morning in 1700s London. The place is Bethlehem Royal Hospital, better known by its nickname, Bedlam. You line up with the rest of them, ready to pay a small fee at the gate, joining fashionable ladies and gentlemen out for a lurid morning's entertainment. Beyond the gate, iron bars line the halls where men and women rave or weep. One moment you hear a blood-curdling scream, broken by hysterical laughter, and the air is thick with the miasma of unwashed patients. A half-naked man with wild eyes rattles his chains as you pass. From a shadowy cell, a woman sings a fragmented song. This disturbing spectacle was completely real. For centuries, Bedlam was one of London's strangest tourist attractions. In fact, the word Bedlam has entered our language to mean the very embodiment of chaos and madness, and it was precisely this hospital that was the reason for this. Bethlehem Royal Hospital, founded all the way back in the 13th century, is Europe's oldest institution for the care for the mentally ill. Over nearly 800 years, its story is both fascinating and horrifying. And so today, I'll take you on a journey through the story of Bedlam, from its medieval origins to its modern incarnation. We'll be right there in the wards to witness how patients lived and how they were treated. Of course, we'll meet the keepers and doctors who sometimes tried to help, but often did more harm than good. But also the public's attitudes, all the way from fear to morbid curiosity and finally the calls for reform, all coming together to shape what happened within these walls. It's a historical tale of Bedlam's inner life, not sparing any of the gritty details, and you'll get plenty of little lesser-known anecdotes that bring the past to life. But before we begin, I must welcome you into the channel. Perhaps you've watched my other video on early insane asylums and you've come here out of curiosity for a more detailed view on Bedlam. Well, thank you for returning if that is the case, but if you are new, consider clicking that subscribe button. Conveniently right next to the like button, by the way. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and who checked out the merch store. You help keep the channel ad-free. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed and go all the way back to the beginning. How far back must we go? Well, the story begins in 1247, when a small priory was founded in London. A local sheriff, Simon de Montfort, popularly known as Simon Fitzmary, donated land on the outskirts of the city for a new kind of religious community. This priory was dedicated to St. Mary of Bethlehem, a name that in time shortened to Bedlam. In its earliest years, it was not an asylum for the insane at all, more like a modest almshouse or hospital run by a group of dedicated monks, intended to give shelter to the poor, the sick, or perhaps even weary pilgrims. The mission was spiritual as much as it was medical. The brethren offered prayer and charity, relying on donations and indulgences. This, of course, is before the time of Martin Luther, people still purchasing those promises of forgiveness. All of these things were going to the coffers to sustain their work, and the church authorities did all the best they could to support them. And so for decades, Bedlam struggled just to survive. Medieval records hint at the hospital's poverty. The monks had royal licenses to beg for alms on London streets, gathering food and money to feed their charges. In 1346, amid the chaos of the 100 Years' War, King Edward III took control of Bedlam. England was at war with France, and Bethlehem's mother church was a French order. Well, we can't have that, can't we? The Crown seized the hospital to prevent funds from flowing into enemy hands, and from that point on, Bethlehem began to become more secular, with its master, the head of the hospital, often appointed by the Crown itself. By the late 14th century, the memory of Bethlehem's founding purpose had grown a little hazy, and it was no longer clearly a religious refuge. And it is around this time that we find the first clear evidence of Bethlehem caring for the mentally ill. A Royal Commission's report from 1403 noted that among the hospital inmates were 6 men described in Latin as mente capti. Now, that in Latin effectively means taken by madness. In other words, by 1403, Bethlehem had at least 6 lunatics in residence, likely making them the majority of the patients by then. The same report lists the grim accoutrements of medieval psychiatric care. They are, as you can imagine, chains, manacles, and stocks stored on the premises. This tells us that even in the Middle Ages, Bethlehem was confining the insane with iron restraints. Little is recorded about specific remedies used in medieval Bedlam, but prevailing medical theory was based on the 4 humors. More often, though, care meant simply custody, locking the disturbed in cells, praying for their souls, and just keeping them away from polite society. Daily life for those early inmates would have been, well, wretched, to say the least. The hospital was still small and austere, likely just a few dozen beds at most. Patients deemed mad would have been kept in chains or locked in tiny rooms for much of the time, out of sight, out of mind. As for the meals, meager. Probably just coarse bread and some pottage, a simple stew, a medieval staple, perhaps supplemented by a few charitable donations if one were so lucky. Cleanliness and comfort, well, they were minimal too. We hear of no miraculous cures coming out of medieval Bedlam. Mental illness in that era was seen as a lifelong God-given burden, or even a punishment for sin. If a sufferer did improve, it might simply mean that they were released back to their family or thrown onto the streets. In fact, by the 15th century, a troubling phenomenon had emerged, so-called Bedlam beggars, impoverished men who roamed the land, pretending to be mad ex-patients of Bethlehem. Some truly were former inmates released to beg for survival, but others were impostors, exploiting the public's pity for the insane. The very existence of these Bedlam beggars shows that Bethlehem's name was already becoming infamous. By 1500, Bethlehem Hospital was still a relatively small and rough place, but it certainly had taken on a distinct role in London. It was the institution of last resort for the, quote, lunatic poor. And so, from there the stage was set for Bedlam to enter the turbulent centuries of the Tudor and Stuart eras, where it would gradually evolve from a tiny monastic hospice into something that we can more recognize as a proper asylum. And so, here we are, in the 16th century, and with the advent of this new time, major changes were brought to Bethlehem. In the 1530s, King Henry VIII dissolved England's monasteries, sweeping away many medieval hospitals. But Bethlehem managed to survive the upheaval. In fact, in 1547, Henry granted custody of the hospice to the City of London. Thus Bethlehem shifted from church control to civic control. By 1557, it was placed under the administration of the city's governors of Bridewell, a house of correction for vagrants and petty criminals. This linking of Bethlehem with Bridewell is telling. The city authorities treated the insane poor somewhat like wayward vagrants, not to be treated, but to be managed. Certainly not patients to be healed or looked at as charity cases. But the hospital itself still remained tiny, perhaps only 15 or 20 patients at a time, but it was now firmly established as an asylum for those deemed mad and unfit for society. Under city management, Bethlehem's conditions did not noticeably improve. Are you surprised? Of course not. Well, if anything, they grew even more chaotic. Records from the late 1500s suggest the hospital was chronically underfunded and undercrowded for its size. The keepers, that is, the people in charge of day-to-day care, were not doctors, but laymen appointed by governors, sometimes men of dubious character too. What do I mean by that? Well, for example, one keeper in the late 16th century, Roland Slefford, was originally a clothmaker by trade. He served as a keeper for nearly 2 decades, and while we know few details of his tenure, it's unlikely that he had any insight at all into treating mental illness. In fact, keepers like him often relied on brute force to manage violent patients, using restraints and occasional beatings if necessary. At times, local officials would send troublesome lunatics to Bedlam and pay the keeper a small fee for their upkeep. Wealthier families might also pay to have a disturbed relative simply kept out of sight. In essence, Bedlam was becoming a deposit box for society's outcasts, run on a shoestring budget, and whatever fees or charity could be scraped together. In 1598, an inspection of Bethlehem described dilapidated facilities and miserable inmates. The building itself, a medieval structure near Bishopsgate, was decaying. Neighbors complained of the noise and the smell. Imagine a small crumbling house with barred windows tucked behind London's streets. Inside, a handful of people lived in anguish and filth, looked after by a couple of untrained keepers. That was the Bedlam on the eve of the 17th century, and it's around this time that the institution's notorious reputation in popular culture was beginning to grow. In fact, even Shakespeare alluded to Bedlam beggars in King Lear, a work from 1605, a sign that Londoners readily associated Bedlam with madness at large. The very concept of a Tom o' Bedlam, meaning a crazed beggar, had entered the English imagination. As for the early 1600s, well, they saw a notorious scandal that revealed how poorly Bedlam could be run. In 1619, a man named Dr. Helkiah Crooke was appointed as the new physician and keeper of Bethlehem. Crooke was well connected. He had royal appointment from King James I, but he turned out to be disastrously corrupt. Under Crooke's regime, I suppose the name is very suitable, the quality of care, meagre as it was, declined even further. In fact, he was accused of embezzling the patient's food and money. Governors visiting in 1631 found patients literally starving, some almost of skeletal image from neglect. Crook had been selling off provisions meant for inmates, pocketing the money given for their care. Many of the patients lay in squalor, half-starved and unwashed. In 1632, the authorities finally sacked Dr. Crook for mismanagement and cruelty. And this scandal prompted a few reforms. You see, after Crook's ouster, Bethlehem instituted a new management structure. Rather than a single keeper physician running everything, they established a small medical staff. By the mid-1600s, Bethlehem had a visiting physician, a surgeon, and an apothecary overseeing the patient care, while a steward handled finances. Oh, just quickly, apothecary, that's an old word for a pharmacist. All these changes were meant to curb the kind of unchecked abuse that had flourished under Crook. But let's see how they go. Well, despite the minor reforms, the life of the patients remained harsh. Throughout the 17th century, standard treatment for madness still revolved around purges, bloodletting, and just tying people up. A violent patient might be chained to the wall in a cell or locked in iron collars and leg shackles to prevent injury, not just to themselves but to others. A common practice was to use solitary confinement to calm the raving, essentially locking the person alone in complete darkness for extended periods. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. And then there was the cold water cure, which sounds just as bad as it is. Patients, especially those deemed manic, were dunked or doused with cold water to shock them into quietude. These measures were more punitive than therapeutic. But still, now and then, a keeper may have shown small kindnesses, allowing a harmless patient a brief walk in the courtyard, or tolerating some eccentric styles of behavior. We also hear that music was occasionally considered as a soothing influence. A flute or a fiddle might be played in the ward, perhaps based on the old idea that music could harmonize a disordered mind. By the 1670s, Bethlehem's medieval building was literally falling apart and could no longer contain the number of inmates. In 1675, the old Bethlehem was demolished, and the new hospital moved to a brand new building in Moorfields, just outside the city walls. This new Bethlehem opened in 1676, and it was a grand structure by the standard of the day, more of a palace than a hospital. It stretched nearly a quarter of a mile in length, with 2 stories of long galleries and over 100 individual cells. Its architect, Robert Hooke, designed a handsome facade topped with a cupola. Flanking the entrance gate were 2 striking statues carved in stones, figures symbolizing raving madness and melancholy madness, their expressions twisted and despairing. Certainly a welcoming sight, I'm sure. I suppose the statues wordlessly announced the visitors to what lay within, a physical manifestation of the horror that awaited. Now the move to Moorfields, that marked the start of a new chapter. Bedlam now had the capacity for around 100 to 120 patients, and boasted airy, high-ceilinged halls. On paper it all sounded like progress, more space, a modern layout. But in reality, the hospital's core attitude had not yet changed, and that was the real problem. Patients were still more inmates than medical cases. In fact, initially, the patients were not even allowed to walk those grand new galleries for fear that they might attack the visitors. They were mostly just shoved into their cells. Yet the very scale and visibility of the new Bedlam would soon make it a notorious part of London's social scene. And so as we turn to the 18th century, Bedlam would achieve a dark fame, becoming a place where the public literally came to be entertained by a spectacle of madness. By the early 18th century, Bethlem Hospital, now in its fancy new Moorfields location, had simply become a fixture of London life. It was astonishingly open to the public, like a museum or some kind of freak show. 6 days a week, anyone could enter Bedlam to observe the lunatics, usually in exchange for a small donation or a penny at the door. Crowds of visitors from all walks of life flocked there, especially on weekends and holidays, and it became a fashionable diversion to go to Bedlam and laugh at the bizarre behavior of the inmates. The hospital's management permitted these visits both as a form of public relations and as a source of income. All those pennies certainly added up over time. Thus the inmates of Bedlam spent their days not only in suffering, but well and truly on display. The scenes witnessed in 18th century Bedlam were chaotic and often appalling. Men and women considered insane were often chained to the walls or kept behind iron-barred cell doors, but many could be seen and heard by anyone walking the galleries. Some visitors treated the madhouse like you would treat a zoo. They would taunt and tease the more excitable patients to provoke outbursts, all for their amusement. Wardens, or guards, sometimes egged the inmates on, hoping that the visitors might reward them with tips for a good show. In one account from 1699, the satirical writer Ned Ward describes how a trip to Bedlam was not only entertainment, but also a scene of debauchery. He observed that among the throngs of gawkers were abundance of intriguing couples, even prostitutes meeting clients in the galleries. In his colourful prose, Ward noted that there were mistresses of all ranks and sizes available, and, quote, a sizable jack for every Jill. Bedlam, in other words, was a carnival where London's low life and high society mixed under the roof of an asylum. Ward's account even shows that some patients turned the tables on their tormentors with wit. He recounts how one female patient, known as Bess of Bedlam, heckled a foppish gentleman passing by. Seeing his extravagantly powdered wig, she cried out that he had, quote, more flour in his wig than my poor mother has in her meal. Her gibe made the onlookers laugh, a bit of satire from within the cage. Another inmate boldly told Ward's companion that inside these walls, madmen had the freedom to speak the truth. Quote from the text, we madmen have as much privilege of speaking our minds as any. And I suppose there's a bit of a truth to that too. Say what you want. You're already locked up. They can't lock you up even further. I suppose anecdotes like this suggest that not all within Bedlam were completely broken. Some retained enough lucidity to resent their plight and mock the outside world, a kind of self-awareness. But despite these moments of dark humor, the reality for patients was completely grim. Daily life in 18th century Bedlam was marked by overcrowding, filth, and brutality. The beautiful exterior of the Moorfields Hospital concealed interior wards that stank of sweat, urine, and rot. Straw often served as bedding, and that was changed infrequently. There were a few rudimentary buckets to use as a bathroom, and possibly 2 privies in the whole building, so many patients simply lived amid their own waste. Keepers might clean the cells occasionally, but squalor was the norm. Food was basic, and it was left intentionally plain. Patients were fed twice a day on what was called a lowering diet: bread, porridge, or oatmeal, perhaps some boiled meat on alternating days, a bit of cheese, and a lot of weak beer. The rationale was humoral theory. Rich or stimulating foods were thought to worsen madness, so a bland diet and even semi-starvation were considered to be somehow therapeutic. But in truth, many inmates remained half-starved. Malnutrition made them weak and prone to illness. Treatment remained largely medieval in this era. Physicians still visited rarely and relied on drastic measures. If a patient was deemed aggressive, they might be bled with lancets or leeches to drain their excess blood, or made to vomit and purge with powerful laxatives, all in an effort to rebalance the humors. Certainly doesn't do much to alleviate the squalor, as you could imagine. Other times, doctors would prescribe dunking patients in those cold water baths, and so one can imagine a terrified person being suddenly plunged into an icy tub. All of this was thought to jolt the mind back to reason, kind of like bashing the top of your television, I suppose, to get it to work properly, if I'm not exposing my age by using that metaphor. Well, perhaps it was at least to subdue the spirit. Whatever the reasoning was, well, it was the best reasoning they had at the time. Of course, physical constraint was still commonplace. Chains, straight waistcoats, which were early straitjackets, iron manacles all locked up. Some patients spent years never moving freely, their arms and legs bound to limit violent outbursts. Solitary confinement in dark cells was another frequent method to control those who shouted or thrashed about. There was little in the way of compassionate therapy. No one sat with patients to talk through their troubles. Instead, the mad were mostly left to their own tormented thoughts, punctuated by crude interventions when they grew too troublesome. It is no surprise that very few patients actually recovered in this environment. Bethlehem was more a warehouse for the mad than a curative hospital. In fact, many patients died inside the walls. Infections and disease thrived in the dirty, packed wards. Tuberculosis, typhus, and other illnesses carried off a great number of inmates. And those who did improve often did so in spite of their surroundings, not because of. If a calm period came, or their episode passed, they might actually be discharged. Some went home to families. Others, having nowhere to go, ended up on the streets as those bedlam beggars haunting London. And by the mid-century, murmurs of concern began to surface. A few enlightened individuals questioned whether gawking crowds and chaining people to walls was the best way to treat mental illness. Novel ideas at the time. In 1751, a new rival institution called St. Luke's Hospital for Lunatics opened in London. But St. Luke's aimed to actually cure patients with more humane methods, and significantly, it did not admit the general public to just come in and wander around. The existence of St. Luke's was an antithesis, and it pointed out how draconian Bedlam had become. But nonetheless, Bedlam's management, particularly the Monroe family of physicians who had run the place for generations, just resisted any change. For much of the 1700s, Bethlehem was ruled by this dynasty of doctors. From James Monroe, appointed in 1728, to his son John Monroe and then grandson Thomas Monroe. This Monroe dynasty were learned men by the standards of the time, but they saw madness through a traditional lens. They continued the old regiment of purging and restraint, and were not especially open to new ideas. Under their watch, Bedlam maintained the status quo. As the 18th century drew to a close, the notoriety of Bedlam only grew. It appeared in art and literature as the ultimate symbol of madness and cruelty. The great artist William Hogarth painted a famous scene of Bedlam in the 1730s, a final plate of his series, A Rake's Progress. In this, the mad protagonist is shown in a Bethlehem cell, half naked and distraught, while fashionable spectators peer in and fellow inmates around him personify various delusions. Hogarth's painting captured a mix of tragedy and farce that Bedlam had become. By 1800, visiting hours had finally been curtailed. The hospital ended general admission around 1770, after mounting criticism. But the cat was already out of the bag. The damage to its reputation was well and truly done. Bedlam was synonymous with human misery, treated as a public sport. Yet, change was on the horizon. The Enlightenment was dawning in medicine, and more humane approaches to insanity were being tried elsewhere. In the countryside of northern England, the Quakers at the York Retreat, founded in 1796, were pioneering gentle, moral treatment. No chains, kindness, and meaningful occupation for patients. And guess what? They were actually having remarkable success. But such ideas had not yet penetrated the walls of Bethlehem by 1800, though cracks were starting to form in Bethlehem's old edifice of neglect. Early in the new century, a series of scandals and reforms would finally force Bethlehem to confront its brutal legacy, and ultimately evolve into a more modern hospital. The dawn of the 19th century found Bethlehem at its lowest point. But don't worry, this era would also bring dramatic reform. But let's talk about the low points first. In 1800, the institution was still under the grip of the old ways. The Monroe dynasty remained in charge medically. Dr. Thomas Monroe was then the head physician. We've mentioned him before. And of course, the patients, well, they were treated very little better than before. The hospital, now over a century old at Moorfields, had become quite dilapidated, and it couldn't properly house its inmates. The tipping point came with a scandal that shocked polite society. In 1814, a Quaker gentleman named Edward Wakefield surreptitiously toured Bethlehem and was horrified what he saw. He found patients chained to the walls, many of them naked or barely clothed, living in their own filth. In the, quote, incurable ward, he encountered a sight that became emblematic of Bethlehem's cruelty. It was a man named James Norris, an American Marine who had been kept in an iron harness for over 10 years. Just imagine that. 10 years. Well, sorry to break the fourth wall there a little bit, but... Well, as for Norris, his body was confined by an iron belt riveted around his waist and chest, and with iron bars rising over his shoulders and an iron collar around his neck. These bars were attached by short chains to a metal pole fixed to the wall, effectively tethering him in place. He could scarcely move more than a few inches in any direction, and he had endured this night and day for about 12 years. Wakefield publicized the atrocity, describing Norris as encaged like a wild beast. Well, what do you think the public thought of that? The outcry was immediate. Parliament took notice, and in 1815 a select committee of the House of Commons convened an investigation into the conditions in Britain's asylums, and Bedlam was right in the crosshairs. The committee's findings were, I'm sure you can imagine, damning. They confirmed that many Bethlem patients were chained or restrained long-term, that one had indeed been in irons for over a decade, and that another patient had died after being dunked in cold water as a disciplinary measure. The committee also heard testimony from a former inmate named Urban Metcalf, who described the interior of Bethlem in searing detail, how some patients were kept stark naked in dark cells, how the, quote, green yard was the only place they might get a glimpse of the sun, and how cruel or indifferent the wardens could be. These revelations forced rapid changes. The old physician, Dr. Thomas Munro, resigned in disgrace in 1816, being criticized for wanting in humanity. I'm sure it was pretty hard for him to find a job after that. You'd hope it was the end of his career, I'm sure it was. Another long-time staff member, the apothecary John Haslam, who ironically had written about Madless but failed to reform care, was also dismissed. Bethlem's governors realized that the institution needed a fresh start. Conveniently, a new hospital building had just been constructed, and in 1815, Bethlem moved to the different location of St. George's Fields in Southwark, south of the River Thames. The timing was symbolic. A new building and a new era. In 1815 to 16, approximately 120 patients were transferred from the crumbling Moorfields Asylum to this new facility. When St. George's Fields Hospital was designed to be more spacious and humane with separate wards and courtyards, and without public spectacle of earlier days. With the famous statues of raving and melancholy madness brought along to the new site, the ethos was supposed to change from mere confinement and care to cures. Under a series of reform-minded superintendents and visiting physicians, Bedlam slowly adopted the principles of moral treatment. This was the new philosophy sweeping the enlightened asylums, the idea that patients should be treated with kindness, dignity, and as much freedom as possible with safety in mind. Restraint would be minimalized or eliminated. Instead, doctors and attendants would try to calm patients through gentler means. We're talking things like conversation, routine, giving them little jobs to do, little responsibilities, and all in all just a more pleasant environment. At Bethlem, progress was gradual. In the 1820s and 30s, chains and manacles started to disappear from the wards. They were replaced at first by restraining jackets or padded gloves in extreme cases, but even those were used less and less. More patients were allowed to wear ordinary clothing instead of being left naked or in rags. The windows were no longer kept shuttered all the time. Light and air were let in. Attendants, no longer called keepers, were instructed to interact with patients calmly, rather than just automatically beating or intimidating them. One major figure in this mid-century reform was Dr. William Charles Hood, who became Bethlem's resident physician superintendent in 1852. Dr. Hood was an advocate of non-restraint and modern therapeutic methods. During his tenure, he transformed daily life in the hospital. He introduced occupational therapy by setting up workshops where patients could engage in crafts or simple labor, of course all according to their individual abilities. Some worked in the garden, tended to plants, or did arts like basket weaving and sewing. For those of literary bent or quieter disposition, reading materials were provided, a small library of books to stimulate the mind. Hood also improved the diet and cleanliness. Patients began to receive fresh linen, regular baths, better meals. The era of semi-starvation diets ended. The new belief was that a healthier body would aid a healthier mind. And so under Hood, the use of mechanical restraints reportedly dropped to virtually zero, meaning that by the late 1850s, Bethlem had effectively abolished the chaining of patients, something to be almost unthinkable just a few decades later. I wonder what Thomas Monro would have been thinking when he was looking at all of this. Perhaps watching it play out in real time, that all of his theories were just dead wrong. Anyway, the Victorian years saw Bethlem trying to redefine itself as a curative institution rather than just a human warehouse. The hospital, which had long been a symbol of shame, now aimed to be a model of enlightened psychiatry. Visiting by the idle public had long since been stopped, aside from, of course, official tours for professionals. Instead, Bethlem sometimes held supervised dances and tea parties for the patients, internal events aimed at socialization and rehabilitation. In fact, there are accounts from the 1850s of patients and staff dancing together in the wards for a curious dance around a curious tree, as one contemporary writer phrased it, bringing a note of levity to an otherwise sad place. Of course, such activities were early attempts at what we now call recreational therapy. Of course, not everything was ideal. We're talking about the 1850s. Even with reforms, many patients in Bethlem still suffered greatly and just did not recover. Mental illness, especially serious conditions like psychosis, remained elusive to treat with limited means of the 19th century. Bethlem could offer a safer and cleaner environment, but cures, that was a bridge too far. Patients who did not improve after a certain period, often after 1 year, were typically deemed chronic and moved out to other institutions or long-term asylums. By the late 1800s, Bethlem had essentially become a hospital for acute cases, trying to treat the recent or curable ones, while the incurable long-term patients were just sent to newly established county asylums or to a state facility like Broadmoor for criminally insane cases. But still, some remarkable human stories emerged from Victorian Bedlam. One famous patient was the artist Richard Dadd, admitted in 1843 after he tragically became insane and killed his own father. At Bethlem, Dadd was not chained or mistreated. Instead, they just let him paint. In confinement, he produced stunning works of art, such as his masterpiece, The Fairy Fellow's Master Stroke, showing that creative talent could survive mental illness when it was given a chance. And this case illustrates the more enlightened attitude. He was treated as a human being with an illness, not just some monster to be locked up. And so by the end of the 19th century, Bethlem Royal Hospital had changed almost beyond recognition from the Bedlam of old. It was no longer open for public amusement. Patients were no longer chained to the wall, left to wallow naked in filth. The institution had become part of the medical establishment, with trained psychiatrists, as the field was now emerging as psychiatry, overseeing the treatment. Scientific advances were beginning to influence care. Doctors conducted post-mortem examinations of the brain to search for causes of madness, and diagnoses were more specific. Terms like schizophrenia and bipolar disorder were yet to come, but categories like melancholia and mania and dementia were delineated more clearly. The public attitude, too, had shifted. Increasingly, Victorians saw the insane as inflicted unfortunates deserving compassion and treatment rather than objects of ridicule. In 1888, the new chief physician, Dr. Thomas Hislop, took charge and continued to modernize Bethlehem into the 20th century. By now, the hospital's tarnished nickname, Bedlam, was something officials wanted to distance from. They preferred to emphasize its formal name and its royal patronage. It had long been called Bethlehem Royal Hospital. But the shadow of Bedlam's past would always linger in the public consciousness. As the 20th century approached, Bethlehem stood as a much reformed place. Yet the journey of mental health care was far from over, as new challenges and controversies lay ahead. As Bethlehem entered the 20th century, it had largely shed the barbaric practices of the past. The hospital at St. George's Fields continued to operate, but by the 1920s it was aging, and London's rapid growth had begun to surround it. In 1930, Bethlehem moved again, this time out to the suburbs, a tranquil little estate called Monk's Orchard in Kent, in the borough of Croydon. The relocation provided modern buildings and leafy grounds, certainly a far cry from the cramped urban asylums of the earlier times. The move symbolized Bethlehem's transition into a fully modern psychiatric hospital. The wards at Monk's Orchard were designed for comfort and treatment, with open space for recreation, gardens, and workshops. No longer would curiosity seekers be admitted, only visitors or family or professionals. The word Bedlam still clung to the hospital in popular imagination, but internally the institution was striving to be seen as a place of healing. The 20th century brought new treatments and philosophies to the halls of Bethlehem. In the early decades, doctors experimented with novel and sometimes drastic therapies for severe mental illness. By the 1930s, a wave of physical treatments emerged: insulin coma therapy, in which patients with schizophrenia were injected with high doses of insulin to induce daily comas, and convulsive therapy using chemicals like metrazole to trigger seizures in hopes of shocking patients out of catatonia or depression. In the 1940s, electroconvulsive therapy, that is ECT, was introduced, a procedure that sends an electric current through the brain to provoke a controlled seizure. Bethlehem, like other psychiatric hospitals of the era, adopted all these treatments with optimism, and some patients did show improvement. Psychosurgery also made an appearance. A few unfortunate patients in the late 40s and 50s underwent lobotomies, brain surgeries intended to reduce agitation, often just turning people into zombies. Looking back, it all seems pretty brutal, but at the time, they were just cutting-edge efforts by doctors who were desperate to find any cure they could for illnesses that had long been untreatable. After the Second World War, mental health care changed dramatically with the advent of medications. In 1948, Bethlehem was absorbed into Britain's new National Health Service, guaranteeing public funding and oversight. And by the 50s, the first antipsychotic drug, chlorpromazine, if that's how I pronounce it, chlorpromazine perhaps, revolutionized treatment of schizophrenia, and soon antidepressants and tranquilizers would follow. Patients who might have been locked away for life could now be calmed with a daily pill. Bethlem's wards in the mid-20th century saw the impact. Fewer people were subject to coercive treatments when chemicals could achieve similar results. The patient population also shifted. Many long-term inmates of the asylum were discharged to smaller regional facilities or returned to community care once stabilized on medications. The era of the gigantic Victorian asylum was simply coming to an end, and Bethlem, too, evolved into a more specialized hospital. It focused on acute cases, research, and training new psychiatrists, often in partnership with Maudsley Hospital, another psychiatric institute in London. Life inside Bethlem in the later 20th century was certainly far from the Bethlem of the 1700s. I don't think it needs to be said. Patients lived in open wards, or even private rooms. You wouldn't dare call them a cell. They attended therapy sessions, both individual and group, talking through their troubles with trained professionals. Occupational therapy was a given. One might see patients painting, woodworking, or tending a small garden as part of their recovery program. Nurses and doctors encouraged social interaction, organizing games, or even movie nights. Restraints were used only in very rare emergencies. The norm was to sedate an out-of-control patient with medication rather than shackling them. The hospital even introduced art therapy, carrying on a tradition of creative expression that had quietly existed since the days of Richard Dadd and Louis Wayne. In fact, Bethlem amassed an impressive collection of patient art over the years, which in the 21st century became the core of its own museum, the Bethlem Museum of the Mind, celebrating that link between mental health and creativity. Although the setting and the methods became therapeutic, Bethlem was not entirely free of controversy even in the modern times. In 1997, as the hospital planned to mark its 750th anniversary, a group of psychiatric survivors and activists launched a Reclaim Bedlam campaign. You see, to them, there was very little to celebrate in Bethlem's long history of abuse and incarceration. And so they staged a protest outside the old Bedlam site, which is now the Imperial War Museum, to draw attention to past and present injustices in the mental health system. The noted historian Roy Porter, reflecting on Bethlem's legacy, remarked that the very name Bedlam had come to stand for man's inhumanity to man. But hospital officials, on the other hand, pointed out how far Bedlam had progressed, and that it now aimed to involve patients in their own care decisions. This tension between remembering a painful history and recognizing progress was pretty evident during those anniversary events. In the 21st century, Bethlem Royal Hospital operates a modern psychiatric facility, part of the South London and Maudsley NHS Trust. It offers specialist services, from treatment of severe depression and anxiety disorders to care for adolescents and individuals with personality disorders. The Victorian stereotypes of raging madmen have given way to a more nuanced understanding of mental illness. Patients at Bethlem today participate in devising their treatment plans, and their rights are protected by law. The hospital emphasizes recovery and rehabilitation, often preparing individuals to reintegrate into the community after their inpatient stay. The grounds at Monk's Orchard are peaceful. Walking paths, a cafeteria, art galleries. You might not distinguish it from any other medical campus at first glance. Yet the shadow of Bedlam lingers as a reminder and a warning. It reminds staff and the public alike of how badly the mentally ill were treated when ignorance and fear prevailed. It warns us that without compassion and vigilance, abuses can happen even in the most modern systems. In fact, a tragic incident in 2010 proved that point. A young man named Olaseni Lewis died after being subjected to prolonged physical restraint by police while he was a patient in Bethlehem. An outcry from that case led to Senni's law in 2018, a law in the UK that strictly limits the use of force in mental health units. And thus, even today, the story of Bedlam continues to evolve, advocating for ever more humane treatment. But who knows? Perhaps the next tragedy is just around the corner. So how do we sum it all up? Well, I suppose after almost 800 years, can you believe that? 800 years this place has been going. Bethlehem Royal Hospital stands as an institution transformed. What was once a medieval religious charity became an early modern madhouse notorious for chaos, but it's now a center of psychiatric care and research. The journey inside Bedlam has been long and difficult, marked by suffering but also by gradual enlightenment. Today's Bedlam is not a perfect place. No psychiatric hospital is. But it does strive to heal rather than harm. The halls that once echoed with screams and clattering chains are now quiet spaces of therapy and respite. And so the story of Bedlam, with all its dark chapters, and maybe its bright future, has become an integral part of the history of medicine, and also our understanding of the human mind, whether it's mind for madness or mind for cruelty. A Sunday morning in 18th century Paris, the fashionable sightseers are gathered together, ready for a day out, and what better place than a stroll through the stone corridors of La Salpêtrière. They're not there to marvel at the architecture. They're there to gawk at the women who are held inside. In tiny filthy cells called loges, hundreds of mad women sit chained like animals in a zoo. The crowds leer through the iron bars at these unfortunate women, much as you would view exotic beasts. For the inmates, some of them genuinely mentally ill, others merely unwanted wives, prostitutes, or orphan girls, this weekly public spectacle was a humiliation atop the unspeakable misery of normal life. It's a scene like that that captures the dark heart of La Salpêtrière. This is France's most notorious insane asylum. Yet the saga of La Salpêtrière is more than just voyeuristic horror. It is a sweeping history of how French society dealt with its most vulnerable, the poor, the mad, the undesirable. From its origins under Louis XIV as a vast prison hospice for women, through the revolutionary reforms of Philippe Pinel, to the late 19th century, when famous neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot turned its wards into theaters of science and spectacle, La Salpêtrière story is a microcosm of evolving attitudes toward mental illness. And so today, we are going to guide you through that history, rather unflinchingly, though it requires a strong stomach to explore one of history's darkest chapters. But if you'll spend the next hour with me, well, we can do it together. I suppose it's not too bad. But let me welcome you first. Hello to any newcomers, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. And thank you
to those keeping everything ad-free by supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. Certainly keeping this a ad-free oasis on this otherwise ad-laden platform. If you want to join that team, links are in the description and pinned comment. If you don't want to, do us a solid. Like, comment, and subscribe, and tell a few of your friends. Now, all that being said, we won't harp on about it. Let's get to the history. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, if you didn't get it from the introduction, La Salpêtrière began not as a healing refuge, but rather as a dumping ground for society's outcasts. This was not an asylum set up in the 1800s like you see in the Americas, where, well, things were becoming a little bit more optimistic. No, this was set up much earlier than that. In fact, the site had a fittingly explosive origin. In the early 17th century, it was actually a gunpowder factory. Now, saltpeter was actually used to make gunpowder, so that's where the name comes from. In 1656, King Louis XIV, seeking to clean up the streets of Paris, issued an edict that transformed the arsenal into part of the General Hospital, a network of royal institutions to confine the poor, sick, and insane. Under the Sun King's minister, Jean-Baptiste Colbert, the Salpêtrière was converted into a massive hospice for women, a place to lock away the female beggars, the vagrants, the prostitutes, the mentally ill, or anyone that was just seemed troublesome. Of course, yes, as you mentioned, the very name harkens back to the saltpeter works, Salpêtrière, but it would soon become synonymous with human misery rather than gunpowder, although the two tend to go hand in hand, just in a different context. From the outset, the scale of Salpêtrière was immense, to say the least. Architect Liberal Bruant, better known for Les Invalides, was commissioned to design the complex, and by the 1670s, a small city of buildings arose on the left bank of the Seine. This walled compound included courtyards, workhouses, dormitories, even a church, a self-contained world to segregate the so-called undesirables. One contemporary noted that by the late 18th century, the Salpêtrière had grown into, quote, a large village with 7,000 elderly, indigent, and ailing women living inside. And indeed, on the eve of the French Revolution, the Salpêtrière held up to 10,000 women of various categories, making it arguably the largest such hospice in the world at that time, though records are a little bit dodgy from those times, so who really knows? Now, these thousands included not only the mentally ill, but also the poor elderly, orphans, petty criminals, and others, and they were all jammed together under one roof. Initially, there was very little attempt to separate inmates by cause of their confinements. Inhabitants were not segregated regarding the reason for why they were there. An aristocratic widow who had lost her fortune and just had a bit of a breakdown over it might find herself sleeping beside a former street beggar, or even a psychotic pickpocket. Well, it was the age of a grand confinement, as some have called it, when authorities rounded up society's unwanted en masse and jammed them all in the same place under guise of charity and order. Conditions in the early Salpêtrière were appalling. That's one word for it. The institution was nominally a charitable hospice, but it doesn't always do what it says on the label. It functioned more like a prison. Many women were committed indefinitely for their own good, with no hope of release. A bewildering array of pretexts could land a poor woman there. She might be labeled crazy or hysteric, but just as well a depraved girl, a libertine, a witch, an insubordinate, or even a Protestant. Remember, Catholic country. Contemporary lists of inmate categories sound almost absurd in their breadth. Prostitutes, orphans, beggars, epileptics, idiots, melancholics, the blind, the crippled, girls born out of wedlock, alcoholics, even bohemians, and get this, fatties. Well, they all appear on Salpeter's registers, so don't shoot the messenger. Well, in short, any woman who didn't fit the social norms of France at the time would be swept away behind the Salpeter's gates. With such a mandate, the population swelled rapidly. By 1684, a woman's prison block was added to hold 300 convicted prostitutes, who were kept especially in wretched conditions. And in a bizarre footnote to imperial history, some women of Salpeter were even shipped across to the Atlantic, exiled to help populate France's colonies. Well, between 1663 and 1673, at least 240 young women from the Salpeter and his sister's institution, Pitié, were sent to New France, i.e. Canada, as filles du roi. God, I hate doing R's in French, excuse me. We'll just use the English. King's daughters. What is it? Roi. Excuse me. Well, effectively, they were there to be wives for the new settlers. Gee, they would have thrown me away in there back in the day for my French pronunciation, I think. Lucky I'm in 2026. Still getting used to that. Well, thus a woman's fate in the Salpeter might range from lifelong incarceration in Paris to a forced marriage in Quebec, whichever the state deemed to be the most appropriate. Your life, their choice. But daily life inside the Salpeter during the Ancien Regime was harsh and austere. The thousands of inmates were typically dressed in coarse institutional uniforms. They slept in crowded dormitories or tiny cells. One report noted cells only about 2 meters square, each with a small barred window and no source of heat. Parisian winters, of course, could be bitter, and indeed visitors remarked that inmates suffered from cold in the early 1800s. Well, actually, at this time, an observer noted the stone floors and lack of fireplace would be almost fatal for many of them. Cleanliness and hygiene were woefully inadequate. With so many people crammed in, disease and infection were constant threats. Low-lying rooms were damp and prone to flooding. Some wards sat practically at sewer level, so that foul odors would waft in and overflow from the Seine's river floods. They could seep under the doors. Well, it was recorded that, quote, rooms in the lower sections of the building were affected by being level with sewers in the rising waters of the Seine, and these damp waters were infested with rats. The gnawing and scuttling of rodents at night was a common misery shared by the women housed in those ground-floor cells. Discipline was maintained by force. The women of Salpêtrière were not free to wander the courtyards at will. Many were kept chained or shackled for long periods. In the notorious district of the mad women, Quartier des Folles, a section established in the 1680s to isolate the most disturbed inmates, about 600 women deemed hysterical were confined in cage-like cells. Each day, as a part of a grim hygiene routine, these women were chained to outdoor benches in the courtyard, row by row, so they could get a ration of fresh air while still restrained. I mean, you know it's bad when they're rationing out the air, that's for sure. Eyewitness accounts describe them sitting on the ground, iron collars and fetters securing them to semicircular benches, pale and disheveled figures blinking in the daylight. Horrifying. The sight was pitiful, if anything. One writer called them anonymous ghosts, pitifully forgotten in their rat hole until a saviour would come. Inside the wards, if an inmate became unruly, which was of course left up to the observation of those higher-ups, the solution was often brute force. She could be flogged or shackled to the wall. And speaking of which, beatings were not uncommon, delivered by the hulking male guards, or sometimes by the wardress nuns who oversaw the female inmates. In short, the Salpêtrière offered little mercy, less of a hospital and more of a warehouse for those that, well, the polite society wished to forget about. By the 1700s, word of the dreadful conditions at Les Salpêtrières had spread among the Parisian public. Ironically, in part because the public could literally come and see for themselves. That's right. It seems a little bit unfathomable today. The Salpêtrière, like some other asylums of the era, Bedlam in England comes to mind, allowed public visitation as entertainment. On certain days, especially Sundays and religious festivals, curious citizens could gain access to the asylum to observe the inmates. And by the way, they did use that word inmate back then, pretty much universally, not patient or anything. Well, these tours had become a morbid attraction in Paris. Men and women of the bourgeois class would pay a small fee or obtain permission to roam the galleries and peer into the cells of the mad women. They treated it as a titillating spectacle, a living cabinet of curiosities. Visitors gawked at women in manic delirium or in deep depression, and they would leer and laugh at the incoherent babblings of the fools. Such voyeurism just dehumanized the patients completely. It must have been bloody humiliating. One contemporary compared it to visiting the zoo, where gawkers would stare at caged creatures for their amusement. For the inmates, being subjected to the leers and jeers of the strangers only compounded their degradation. Not part of the treatment, I assume. Well, the Enlightenment philosopher Denis Diderot once bitterly observed that society can find the insane only to exhibit them like a freak show, a cruel paradox for an era that prided itself on reason. Where is this age of enlightenment we've been hearing about him? But some Enlightenment figures did begin to decry the barbarity of places like Les Salpêtrières. Scattered voices called for reform of France's hospices and hospitals. The physician Jacques-René Tenon, after serving as a surgeon in the Salpêtrière in the mid-1700s, wrote a comprehensive memoir on Paris hospitals published in 1788 that documented the appalling conditions he witnessed. Tenon described wards jammed with beds, poor ventilation, rampant infections. In general, hospitals, well, they were like death traps. And the Salpêtrière's custodial system was no exception to that. Still, concrete improvements were slow. The vast bureaucracy of the Salpêtrière, run by church wardens and royal appointees, was resistant to change. An entrenched bureaucracy managed the place, complete with its own internal market and staff hierarchy, a little fiefdom behind the walls. There were even commerçants inside. By the late 18th century, a bustling market existed in the courtyard, where a less incapacitated woman could purchase extra food or even trinkets, as Pinel would later recall. The Salpêtrière had become a city within a city, jealously guarding its authority over thousands of captives. As the French Revolution approached, the plight of those captives took on political dimensions. Critics lumped the Hôpital Général, the General Hospital, including Salpêtrière, in with the Bastille and other symbols of royal despotism, places where people were locked up without due process. In 1789, revolutionary fervor raised hopes that the innocents in these asylums might be liberated. And indeed, the turmoil of the revolution literally crashed through Salpeterre's gates in September of 1792 during the infamous September massacres. On the night of September 3rd to 4th, 1792, a frenzied mob of sans-culottes from the nearby Faubourg Saint-Marcel stormed the Salpeterre. Their initial intent was to free the women imprisoned as prostitutes. In the new ideology of liberty, these fallen women, as they were called, were seen more victims of the old regime's moral hypocrisy. Approximately 134 prostitutes were indeed released from their cells by the armed crowd. But what began as a jailbreak spiraled into bloodshed. The mob, inflamed by fear and rumor, some thought insane inmates were royalists or dangerous, turned on the truly mentally ill women who remained behind. And in a horrifying frenzy, they dragged 25 mad women out into the streets, some still fettered in chains, and they brutally killed them on the spot. The cobblestones of Salpeterre courtyard ran red, and even the hardened revolutionaries were sickened by the slaughter of these helpless women. The incident stained the revolution with a grim irony. In trying to overthrow oppression, the mob had perpetrated the same atrocity against the very innocents that the enlightened reformers wanted to save. The saviors become the villains. Funny how that works. In any case, in the aftermath, the Salpeterre was left in disarray. The old order of management had collapsed. Nuns and staff had fled or been killed by mobs in other institutions. Yet from this chaos emerged one of the most pivotal figures in the history of mental health. That is Philippe Pinel. In 1795, Dr. Pinel, a 50-year-old physician influenced by Enlightenment ideals, was appointed chief physician of the Salpeterre's infirmary. Pinel had already begun to make his mark at the men's asylum of Bigetre, where, according to the popular legend, he had boldly struck the chains off male patients in 1793. Now, at the Salpeterre, he set out to revolutionize the care of its female lunatics. He was stunned by the conditions he found. Decades later, recollections emphasized how deeply the misery of the chained, half-naked women in squalor affected him. Inspired by revolutionary humanism, Pinel believed that even the insane deserved dignity and compassion. Almost immediately, he began implementing a new radical approach, one that he termed moral treatment. Pinel's tenure at La Salpeterre, 1795 to 1826, is often remembered in a single iconic image. A doctor in a frock coat, ordering the chains removed from a group of deranged women. Now this scene, immortalized in an 1876 painting by Tony Robert Fleury, distilled the legend of Pinel as the liberator of the mad, while the reality was somewhat more gradual and complex. Pinel indeed did take the unprecedented step of freeing the patients from their shackles. And, well, you got to start somewhere, don't you? In the late 1790s, he oversaw the removal of iron chains and manacles that had restrained patients, replacing them, where restraint was still necessary, with humane alternatives like straitjackets. Humane for the time, at least. According to Pinel's own records, he began by unchaining a number of women who had been bound in dungeon-like cells for years. He famously recounted the case of an English woman at La Salpeterre who had been chained in the dark cell for decades. Once freed and treated kindly, she supposedly recovered her wits enough to have a rational conversation. Such stories, whether embellished or not, certainly spread Pinel's reputation as a daring reformer. Now, the philosophy behind Pinel's reforms was the Enlightenment belief in reason and humaneness. Moral treatment meant treating the mad as thinking beings rather than wild animals. Pinnell urged that many lunatics could be calmed through kindness, meaningful occupation, and a soothing environment. He and his assistant, Jean-Baptiste Poussin, a former patient turned keeper, did away with the whips and chains in most circumstances, insisting that attendants dominate agitated madmen by persuasion and gentle firmness rather than violence. In practice, this translated into small but rather significant changes. Patients were allowed to spend time outdoors unchained, to engage in simple work or games, or to experience something of a normal routine. Pinnell also separated the patients by category, establishing a dedicated psychiatric ward within Salpeter for the first time. You think a mental asylum without a psychiatric ward, yeah, sounds a bit strange, like a restaurant without a kitchen. Well, previously, an insane woman might be confined anywhere in the complex, but now Pinnell gathered many of them into an infirmary, where they could receive closer observation and care. This was the embryonic start of psychiatry as a medical specialty, the birth of a discipline within those asylum walls. To be sure, Pinnell's reforms did not instantly transform the life for all 7,000 women of the Salpeter. The hospice still housed thousands of non-mentally ill indigents who remained under a prison-like regime. Even for the mentally ill, moral treatment had its limits. Pinnell himself acknowledged that some patients were far too violent or delusional to be completely without restraint. In the most serious of cases, he sanctioned the use of straitjackets or isolation cells as needed. Outright brutality, however, was greatly reduced. A British visitor in 1818, Sir Alexander Morrison, noted with approval that chains had disappeared. Quote, "None of the women are in chains," he wrote, and he dreaded the iron collars and shackles of old were nowhere to be seen. Morrison also remarked that only minimal use was made of the camisole, which is a canvas straitjacket, at Salpeter at the time, a remarkable change from a generation earlier. Pinnell's tenure also introduced actual medical care into what had been a non-medical warehouse. Before the Revolution, ill inmates were simply sent to the Hôtel Dieu hospital. Salpeter itself had no medical function in the old system. But Pinnell changed that by creating a proper infirmary with 200 beds for sick patients. He started keeping clinical records and patient case histories, systematically studying mental illness. In 1801, Pinnell published the Medical Philosophical Treatise on Mental Alienation. Could have picked a better title, but, it was one of the first books on what we now call psychiatry. In it, he detailed observations of various types of insanity and advocated for moral treatment on humanitarian and pragmatic grounds. The very language shifted. Those once dismissed as lunatics now became patients under Pinnell's pen. One can still sense the optimism of the revolutionary era in Pinnell's writing, the belief that rational reform could heal social ills. Under Pinnell, Salpeter saw miracles that must have seemed revolutionary. Women who had been mute and furious allegedly grew calmer when treated with patience instead of beatings. Funny how that works. While some who were thought incurable were said to improve enough to be discharged, though these were the minority, we must say. Pinnell also instituted occupational therapies of a sort. He engaged patients in tasks like gardening or sewing, believing idleness worsened their mental state. In 1799, he even established a vaccination clinic at Salpeter and administered one of the first smallpox vaccinations in Paris there in 1800. This blending of public health with asylum care typified Pinnell's enlightened approach. Not perfect, but a damn sight better than it was. And that's why we can't really romanticize the situation. Pinnell's reforms, while groundbreaking, affected primarily the psychiatric patients, perhaps a few hundred to 1,000 women out of the many thousands that were in the institution. The majority of Salpeterre's inmates, the aged poor, the disabled, the prostitutes serving sentences, continued to live under rather bleak conditions. An image from the 1820s would still show overcrowded dormitories, inadequate food, and a Spartan, regimented daily life. Even Pinnell's own assistant and successor, Jean-Étienne Esquirol, later admitted that much of it remained deplorable. Esquirol, who took charge after Pinnell, and would draft France's first lunacy law in 1838, by the way, documented that dangerous mental patients were at times kept in cages or behind bars if they could not be managed in any other way. The momentum of the reform could only go so far with the constraints of an old, crumbling institution housing thousands. Nonetheless, Pinnell had certainly lit a spark. By unchaining the mad and insisting on their humanity, he inaugurated an era of psychiatric progress. Paris, and indeed all of Europe, took notice of the miracle at Salpeterre. Doctors and dignitaries came to tour the asylum, now not as a gruesome sideshow, but as a site of pioneering treatment, an example to be followed. And so, we stand at the dawn of the 19th century, when Salpeterre would evolve into a new identity, not just a warehouse of woe, but a grand theatre of medical science. Well, in the decades after Pinnell, Le Salpeterre continued to loom large. Landscape of psychiatry and public welfare, that is. You see, everything on paper sounds good. The ideas of moral treatment started to take root. France passed a landmark law in 1838, championed by Esquirol, which we mentioned, requiring each department to establish an asylum for the mentally ill. Now, department is what they call the different areas, sort of like, administration zones, I suppose. Well, it reflected a new national commitment to care. But there's theory and practice. And in practice, conditions at Salpeterre remained a mix of progress and backwardness. The first half of the 19th century saw incremental improvements alongside persistent overcrowding and primitive facilities. Visitors' accounts from this period provide a candid window into daily life. In 1818, the Scottish physician Sir Alexander Morrison visited and found about 1,100 lunatics, all women housed there, a figure that made Salpeterre one of the largest single asylums in Europe for the insane. Now, this number does not even count the additional thousands of indigent elderly and others that were on the premises. Morrison described some encouraging signs, though. The patients' beds were clean, the wards were spacious enough, and a cadre of nuns helped care for the women. Importantly, he confirms that no chains were used at that time, and only roughly one attendant per 10 patients, relying instead of on surveillance and the calming presence of those religious nurses. Still, 1 in 10, that's pretty good. So, he didn't actually note one significant deficiency, though, the lack of heating, which can become quite a problem, remarking that the women must suffer greatly from cold floors and unheated rooms in winter. Overall, Morrison's tone was cautiously positive. Salpeterre, under Pinnell's influence, was cleaner and less brutal than the old madhouses, but still it was a far cry from comfort. Still, you can only compare it to the previous situation. Progress doesn't take big leaps like that, especially not in the medical field. By mid-century, further cracks in the idealized image of French asylums were becoming evident. In 1853, an English alienist, Daniel Hack-Tuke, toured Solpeter and came away disappointed. Writing about his visit, Tuke acknowledged that the ancient buildings and cramped grounds of Paris's asylums made truly modern care difficult. The Solpeter was then a very old facility, nearly been running for 200 years. The mold tends to build up, doesn't it? With labyrinthine stone halls that were just not designed for therapy. It's hard to ignore that it was originally a prison-like structure. It's only so many pictures you can put on the walls to cover that up. Tuke also observed that despite France's reputation, bolstered by Pinel and Esquirol's writings, the reality fell quite short. Mechanical restraints were still commonly used on patients in Paris, long after they'd been mostly abolished in England. He noted with dismay that a very considerable number of women at Solpeter were restrained in straitjackets, and some were even strapped down to chairs. This contrasted with the progressive English asylums that embraced a complete non-restraint policy by the 1850s, which is pretty early, I think. Well, the French doctors, Tuke reported, generally believed restraints were necessary and beneficial, showing a more conservative approach in practice. The well-known Dr. Jean-Pierre Falloret, who by the 1850s was a chief physician of one division of the Solpeter, candidly defended the judicious use of restraints when guiding Tuke through the walls. And yet, alongside the grim sight of patients in straitjackets, Tuke also witnessed scenes of compassion. He described visiting a tranquil day room organized by Dr. Falloret, where a large number of women sat together, sewing and looking clean and comfortable. In this supervised setting, patients engaged in memorized recitations of poetry and even sang songs accompanied by a piano. Tuke was pretty impressed by this, and he praised Falloret for encouraging such therapeutic activities. It was a glimpse of moral treatment in action, using social interaction, music, and gentle discipline to bring a sense of normalcy to the inmates' lives. One can imagine the strange poignancy of that scene, though. Rows of formerly raving women, now calm and dressed up in their best frocks, singing a tune or reciting a verse while the doctor nods approvingly. Sounds a little bit Sound of Music-esque to me. Well, it exemplified how Solpeter in the 19th century could oscillate between oppressive control and earnest efforts of care. A Spanish visitor in 1860, Dr. Pedro González Velasco, left an account that starkly highlights the persistence of inhumane conditions, even on the eve of major changes. Velasco's report, published shortly after Charcot's rise, lauded some aspects of Solpeter, but did not shy away from describing the horrific state of the most severe cases. Women with chronic mental illness or epilepsy who were confined in cages. These unfortunates lay on simple straw pallets placed on stone floors, effectively locked behind bars like animals. Their only toilet was an open hole in the floor to collect excrement. Such an image, human beings in cages with straw and filth, sounds medieval, but it comes from 1860, and that shows how parts of Solpeter remained frozen in this pre-Pinel barbarity. Velasco's account suggests that these were the extreme cases the asylum didn't know how to handle, and they were hidden away from the nicer sewing rooms that all the dignitaries and visitors saw. Indeed, his testimony was later used to shame Spanish authorities about their own asylums, implying that even enlightened France still had deplorable asylum conditions for the worse off. It would fall to the next generations of physicians to finally confront these last bastions of cruelty. But by the 1860s, relief for Salpeterre's chronic overcrowding was finally on the horizon. The population pressures that had somewhat eased as the new asylums opened on the outskirts of Paris. Institutions like St. Anne, Ville-Évreux, and Vaucluse were built in the 1860s, providing modern accommodation for mental patients and taking some of the burden off the outdated Salpeterre. The patient census at Salpeterre decreased from its peak, but it was still quite staggering. Even in the 1870s, records show about 5,300 women were there, of whom roughly 1,500 were classified as psychiatric patients. The rest were just poor or disabled or some other categorization. Now, this shows that Salpeterre had evolved into a more specialized hospital for the insane. Yes, but it remained also as a general depot for the needy. The conditions, however, remained cramped and unhygienic. The fabric of the building itself was old and unsanitary. We already talked about the sewers and the rats literally encroaching on parts of it. Thus, on the eve of the most famous chapter in its history, Salpeterre was a place of contradictions, a venerable institution revered by psychiatrists worldwide, yet also a scene of squalor and sorrow for many of the poor inmates. In 1862, a new chief physician arrived at La Salpeterre, who would catapult the asylum into international renown once again. That was Jean-Martin Charcot, a brilliant neurologist. He took charge of the Women's Mental Health Division and over the next 3 decades transformed Salpeterre into both a cutting-edge research center and, well, controversially, a stage for public display of neurological curiosities. Under Charcot's aegis, the darkest hallways of the old asylum became illuminated, sometimes literally with camera flash powder, but figuratively by scientific inquiry, but also by a sort of theatrical fascination with a mysterious condition known as hysteria. Charcot's accomplishments at Salpeterre were significant to say the least. He's credited with founding modern neurology and making the hospital the premier training ground for this emerging field. He systematically mapped diseases of the nervous system, from multiple sclerosis to Parkinson's disease, through meticulous clinical observation of the patients. The Salpeterre under Charcot boasted wards full of patients with rare neurological syndromes, a living laboratory where he and his students could observe symptoms and test treatments. Excuse me. In 1882, Charcot even established a photography department to document patients' physical signs, producing the famous iconography of photographs of Salpeterre, the atlas of clinical photographs of his patients. Well, the old asylum's role had pivoted. It was no longer just a warehouse, but now proudly termed a neuropsychiatric teaching facility. Doctors from around the world flocked to Charcot's Tuesday lectures to watch the master in action. Among the audience in the 1880s was a young Sigmund Freud, who came to witness Charcot's demonstrations and later credited them with inspiring psychoanalysis. For better or worse. Not really a fan of Freud, I'm afraid. However, Charcot's Salpeterre also revived the old spectre of spectacle, this time under the guise of medical demonstration. Charcot was especially fascinated by hysteria, a catch-all diagnosis typically applied to women with dramatic, unexplained neurological symptoms, paralysis, convulsions, bizarre behaviors, fainting, this kind of thing. He believed hysteria was a genuine nervous disorder worthy of study, and he used hypnosis to both induce and relieve hysterical attacks in his patients. Every week, in the packed lecture hall, Charcot would present selected patients, often young women, to exhibit their symptoms for the assembled doctors, students, and often just curious lay observers. The atmosphere was pretty electric. Dressed in their hospital gowns, these women might be hypnotized by Charcot with a few passes of his hand, whereupon they would fall into a trance, or reenact their hysterical fits on command. The audience watched in rapt attention, as a patient perhaps suddenly stiffened into a rigid pose, or burst into sobs and laughter, or swooned on the floor. It all depended on the stage of the hysteria that Charcot wished to illustrate. It was both scientific theatre and human tragedy, the suffering of these women put on display as lessons to be learned. Many who had histories of trauma and abuse, well, couldn't let that get in the way of a good show. Charcot's demonstrations became famous in Paris. Even the general public became intrigued by the spectacle of hysteria. Newspapers of the time reported on the astonishing scenes at Salpeter, and Charcot's star patients gained a certain macabre fame. For instance, Louis-Augustin Glazé, a teenage girl with dramatic hysterical seizures, became one of Charcot's most photographed subjects. Her contorted postures under hypnosis were printed in medical journals and can be seen in those 19th century photos, wide-eyed or arching her body in a pose of despair. Another patient, Blanche Whitman, often dubbed the Queen of Hysterics, so captured observers with her performances that she too entered lore. Later artists and writers referenced her as an icon of hysteria. It is telling that the era produced an image like Anne Brulé's 1887 painting, A Clinical Lesson at the Salpeter, depicting Charcot in a lecture as an ashen-faced hysterical woman modeled on a real patient swoons in the arms of attendants. The painting looks for all the world like a dramatic stage play, and indeed, this is how many later critics came to view Charcot's sessions, more theatre than therapy. But perhaps the most decadent embodiment of this mix of medicine and social spectacle was the infamous Bal de Folle, the madwoman's ball. Beginning around the 1870s, accounts vary, some claim as early as 1835, but well, in any case it gained renown in Charcot's time. Salpeter hosted an annual costume ball in the spring, coinciding with the mid-Lent carnival. It was ostensibly a supervised festivity for the patients' amusement, but it drew throngs of curiosity from high society. Parisian elites, writers, aristocrats, even members of fashionable demi-monde vied for invitations to this ball held on the asylum grounds. On the evening of the ball, the grand recreation hall of Salpeter would be decorated with flowers and paper lanterns. The female patients, excited to have a night of freedom, were dressed in their best clothes, sometimes in costumes. Some donned masks or ribbons, others were outfitted as if for a normal dance. They mingled with the guests under the watchful eyes of the hospital staff. A band struck up waltzes and polkas. By all contemporary reports, it was a fantastic ball, as beautiful as a bourgeois party, with refined decor and lively music. Sounds pretty good, right? Well, not really, because behind all of that festive veneer lay a disturbing implication. You see, the outsiders weren't coming just to dance. They were hoping of witnessing something thrilling. Perhaps an inmate would suddenly break into a wild dance or a hysterical fit. Indeed, it was said that many came hoping to see a woman contort during the evening. The patients were the entertainment. For the women of Salpeter, who lived the rest of the year in drudgery, the ball was likely a bit of a bewildering experience. one night of illusion, where they were the stars of a very bizarre show. Some might have relished the music and attention, others perhaps felt like animals on display once again, dolled up for the jeers and delight of complete strangers. Certainly not something I would involve myself in, guest or participant. Now, modern interpreters have cast the Val de Fall in a pretty harsh light, seeing it as a symptomatic of a patriarchal system that simultaneously oppressed these women but also exploited them as curiosities. Writers like Jean-Martin Charcot's contemporary critics and much later scholars pointed out that many Salpeter patients labeled as hysterics were likely just victims of trauma. They'd been abused, or they'd been assaulted, and their symptoms were just expressions of psychological pain. Now, instead of understanding the condition and trying to offer help, the 19th century medical establishment often reenacted their suffering in public forums. The mad woman's ball has been since adopted in novels and films as a symbol of these women's captivity and objectification. Now, here's the other thing, too. It is worth noting that not all stories from Charcot's Salpeter are tales like that. There's a few moments of light in the very dark tunnel. A few patients did find a kind of personal liberation. One remarkable example is Jane Avril, who as a teenager in the 1880s was admitted to Salpeter's hysteria ward. Jane, who was born Jeanne Baudon, had suffered abuse in her childhood and developed convulsions and a twitching gait, classic hysteric symptoms. Under Charcot's care, she received hypnosis treatments and participated in dance therapy sessions that were sometimes used to channel that hysterical energy. She left the asylum while still a young woman and, well, astonishingly went on to become a celebrated can-can dancer at the Moulin Rouge in the 1890s. Not bad. In fact, she also became a muse of painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec and a star of the Montmartre's nightlife. She later credited dance, which she first explored at Salpeter, as a salvation from her madness. Her story, though it is atypical, adds a bit of human dimension. Even in that worst asylum, a strong spirit could sometimes emerge, and a life could be rebuilt beyond those walls. Now, by the 19th century, the Salpeter's time as an asylum was nearing its end. The institution had started to shed its custodial functions and focus on medical ones. After Charcot's death in 1893, the fiery showmanship subsided, but the hospital remained a key center for neurology and psychiatry. Eminent physicians like Georges Gilles de la Tourette, who identified Tourette's syndrome, and Joseph Babinski continued Charcot's work on the wards. But increasingly, the aging complex itself was becoming obsolete. New psychiatric hospitals built outside the city offered more modern accommodations and more space for patients to exercise and recover. Meanwhile, the Salpeter became integrated with a nearby general hospital, La Pitié, a process that would culminate in the following century. As the 20th century dawned, La Salpeter's centuries-long chapter as an infamous asylum began to draw to a close. The grand old edifices on Boulevard de l'Hôpital could no longer meet the contemporary standards for healthcare. In 1911, the neighboring Hôpital de la Pitié, a general hospital originally founded in the 17th century for orphans, was relocated and built adjacent to Salpeter. The proximity of Pitié and Salpeter meant that over time their missions converged. Finally, in 1964, the two institutions formally merged to become the Pitié-Salpeter Hospital. This merger symbolized Salpeter's complete transformation from a segregating asylum to a modern general hospital complex. The once dreaded name, Salpeter, now lives on chiefly in a hyphenated form, attached to one of Europe's largest teaching hospitals, rather than to a house of horror. Through the 20th century, even before the merge, Salpeter had already evolved into more than just a typical hospital. Its neurology and psychiatry departments remained prestigious. For instance, it housed leading neurologists who advanced treatments for epilepsy, stroke, and other disorders. But the era of massive warehousing of the mad or undesirable was well and truly over. This sprawling heterogeneous female population that had characterized Salpeter in 1800 was gradually dispersed. Chronically mentally ill patients were increasingly moved to specialized psychiatric centers elsewhere. The cavernous dormitories that once held destitute widows and paupers were either repurposed or shut down. Where possible, some of the historic buildings were renovated to house new medical wards, research labs, and offices as part of the general hospital. But nevertheless, the dark history doesn't go away that quickly. During World War II, the hospital was occupied by German forces at times. And well, one imagines the ghost of its past amid the turmoil of Paris's occupation and liberation. After the war, psychiatry advanced with new drugs and therapies. For better or worse, insulin shock, electroshock therapy, and eventually modern psychotropic medications, some of which were certainly administered at Salpeter's psychiatric units. These mid-20th century treatments had their own troubling aspects. For example, electroconvulsive therapy in its early form could be quite traumatic. But they also heralded real improvements in patient outcomes, allowing many formerly long-term inmates to return to society. As the decades passed, La Salpeter shed its image of horror. By the late 20th century, if one heard the name, it might be in a very different context. For instance, it was at the Pitié-Salpeter Hospital that Princess Diana was rushed in 1997 after her tragic car accident, and where she ultimately died. Rest in peace to you. Well, it is a poignant footnote to this location. Once notorious for death and despair in the 1700s, became the place where an international icon's life slipped away, albeit with the world's best modern medicine attempting to save her. I still remember that day watching on the news. I was 7 years old at the time. I was away on holiday somewhere. Terrible what happened. Poor Diana. Anyway, maybe a Life of Princess Diana history one day, Hope I can do that justice. Well, other famous figures received care or died there as well, from the cabaret singer Josephine Baker to the philosopher Michel Foucault. These modern associations show that Salpeter is no longer an isolated, dark island, but a fully integrated urban hospital, part of Paris's everyday life and medical infrastructure. Well, if you walk through Pitié-Salpeter today, you will find a bustling medical campus with manicured lawns and modern buildings. But if you know where to look, you can still spot vestiges of the old asylum. The Chapelle Saint-Louis, built in the 1670s with its grand dome, still stands, a reminder of the religious underpinnings of the original site. And at the entrance courtyard, overlooking the flow of doctors, nurses, and visitors, stands a bronze statue of Philippe Pinel himself, erected in 1885. In his bronze glory, Pinel gazes forward, a gentle paternal hand outstretched, as if to calm an invisible sufferer. The monument's inscription honors him as the liberator who struck off the chains of the insane. And every day people pass by this statue on their way to the cardiology wing or the maternity ward. Perhaps they're unaware of the layers of history beneath their feet. But Pinel's presence also ensures that the legacy is not forgotten. Well, the story of La Salpeter, France's most infamous insane asylum, is ultimately just another narrative of darkness and enlightenment intertwined. Tens of thousands of women experienced unthinkable suffering, chained in dungeon cells displayed like zoo exhibits, subjected to neglect, abuse, violence. The asylum epitomized the failures of early society, which chose to solve social ills by pushing them to the side. But it was also a cradle of progress. It was here that courageous individuals like Pinnell and his followers proved that compassion could replace cruelty in the treatment of mental illness. And it was here that the nascent field of psychiatry took shape, and later neurology was born from that. As doctors sought to understand and cure ailments of the mind and brain that had long been dismissed as incurable. In the 19th century, it became a place where, paradoxically, some of the most marginalized patients found a kind of voice, whether through medical photography, public lectures, or even the Mad Woman's Ball. Society could not pretend that they just didn't exist anymore. In any case, the lesson of it is remaining vitally important. In remembering the long saga, the horror and the hope, we have to remember those countless unnamed who suffered, and very few were saved. Their stories of the conscience of psychiatry, a haunting reminder of where we've been, and a guidepost of where we should never return. Tuscany. It is perhaps one of the most beautiful places in the world. I know what comes to mind: the rolling green hillsides, or those lovely wineries, and all of those stone buildings. But among those buildings, there is one that's a little bit more notorious than the others, a place so notorious that the locals dubbed it the place of no return. In the early 20th century, families whispered that if you were sent behind its iron gates, you'd never come back. One former inmate recalled arriving in chains under the summer sun. Optimistic, he thought he'd only spend a short time there. Little did he know he would endure 6 years of hunger, cold, and cruelty within those walls. It's not a prison. It's a hospital. Volterra Psychiatric Hospital, an institution whose very name became synonymous with the darkest chapter of Italian mental health care. Today, we continue our series into the world's worst asylums, and we arrive in Italy this time. If you spend the next hour with me, if you got the stomach for it, well, you might encounter a few things you did not quite expect, and a few things you'd rather not. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. I am your host once again for today. Good to see you back, and if you're new here, good to see you. Well, I'd like to just quickly thank the Patreon and YouTube supporters for keeping the entire channel ad-free. We hate ads as much as you do, so we turn them all off. So thank you for your support. And also those who visit the merch store and give the occasional donation. Thank you very much. But if you can't afford to join that camp, well, that's fine. I don't blame you. Everything sucks at the moment. It's probably best that you save your money anyway. But liking, commenting, and subscribing is completely free, and it helps us push out in the algorithm a bit more, so if you want to do that, fair enough. If not, just enjoy the video. Speaking of which, let's get going. It all begins in 1888, where Volterra began quite humbly as a small ward for demented patients inside a larger charitable poorhouse. The city of Volterra had an ancient heritage and about 20,000 residents at the time, but tucked away in the former San Girolamo convent, a new reality was forming. The poorhouse's administrators, led by local benefactors like Aurelio Caoli and the Congregation of Charity, carved out a section to shelter those deemed mentally ill. By 1897, the Sezione Dementi had grown so crowded that it became a separate institution, the Asilo dei Dementi, occupying most of the old convent. Official recognition soon followed. In 1902, the government chartered it as the Frenocomio di San Girolamo, Volterra's lunatic asylum. In its first decades, Volterra's asylum was relatively small and served as a custodial home for the, quote, incurable, harmless, insane, often overflow patients transferred from older asylums in Siena and Lucca. Yet even in these early years, reforms were stirring up. In 1899, a medical director's post was created and new regulations were approved, signaling the shift from mere custodial care toward a more modern medical approach. Many at the time still viewed mental illness with fear and suspicion. The asylum was essentially a repository for the unwanted, not only the truly mentally ill, but also vagrants, epileptics, and all those little characters who didn't quite fit into the social norms, of course, being quite rigid. Conditions in the late 19th century asylums in general were often quite Spartan. You'd know that if you've been following along with the series. But Volterra's records hint that basic hygiene and care slowly improved around the turn of the century, but still it remained a closed world apart from the town, where those inside were largely forgotten by those outside. But then, a turning point. It came in 1902, when the asylum hired its first full-time director, Dr. Luigi Scabbia. Scabbia was a Padovan psychiatrist, and he arrived with quite a few ambitious ideas. Under his leadership from 1900 to 1934, the Volterra Asylum transformed into what he envisioned as a city within a city, an open, self-sufficient, therapeutic village. What could possibly go wrong? He expanded the hospital dramatically. He constructed over 40 pavilions across a vast campus of oak-dotted hills. Each pavilion functioned like a separate ward or workplace. Patients were put to work in myriad occupations. There were workshops for carpentry, shoemaking, weaving, tailoring, blacksmithing, and even a print shop and brick-making kiln. I don't know who would put their hand up to work in the brick-making kiln, but yeah, it is what it is. The grounds housed a bakery, kitchens, a laundry, an electrical generator, a slaughterhouse, a mill, a winery, and a farm. Gotta have the winery, we are in Tuscany after all. Virtually every service needed to sustain a small town. As for the patients, they grew their own food on institutional farms and vineyards. They baked their own bread. They made their own clothes. Scabbia firmly believed in work therapy as a way to give patients purpose and possibly prepare them for a life outside. Maybe. We'll see. At a time when many European asylums were squalid warehouses, Scabbia's approach was pretty progressive. He embraced the open-door policy, allowing certain wards to remain unlocked, and giving patients supervised freedom of movement on the grounds. Restraints like straitjackets were used sparingly under his rule, and he even promoted family foster care, in which some long-term patients could be placed with local families as a form of rehabilitation. Recreational and cultural activities were introduced. Patients formed a music band, and dances or theatrical performances were occasionally organized, reflecting Scabbia's humane impulse to bring a bit of normalcy to asylum life. Well, the asylum's population expanded under Scabbia's tenure. By the 1920s, new buildings sprung up to accommodate the influx of patients, and they came from all over Italy. Notably, Scabbia saw the construction of distinctive ward pavilions named after famous doctors. Many of those names, Charcot, Crepelin, Ramazzini, etc., still adorn the crumbling buildings today. He even established a unique internal currency in 1933 for use inside the hospital. Printed vouchers that patients could earn and spend in the asylum's little shops. This was meant to foster a sense of normal economic activity and reward work participation. In an extraordinary project, patients were also involved in archaeological excavations on the asylum grounds. During the 1920s, they helped unearth the ruins of Volterra's ancient Roman theatre. Now, such endeavors, they all sound pretty good, right? They all were hailed as examples of productive therapy, turning the asylum outward to engage with the local community. But, despite these enlightened ideas, Volterra was no paradise. Progressive as Scabia's philosophy was, it remained a total institution. Patients were still confined for years, some of them decades. Some former patients recalled that daily life, though structured, was strictly regimented. And underlying the therapeutic village ideal was a paternalistic assumption that the mentally alienated would live out their days in this contained world, largely segregated from society. And indeed, very few patients ever actually achieved reintegration, despite Scabia's stated goal of preparing them for a return to society. Volterra gained a reputation as a place that no one entered and left. Well, as a place that one entered but seldom left, you know what I mean. Of course, we've already mentioned the nickname, the place of no return. Seems like something out of a Dante Alighieri poem, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." But still, it doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Scabia himself died in 1934. In a telling gesture of devotion, he chose to be buried in the asylum's own cemetery among the patients he cared for. And by then, the Volterra Hospital had grown to be among the largest in Italy. Official figures show 4,557 patients in residence by 1939. Now that's an astounding number for a single facility. The ideal of the self-contained therapeutic community was realized. But it existed uneasily along the harsher realities that would soon become more pronounced. You would have thought that the foundation set by Scabia would continue, that the good days would last forever. But if you know anything about the 30s in Europe, you would know that things are about to change. The lofty village would soon take on more features of a prison as external forces and new leadership moved on in to change the hospital's character. And change it certainly did. During the 20s and 30s, Italy's fascist regime took power, and social control tightened somewhat across the country, including inside psychiatric hospitals. After Dr. Scabia had passed away, new directors steered Volterra into a more aggressive course. Dr. Giovanni de Nigris, who became director in the mid-1930s, enthusiastically adopted the latest somatic therapies that were sweeping psychiatry. Under de Nigris, Volterra introduced insulin shock therapy, malaria fevers, and electric shock as treatments for schizophrenia and other disorders. Not welcome additions, that's for sure. By the late 30s, even lobotomy, the neurosurgical destruction of brain tissue, was being performed on some patients at Volterra in step with international trends. Now, the optimistic humanism of Scabia's era gave way to a more clinical experimental atmosphere, in which patients often became test subjects for risky procedures. But the same thing was happening in France. The same thing was happening in the United States. This isn't something just happening in the Axis powers of the war. It's everywhere. It's just the psychiatric climate of the time. But the mid-1930s also saw Voltaire's use as kind of an instrument of the regime. Under the rigid new social policies, asylums were convenient places to sequester individuals considered subversive or undesirable. It became alarmingly easy to be thrown behind the walls of Voltaire and forgotten about. Political dissidents, outspoken anti-fascists, and even people accused of being immoral could end up in Voltaire on the thinnest of pretexts. The saying went that one could be locked up at the first sign of depression or schizophrenia, or for a political or moral transgression. Once inside, these new inmates joined the ranks of genuine psychiatric patients in an environment that was increasingly custodial and punitive. An internal regulation from this era speaks volumes about the asylum's insularity. Quote, "Nurses are not required to communicate with the families of the sick, give news, send out letters, nor may they bring patients any news or messages from the outside." Well, in practice, this meant that patients were cut off from the outside world, their letters were censored or simply never mailed, and their families often received no truthful information about their fate. One later published collection of patient letters even titled itself Denied Correspondence, and because so many heartfelt pleas written in Voltaire were just found unsent, stashed away in the archives decades later. This intentional isolation ensured that whatever happened inside Voltaire's walls remained inside the walls. Surviving first-hand accounts from the late 30s and 40s reveal the daily brutality and absurdities of life in Voltaire. One inmate, a young man that we will call Antonio, arrived in late August 1940 under armed escort, having been declared criminally insane. In his memoirs, Antonio describes being led up to the hilltop asylum in handcuffs, passing chained convicts from the local prison who jeered sympathetically. Roughly, misery loves company, malcomune mezza gaudio. Well, upon entering the forbidden gates, he was struck by the strange beauty of the setting. Olive trees and bright Tuscan sky surrounding the asylum grounds didn't seem too bad. For a fleeting moment he felt a bit of relief, thinking a 2-year sentence here might not be so bad amid such scenery. But little did he know he would endure hunger and torment that left him, in his own words, destroyed by starvation. After 3 years, he weighed only 34 kilograms. That's about 75 pounds in freedom units. Antonio was placed in the Ferry Pavilion, Voltaire's notorious judicial ward, which housed the criminally insane. Ferry was a relatively new building opened in 1935, perched on the Hill of Crosses, where executions had once been carried out in old Voltaire, lending a sense of sinister aura. I mean, they could have picked a better spot. In any case, a small separate section held 20 to 30 periziandi, those still undergoing psychiatric evaluation for court. These were Italy's castaways, the murderers, the thieves, the violent offenders from every region tossed together in one building. Antonio vividly recalled the babble of the dialects in the ferry courtyard, Sardinians conversing with Piedmontese, Calabrians with Triestines, each in their own tongue, forging a rough pidgin Italian to gamble over card games. All the dialects of Italy mingled, he wrote, likening it to a chaotic marketplace of language, a true cross-section of the nation's underbelly gathered behind bars. While Scabia's era had emphasized an open village, Ferry Pavilion in 1940 felt more like a prison. The windows were barred, the rooms cavernous and cold. Nurses were even called guards and wardens by the inmates. Discipline, well, that was often enforced with fists and clubs rather than therapy, Antonio discovered that any attempt to challenge authority could be met with severe punishment. He describes an early incident where he tried to send extra letters home complaining of hunger. The ward physician, Dr. Maurizio Mazzi, sternly warned him that if he wrote one more such letter, that he'd have him tied up for 15 days. Inmates learned to hold their tongues and follow orders, or they would face the dreaded isolation rooms and straitjackets. Yet there were acts of resistance. Antonio recounts one bold attempt to force the director to hear his grievances. In April 1941, he escaped the asylum in broad daylight. Slipping out during work duty, he scaled a low wall and sneaked through a gap in the hedges, eventually making his way into Volterra town and the station. Heart-pounding, he turned himself in, not seeking freedom but hoping the police would alert the director so he could finally state his case about his conditions. And the gambit did work, kind of, insofar as it got the asylum's attention, but not its sympathy. As soon as he returned to Ferry, Antonio was beaten mercilessly. He was strapped to a bed with a straitjacket and leather belts, and then a staff member stormed in and pummeled him for a full quarter hour. They made no exception in my case, he notes dryly. The unwritten custom was that every escapee got a beating upon recapture. He remained bound in isolation for over a week. In the end, the director still refused to speak with him. The only acknowledgement Antonio got was seeing the director peer at the patients through a window on a later round. On that occasion, Dr. Umberto Satesci, who became director in 1940, took one whiff of the unwashed inmates and reportedly remarked with disgust, "Let's move on. My nose is suffering," as he hurried away. The director of Volterra evidently could not bear even the smell of his charges. Now, such stories like this show the profound contempt and neglect that had seeped into the asylum's culture by the late 30s. The staff, from physicians down to orderlies, wielded near absolute power over the inmates. One internal rule even instructed orderlies to address patients by their admission numbers instead of names. Now, that's pretty dehumanizing, isn't it? It was mirrored in the asylum cemetery, too, where countless graves were marked only by numbers. It's little wonder that a contemporary witness described the Ferry Pavilion as a refuge of all sinners, a chaotic dumping ground for society's most marginalized. Next to petty thieves and peasant schizophrenics, you could find an educated man. Problem was, he crossed the regime. Had a little bit too much to think there, haven't you? Well, in one cell might be a troubled farm laborer who killed his wife in a psychotic frenzy, and in the next, a poet, or a dissident locked up for penning the wrong ideas. All were flattened into the same status, lunatics, and they were treated with equal parts indifference and brutality. And then there's more. If it couldn't get any worse, sexual predation was another dark aspect of asylum life. In his memoir, Antonio devotes passages to the rampant homosexuality and abuse that he observed. Volterra's male wards, like prisons, developed their hierarchies of active and passive sodomites. This is all in the wording that is provided, of course. He estimated roughly 1/3 of the patients engaged in homosexual acts or exploitation. Now, shockingly, he met one inmate who had been sent to Volterra at age 12, a child thrown into this environment. He wonders what judge could have been so stupid or reckless to commit a 12-year-old boy here, imagining that the judge must have never had a child himself. Antonio goes on to say that he felt that any father with a conscience would rather see his son dead than co-sign him to this Bolgia, Dante's term for a circle of hell. That was how they described Volterra's forensic ward. Now that 12-year-old boy from Trieste, now 19, had essentially grown up among predatory adult inmates. Indeed, Antonio vividly describes being propositioned by a much older inmate who offered him tobacco in exchange for sexual favors, an offer he refused. And he also witnessed others openly masturbating or performing sexual acts in the communal dormitories. One particularly grotesque image that he records is of a man who, after such act, licked his own seed off his hand in full view of everyone. The young Antonio, nauseated, lost his temper at the scene, which led him to an outburst of violence, throwing a soup bowl at a nurse, that in turn resulted in him being tackled, choked unconscious, and tied down for 20 days in yet another punishment cell. Such was life in the hell on the hill, as later recollections would call it. A stew of untreated mental illness, brutality, coercion, and desperation. Of course, all of it was largely hidden from the public view. The asylum's walls were high for a reason. And then the war broke out, as if things could not get any worse. Well, they do. The outbreak of World War II brought further calamity. Italy's involvement in the war from 1940 to 45 created severe shortages of food and resources nationwide, and these shortages hit closed institutions especially hard. As the war dragged on and on, the government imposed rationing on the most basic of foodstuffs. Within the asylum, this translated into dramatic cuts in already meager rations. These early months of war were a turning point, remembered grimly by patients. In October of 1940, with no warning, the morning bread allotment was suddenly slashed. Where once each ward table had a basket of bread slices for the taking, now each man received a pitiful 80-gram loaf. That's hardly anything. The bread was of poor quality, mixed with non-wheat flours to stretch it out. They're probably grinding up acorns and all the rest, you know. Hunger became a constant torment. Patients and even staff had a sense of dread, as one nurse warned a patient who tossed away a bread crust. Don't waste that. A time will come where you'll regret every crumb of it. Soon the daily fare developed further, or devolved rather. To substitute the missing bread, the kitchen began issuing a few boiled potatoes, skins on, at lunch and dinner. Well, for a time this helped a little bit. Nothing better than potatoes. It all sounds good. But as the economy worsened, even the potatoes ran out. By 1941, inmates were given a single boiled turnip as their ration supplement. Now this is essentially starvation fare. Antonio asked rhetorically, what is a turnip? The lowest of vegetables, no protein, no vitamins. You wouldn't even feed it to a pig you wanted to fatten. In terms of calories and nutrients, it's zero. Yeah, pretty much. Turnips are, well, they're not my favorite. Anyway. Yet the men of Volterra ate even the turnips because they had no choice. They had to choke them down as their bodies began to waste away. They also gnawed on whatever else they could find. Dried fava beans and roasted chickpeas were issued occasionally. Foods considered livestock feed in better times, but these were not better times. Antonio, who was a northerner, had never seen a fava bean before. But hunger taught him how to chew them raw with a little salt and oil when available. As famine set in behind the walls, inmates became desperate and resourceful in equal measure. Those whose families lived nearby fared best. Local relatives were allowed to visit periodically, war or not, and they would bring precious parcels of food. Perhaps a loaf of bread, some cheese or cured meat, or even just extra potatoes. A patient with a family in a Volterra area village suddenly became quite a wealthy man in the ward, sharing or trading a bit of food with his less fortunate peers. But for inmates from faraway provinces, like Antonio, who, by the way, his family was 400 kilometers north and completely unaware of what was going on, well, for people like him, there was just no rescue. The men grew pale and emaciated, eyes sunken, energy sapped. Antonio wrote that by the winter of 1941, everyone's face was the color of wax from malnutrition. Some work assignments provided slim opportunities to scavenge food. Antonio managed to get himself assigned to the cobbler's workshop, repairing shoes simply because he noticed the cobbler team often wandered the grounds delivering footwear to other pavilions. Sure enough, one of the inmate cobblers, a clever hustler named S, used the errands to obtain food. S would slip into the kitchen storerooms or befriend sympathetic workers, and he'd come back with pocketfuls of potatoes, beets, chestnuts, pretty much anything he could get his hands on. In the shoemaker's shack, they had a charcoal brazier for heat, called a caldano in Tuscan slang. S would bury a small bucket of potatoes in the embers to roast while the men worked. At most, this yielded half a potato extra per person. Better than nothing, Antonio notes. But they savored those smoky roasted potatoes like they were a delicacy. Hunger also drove men to extreme acts that read like a dark comedy. Perhaps the most infamous story concerns the pet dog of director Sarteschi, a large friendly Newfoundland named Lampo that roamed the grounds. One day, a group of starving patients, including Antonio, conspired to kill and eat poor little Lampo. Sounds pretty unbelievable, but Antonio's diary describes it in detail. He and an accomplice lured Lampo with a meatball and swiftly strangled or stabbed the dog. The account is a little coy on the exact method. They had already arranged with an orderly to turn a blind eye. The prisoners then skinned Lampo on the spot, quartered the carcass with a smuggled hatchet, and hid the pieces in a drain. Over the next day or two, they covertly retrieved each quarter from the drain and cooked the dog meat in the kitchen, feasting, quote, gleefully in defiance of the director, as Antonio put it. Well, the director was understandably distraught when his beloved pet vanished. He assumed that local thieves or gypsies had taken Lampo. He even posted a 1,000 lire reward in Tuscan newspapers for the dog's return. But needless to say, Lampo was never found. The patients had literally devoured the evidence of their rebellion. By eating the director's dog, the inmates exacted a secret, symbolic revenge on the man whose regime starved them. But in reality, the war almost caused Volterra to implode. By 1944 to 45, food supplies were so scarce that many provinces pulled their sponsored patients out of Volterra, not out of mercy, but because they could not afford the upkeep or feared for the patient's survival. Official records show that between 1940 and 45, Volterra's population dropped by about 2,000 inmates. Some were sent back to families or to smaller provincial asylums that could still support them. Others simply died of malnutrition and disease. The war literally starved the asylum systems. Historians have documented that thousands of psychiatric patients perished of hunger in Italy during the Second World War. In the case of Volterra, the massive decline in census was noted as a grave crisis. Ironically, this temporary thinning of crowded wards may have saved some lives by 1945, as those who remained had slightly more to eat once the Allied relief efforts began providing food to institutions. When the war ended in 1945, survivors like Antonio were gaunt and traumatized. In May of 1946, After 6 hellish years, he was finally discharged, and he went home, only to find himself so institutionalized that freedom was a new struggle. He developed agoraphobia, a fear of open spaces after being so long behind walls. Many others simply had no homes to return to, and they remained in the asylum. Nonetheless, the immediate post-war period brought a brief glimmer of hope that conditions might improve. The old government was gone, and Italy's new democratic ethos called for more humane treatment. But, as we shall see, Voltaire's darkest fame was yet to peak. The worst overcrowding and notoriety came in the 50s and 60s. You'd think it would get better, but it only gets worse. In the 50s, Volterra entered its busiest and most infamous phase. By the mid-60s, it was one of the largest asylums in Europe, reportedly housing over 6,000 patients at once. Italy's booming post-war population and a still conservative social climate meant that people continued to be committed to asylums in great numbers. Volterra took in patients not just from its home province of Pisa, but also from nearby regions like Livorno and even further afield, if the beds were available. And sometimes, even if they weren't. You see, the facility swelled beyond its intended capacity. Overcrowding was severe. Many pavilions housed double or triple the number of patients they were designed for. For example, the Ferry Judicial Pavilion, built for a few hundred, ended up cramming in well over 500 inmates at times. One account notes that Ferry only had 20 sinks and 2 toilets per 200 patients, a ratio that speaks to the appalling sanitary conditions. Imagine the smell. In such an environment, privacy was also non-existent, and basic hygiene a constant struggle. The hospital's therapeutic pretensions faded as it essentially became a human warehouse. These years solidified Volterra's reputation as the place of no return. It was commonly observed that people admitted for even minor mental or social troubles often never got out. Families might commit a difficult relative, say someone who had depression, an intellectually disabled child, or just an unruly teenager. They expected treatment, but once inside, the patients would languish for decades. Discharge rates were extremely low. Part of the problem was that Italy's mental health law dating from 1904, which emphasized custodial care. If someone was deemed of danger or of self to others, or simply a public nuisance, they could be interred indefinitely unless they were explicitly cured. Not 90% there, or deemed safe enough to be in society with people watching them. No, they had to be 100% cured. And certainly a cure was a high bar in an era before effective psychiatric medications. Thus, many patients simply disappeared into Volterra and were forgotten. They became long-term inmates, regardless of their initial diagnosis. Treatments in the 50s and 60s remained brutal, despite some medical advances. Electroconvulsive therapy was administered frequently, often without adequate anesthesia or muscle relaxants in those days. Volterra was known nationally for its heavy use of electroshock. It was not uncommon for patients to receive dozens of ECT sessions, sometimes as punishment for misbehavior as much as therapy. Insulin coma therapy was another widely used intervention through the 50s, gradually waning after 1960. Basically, they would induce hyperglycemic comas in patients. And then there were a handful of frontal lobotomies performed in the 40s and 50s, leaving some patients in vegetative states. Additionally, a curious therapy called opoterapia, was tried under one director, essentially hormone injections. in psychopathic and aggressive patients, an experimental treatment aimed at calming them. By the early 60s, psychotropic drugs had finally arrived. Chlorpromazine or thorazine and other early antipsychotics started to become available. Under director Gino Simonini, who took charge in 1955, Volterra did incorporate the new psychiatric medications, which gradually replaced the more dangerous coma shock therapies as first-line treatments. Patients were put on heavy regimens of sedatives and antipsychotic drugs, which, while somewhat taming chaotic behavior, often left them in a chemical daze. One could walk into a ward and see rows of patients sitting on benches along the walls, mouths agape and drooling. The telltale thorazine shuffle posture. The new drugs helped staff manage the hordes of inmates, but they did not necessarily improve the patient's chances of discharge or recovery in a meaningful sense. They just lowered the overtime, I suppose. Life in these years was deeply monotonous and regressed. Daily schedules were rigid. Wake at dawn, meager meals, idle hours in locked day rooms or bleak courtyards, and then an early lights-out call. Occupational therapy continued, the workshop still operated, and the able patients worked in agriculture or maintenance. But with so many patients, meaningful work was not available for everyone. Many simply idled in the chronic wards. A patient described the endless walking in circles in the courtyard or pacing the corridors, a ceaseless attempt to quell anxiety or just pass the time, the shuffle of hundreds of feet on stone floors creating a constant background noise. As for amusements, card games and cigarettes did the heavy lifting there. Gambling was rampant. Men would bet on rounds of cards using cigarettes or even pieces of bread as currency. In quieter corners, some patients formed improvised families or friendships, looking after each other in the absence of real kin. But violence was never far away. Scuffles and outbursts routinely broke out, given the volatile mix of illness and institutional stress. Meanwhile, letters remained strictly controlled. Most outgoing mail was still censored or just thrown out during this era, unless it spoke only of innocuous things. Indeed, when investigators later opened Volterra's archives, they found piles of unsent patient letters spanning from the 50s and 60s, ranging from heartbreaking appeals, "Dear family, please take me home, I'm badly treated here," to confused ramblings that likely never stood a chance of being delivered. The regime of silence persisted. Visits from family were infrequent, and when they did happen, they were often traumatic. Seeing a loved one altered by years of confinement and heavy medication could be overwhelming for relatives, who sometimes simply stopped coming. Thus, many inmates became effectively abandoned, with the asylum as their only world, and the staff and fellow patients as their only family. The physical conditions of the hospital in these years, despite earlier improvements, deteriorated under the strain of overcrowding. Sanitation was poor. Too few toilets, often backed up or filthy. Contagious diseases like tuberculosis spread in the cramped dormitories. Patients were issued thin, worn-out uniforms. Laundry was not always sufficient, leading to foul smells and vermin infestations. And then when the winter hit, heating was inadequate in many pavilions, a legacy of the poor infrastructure. Now remember that the ferry ward was built without central heat. Patients slept fully dressed under the threadbare blankets, shivering through the cold, windy nights. Some older buildings grew dilapidated. Leaking roofs and peeling paint were a common sight in the 60s. In essence, the grand village was falling apart, even as more and more souls were packed into it. But this was also the period that Volterra's most famous patient artwork came into being, a poignant counterpoint to the darkness. From 1959 to 1972, a schizophrenic patient named Oreste Fernando Nanetti methodically engraved a 180-meter-long graffiti text onto the plaster of an outdoor courtyard wall, using the metal buckle of his straitjacket like a chisel. Nanetti, who called himself NOF4, scratched an epic autobiographical fantasy along the walls of the Pavilion Ferry. He inscribed writings including imaginary space adventures, telepathic messages, and diaries of abuse witnessed, an entire universe carved into the concrete. Other patients, and even a few nurses, noticed the quiet man etching day after day on the wall. But for years, no one stopped or encouraged him. It was simply one man's obsessive pastime amid the daily drudgery. Only later would Nanetti's graffiti wall be appreciated as a work of art, a rare creative expression that somehow survived the erasure of identity enforced by the asylum. At the time of its creation, though it was just part of the scenery of suffering, words literally scratched onto the walls, a testament that he was here, he existed, from someone who the asylum tried to render voiceless. But despite all the misery, the 1960s change was brewing in Italian society. Psychiatric hospitals began to face scrutiny. A reform movement, led by visionary psychiatrists like Franco Basaglia, argued that such asylums were inherently dehumanizing, and they should all be abolished. Volterra, however, was slow to change internally. There were some small steps. In the late 60s, enlightened staff members started a patient-written magazine called The Human Dimension, giving a few patients a platform to write poems and articles, a remarkable experiment in a place that had denied them a voice for so long. In 1968, patients at Volterra even organized a song contest, mirroring the San Remo festival, where they performed songs, a moment of fleeting joy and normalcy, I suppose. Such initiatives hinted at reforms to come, but at heart Volterra in the 60s was still operating under the old custodial model. One internal report at the time admitted that Law No. 36 of 1904, the antiquated mental health law, was still being applied to the letter, meaning the focus was on segregation and maintenance, not cure. It would take national legislation and a paradigm shift in the 70s to finally break Volterra's oppressive hold on its thousands of patients. And so came the early 70s, and with it, a wave of psychiatric reform. And Volterra would eventually be forced to close as a result. This was nothing short of revolutionary. After years of activism and pilot projects in other cities, notably Perugia, Gorizia, Trieste, Italy passed Law 180 in May of 1978, the famous Basaglia Law, which mandated the gradual shutdown of all traditional psychiatric hospitals in the country. Italy became the first nation in the world to legally abolish the old asylum system. The law was named after Franco Basaglia, the psychiatrist who had demonstrated that patients could live better in the community setting, and who had denounced asylums as total institutions that only worsened mental illness. For Volterra, a place that embodied everything that Basaglia criticized, Law 180 was truly the death knell. But it didn't happen overnight. In the years just before 78, Volterra had already seen a few internal shifts. A new director, Dr. Carmelo Pellicano, took charge in 1975 and was openly in favor of deinstitutionalization. Under his leadership, they began to implement a therapeutic community approach. More open doors, fewer restraints, and careful relocation of patients to smaller halfway houses or family care when possible. Some of the worst old buildings were demolished or remodeled in the early 70s, and efforts were made to integrate patients into surrounding communities through day outings and work programs. The number of inmates started to drop as admissions slowed and discharges increased. After 1978, Volterra officially ceased admissions and gradually began transferring or releasing its remaining population. This process, however, took a few years. The Italian system allowed a transition period. By the early 1980s, most of the wards at Volterra were shuttered. Their former occupants moved to general hospitals or psychiatric units or community mental health centers. The emptying of Volterra was dramatic. Where once thousands had milled about the courtyards, now the great complex fell eerily silent, inhabited by a skeleton staff caring for the last few dozen chronically ill patients who, frankly, had nowhere else to go. The final closure date is often cited as 1978, because that is when the asylum function effectively ended. But in reality, a few residual patients lingered on for years. In fact, the formal bureaucratic end came on December 31st, 1996, when Italy's government required that any residual psychiatric hospitals to be completely shut down by law. At Volterra, those last years saw maybe a few geriatric patients or forensic cases in one corner of the campus. Some sources indicate a small forensic unit remained operational into the 80s. But symbolically, 1978 stands as the year where Volterra's age of horrors was pretty much over. The closure had significant ripple effects. Economically, it was a shock for the town of Volterra. The asylum had been a major employer for local residents, nurses, cooks, laborers, etc. In 1978, the population of Volterra was around 11,000, and a large fraction of families had someone working at the hospital. When it closed, unemployment spiked, and the community had to reinvent itself. Some turned to tourism and alabaster handicrafts, for which Volterra is known. But many locals also greeted the closure with relief and a bit of pride. Relief that such a place was no longer operating, and pride that Italy had taken a humane step forward. For the patients, closing Volterra was a bittersweet liberation. Some long-time inmates had difficulty adjusting to life outside the institution after decades inside. There were stories of patients who, upon being released to new group homes, would still line up at 6 a.m. or ask for permission to use the toilet, their habits ingrained by years of regimentation. Others, well, they blossomed once free of the oppression. They learned basic life skills, formed friendships, and lived in dignity in small-scale residences. Italy invested in a network of community mental health care centers, and psychiatric wards in general hospitals would handle the acute cases in line with Basalia's vision of care without incarceration. That's not to say it's perfect. Post-asylum services were underfunded at times, but it was certainly a radical departure from the past. The brick walls of Volterra would never hold inmates again. But before we go, you might want to go and Google Volterra, because you can take guided tours. That's right, they haven't demolished it. Guided tours of the facility are sometimes offered where safe. There's even a small museum in the former admission building. I've seen pictures. It's very cool. Visitors can walk in those corridors and peer into the cells with those rusted bed frames where so many nights of human misery were spent. A kind of macabre day out. But it's important to see these things, I think. Tour guides and mental health professionals use these visits as an opportunity to educate people about how far psychiatric care has come, from the neglect and abuse that places like Volterra embodied, to a more compassionate and rights-based approach today. The local community, once perhaps ashamed of the asylum, now works to preserve its history as a warning and a memorial. So, in reflecting on it, you can see a mixture of horror and resilience. On one hand, a site of tremendous suffering. Tens of thousands passed through its gates between 1888 and 1978, many of them living in despair, stripped of dignity and identity. Families were broken, lives were lost irreparably. The asylum exemplified how good intentions, Scabia's early reforms, can be subverted by systematic inertia and loss of humanity. But on the other hand, within that hell there were those little flickers of compassion and creativity. The nurse who quietly helped get potatoes to people, the inmate who shared his care package food with a starving friend, and even those artists like Nanetti, who asserted their existence through creation. Then, of course, the conscientious objectors like Dr. Pellicano, who fought from within to change the system. The ghost of Volterra urged us to never forget what happened in places like this, and by remembering the story, we honor those who suffered and ensure that such a place of no return never exists again. It was early 1972, and millions of disgusted Americans sat in their living rooms, watching an exposé of almost unimaginable cruelty unfolding on the evening news. Grainy footage revealed children and adults huddled together on bare floors, naked and smeared in their own filth, all together wailing in despair. The only sound in the crowded ward, one reporter noted, was an eerie communal wail, the collective moaning of those poor, suffering inmates. It might have been a horror film in a different time, but it was shockingly real, and it was filmed inside an institution just a few miles out of New York City. This was Willowbrook State School, a place where the air itself was said to smell of filth, disease, and death, an institution whose very name became synonymous with abuse and neglect, a living hell. Once envisioned as a progressive facility for children with developmental and intellectual disabilities, by the 1960s and 70s, Willowbrook had degenerated into what can only be called a humanitarian disaster. But the horrors exposed here were no isolated story. They pulled back the curtain on systematic injustice in the mid-20th century American healthcare system, where the most vulnerable were thrown away to a place where no one would see or hear them. And so today, half a century on from that exposé, we're going to tell the story again, from the very beginning to the very end. So if you'd like to come with me and go into a bit of a darker chapter of American history, it'll be my pleasure to be your guide. But before we begin, let me issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you're new here, I invite you to subscribe if you feel inclined to, and for those returning, good to see you again. Now, this video is 100% ad-free. Just as much as all the other videos on this channel, you might want to have a look in the playlists and see what you like. And this is due to the kind contributions of those on Patreon, the YouTube members, those who chose to donate to the PayPal and through YouTube Super Thanks, and also those who chose to check out the merch store with all of its goodies. Now, without further ado, let's begin. The story begins in October 1947 on Staten Island, when Willowbrook State School opened its doors. Originally, it was hailed as a model institution for children, classified by the state as mentally defective, whatever that means. I'm sure that back then the classification for that was quite broad. In any case, its origins dated back to the late 1930s and 40s, and the campus had been built during the Second World War, and of course briefly used as a military hospital, before being turned over to New York's Department of Mental Hygiene, as it was called. Oh, and by the way, before it was called Willowbrook State School, it was called Halloran General Hospital. Now, the post-war climate was quite optimistic, and it was within this new cheery mood that Willowbrook's mission sounded almost noble: to provide care, education, and training for children with intellectual disabilities, who at the time had very few alternatives. Early administrators spoke of teaching self-care skills, perhaps even returning some residents to the community. The sprawling complex sat on 375 acres and initially claimed to house around 4,000 children. With airy buildings and green lawns, it suggested a kind of self-contained school village, the place to be. And from the outside, well, it looked pretty nice. In theory, Willowbrook was part of a broader mid-century expansion of public health and social services, and that showed society's intent to handle disability scientifically and humanely. Times were changing, so was science, and new doctors coming in with new ideas. Well, as for the parents, those who struggled to care for disabled children at home, they often saw placement in such a state school as a kind of hopeful opportunity for expert help. Well, unfortunately, the reality would soon depart drastically from those optimistic promises. Well, within a decade of its opening, Willowbrook began to buckle under the weight of chronic underfunding and swelling admissions. By the mid-1950s, the census had blown past the intended capacity. Children, and even some adults, whom the system had no other place for, were crammed into its dormitories. Of course, they were originally pretty decent-sized dormitories, but the size is only relative to how many people you can shove into there. In any case, by 1965, Willowbrook housed over 6,000 residents, despite being designed for only about 4,000, and that made it the largest institution of its kind at the time in the United States. The physical plant and staffing never kept pace with this growth. Additional buildings were added hastily over the years, but budget increases were meager, and hiring lagged far behind the needs. New York's policymakers, confronted with this swelling number of individuals diagnosed with intellectual and developmental disability, simply just kept funneling them down to Willowbrook and similar facilities, effectively warehousing people out of sight and out of mind. In practice, Willowbrook became a custodial asylum, not a therapeutic school. An institution just over a few miles from those gleaming skyscrapers of Manhattan, devolving into a backwater where society's undesirables were dumped and largely forgotten. As overcrowding intensified, every measure of care quality plummeted. Living quarters, originally meant to be classrooms and dormitories, were converted into kind of mass barracks. In some wards, perhaps 70 to 80 children might sleep in rows of metal cots or mats on the floor, packed so tightly that staff could barely walk between them. Dayroom areas intended for recreation were instead filled with beds, and privacy was non-existent. The bathroom situation, as you can imagine, was, well, there were not enough toilets or baths for the thousands of residents. In some buildings, just a handful of toilets for several hundred children. Maintenance couldn't keep up. Paint peeled from the walls. Windows went unwashed. and basic cleanliness completely thrown out the window. Aides struggled to change diapers or clean up messes promptly, and a pervasive odor of human waste and disinfectant came to characterize the place. Well, when you walk into a hospital, you've got that smell of disinfectant and you think, that's covering something up, isn't it? You know what I mean. Not the most pleasant thought. Well, what about the food? You can imagine that was stretched thin, too. Mealtimes were chaotic, assembly line affairs, kind of like an overcrowded prison, with hurried attendants spooning institutional porridge into their mouths one after another. Assembly line style. Often slower eaters simply went hungry. There was no time for individual feeding in the rush. And if you had an intellectual disability that was affecting your ability to eat properly, well, that's just bad luck, isn't it? You might have been among one of the malnourished or underweight children. They were quite common in the internal reports, though these rarely reached the public eye at the time. That would all come later. Willowbrook's rapid descent was not only due to numbers, though. It was also a tale of systematic neglect. By the early 1960s, funding per resident was abysmally low, and cost-cutting was a constant concern of state bureaucracy. Now, I do not need to be the one to remind you, but when they say cost-cutting, what they always mean is profit-raising. Keep that one in mind. Now, the staffing ratio became almost absurd. One staff member might oversee 40, 50, or even more children on a ward. That's right, one person for up to 50 or 60 people. How are you meant to keep up with that? In such conditions, providing any kind of true education or therapy was nearly impossible. So why bother? Many of the rank-and-file attendants were poorly paid, inadequately trained, and overwhelmed by the demands of caring for so many high-need individuals at once. Turnover was high, contributing to inconsistent or sometimes callous care. The more idealistic or compassionate staff found themselves burning out, or just fighting a losing battle. Just too much to keep up with. But others, which is even a sadder detail, become to grow indifferent or even abusive amid the chaos. Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. Don't worry. In any case, by the mid-1960s, Willowbrook had certainly cemented its dark reputation, even within the closed world of state institutions, but it still remained largely hidden from the public view, its problems known mainly to underfunded watchdog agencies and to the families who, when they visited their children, sensed that something was amiss. Surely, things weren't meant to be this bad, right? This is meant to be a school. It's meant to be a hospital. What on earth is going on? But the reality was, when most of them came to visit, the majority of the more flagrant offenses were hidden from them, a prescribed path. Or their children were brought into those visiting rooms which were a little bit more sanitary and normal. Certainly didn't want to ring any bells by bringing them into the actual reality of the situation. But what exactly was the daily life of a resident of Willowbrook like, especially during its worst years? Well, perhaps fortunately or equally unfortunately, we have ample testimony and documentation that paint a pretty bad picture. In fact, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, who made a surprise tour of Willowbrook in 1965, famously described it as a, quote, snake pit.
After walking through several of the overcrowded wards, Kennedy was visibly shaken. He reported finding children, quote, living in filth and dirt, their clothing in rags, in rooms less comfortable and cheerful than the cages in which we put animals in a zoo. Well, that comparison to zoos in particular shows how dehumanizing the environment had become. Kennedy's words were not hyperbole. Residents at Willowbrook were indeed treated like animals, or perhaps even worse. Since a well-run zoo at least ensures clean enclosures and regular feeding, something that Willowbrook had struggled with. Hygiene and sanitation at Willowbrook had reached a state of collapse because of the woefully inadequate staffing. Basic tasks like bathing, toileting, and cleaning the wards were performed infrequently, or when they were, in a rushed manner. It was not unusual for a single attendant to be responsible for washing dozens of profoundly disabled children in a short time. One former resident, Bernard Carbello, who spent 18 years of his youth inside Willowbrook, recalled that the staff would sometimes clean the children by using the same rag and dirty mop bucket of water which they had just mopped the floor with. In other cases, groups of children might be herded into a communal shower and only given a cursory rinse, little soap or personal attention. And then there was the lice, the scabies, and the other parasites. Trying to fight them off was hopeless. A high percentage of residents had such infestations at any given time. The combination of crowded dormitories and irregular bathing also meant a constant stink of unwashed bodies. In the worst wards, children lay half naked on urine-soaked mattresses and feces smeared the floors and walls, simply because there were too few hands, or sometimes not enough willing ones to clean up thoroughly. Clothing and personal belongings were similarly deficient. Many residents owned nothing beyond a name tag, or perhaps a basic set of institutional clothing. But because laundry services were overstretched, garments were often filthy or missing. Photographic evidence and eyewitness accounts described children wandering around unclothed, or only in thin undershirts despite cold conditions. Some residents were even kept naked for extended periods, either for convenience in showering or lack of clean clothes to go around. Piles of soiled clothing might sit unwashed for days. As one staff member later explained to investigators, quote, "We don't have enough clothing. We don't have the proper help to keep clothing on them." Observers noted children shivering or walking about with only a towel or sheet draped over them. And that image of a near-nude, vulnerable child in a barren, dirty ward is one that those who visited Willowbrook will never forget. Neglect was the norm, not the exception. But outright abuse also festered in this environment. With scant supervision and a population that could not easily report mistreatment, some attendants exploited their power horrifically. Reports and court testimony would later document instances of physical abuse, children being kicked, slapped, or even struck with objects by the frustrated and overworked staff. There were even cases of residents beaten severely for minor misbehavior, or simply out of a staff member's rage. Of course, the other side of physical abuse occurred as well. In the years after Willowbrook's conditions came to life, investigators found evidence that some staff had forced themselves upon the residents, and that stronger residents often preyed on the weaker ones. At that time, these abuses were mostly hidden, occasionally surfacing in whispers or quickly hushed-up incident reports. The dysfunctional culture of Willowbrook, even well-meaning employees could become desensitized. Aides sometimes resorted to cruel practices as crude behavioral management systems.
They'd sometimes bind children to chairs or beds to control them, or they would dole out harsh punishment for the most minor of infractions. It was later recounted that one staff member had a wooden paddle. They used to carry it around and use it liberally to enforce silence. And then there were the restraints. They were frequently used at Willowbrook too, often in many unsafe ways. Many residents, especially those with multiple disabilities, were strapped into chairs or beds for long periods, simply because the staff lacked the capacity to monitor them. And tragically, this led to at least one well-documented fatality. In June of 1965, a 12-year-old girl named Renee Meckler died from strangulation. Renee, who had physical disabilities and seizures, was routinely tied to a chair to keep her from falling. On that day, she apparently slid down in the chair. The restraining strap, which had been jury-rigged in lieu of proper safety harnesses, slid around her neck, and she slowly choked to death. By the time an attendant found her, it was much too late. The institution's director called Renee's death a tragic accident and insisted that improper restraints were against policy, yet the very need for such restraints was born of understaffing and the lack of appropriate equipment. In any case, her death briefly made the local papers, sparking a little bit of outrage and an internal investigation. It showed what a lot of people already knew, that Willowbrook was not only a place of misery, but quite often a deadly one. And indeed, mortality rates, they were shockingly high. Children died of preventable ailments like pneumonia or injuries sustained in untended accidents, occasionally under suspicious circumstance too. In fact, one physician who worked there later noted that the death rate among Willowbrook residents was significantly higher than that for New York City's general population, and by some estimates, 10 times higher. Well, that's a sobering statistic, isn't it? Life inside Willowbrook. You get sent there to get cured. Instead, they kill you. Well, if the restraints didn't get you, the disease might. And disease outbreaks were certainly quite common, exacerbated by the squalor and the overcrowding. In the winter of 1960 to 61, for example, Willowbrook experienced a massive measles epidemic. Over 600 children fell ill with the malady, and at least 60 of them died in that single instance. 60 deaths, a toll equivalent to a small classroom of children, from an illness that even in 1960 could have been mitigated with better infection control, and soon after, of course, with more advanced methods. Now, this tragedy shows how public health crises were amplified by the conditions in general at Willowbrook. Gastrointestinal illnesses, respiratory infections, and skin diseases, they spread around too, through the packed dormitories. And medical care was minimal. A handful of doctors and nurses for thousands of patients, doing triage at best. Infirmary rooms overflowed during outbreaks, and many sick children were simply kept on their cots in the general wards, exposing others. For many residents, Willowbrook was not a refuge from illness, but a place where they became sicker than ever. But it is important to note, and this is very, very critical to say, that not everyone who worked at Willowbrook were cruel or indifferent. Some staff members really did try their best under the conditions, and some later became whistleblowers to expose what they had seen. However, the institutional culture as a whole was overwhelmingly one of containment rather than care. The daily routine revolved around managing bodies, getting everyone fed, toileted, minimally cleaned, and then back to bed, rather than nurturing minds or fostering growth. Now, here's a term that is often used: custodial care. This essentially means just keeping people alive, sometimes even failing at that. There was little in the way of education or enrichment for the children, which was the whole point of the place in the first manner, and many residents spent their days just languishing in stark rooms. Nothing to do, very little to talk about, no sensory stimulation. Those who could walk might wander aimlessly in the halls or yards. Those who were non-ambulatory lay in bed or sat restrained in chairs for hours. This monotony, lack of human engagement, led to severe developmental regression and emotional despair. It's enough to drive anyone mad. Visitors in later years described entering wards where rows of children and adults rocked back and forth incessantly, a self-soothing behavior seen in animals kept in cages, or engaged in self-harm, like biting their hands and arms. The psychological toll of such neglect was profound, though largely unmeasured at the time. Absolute hell on earth, a place where basic human dignity had been almost entirely lost. But amid all the neglect and all the filth, another disturbing chapter was written, one that raised pressing ethical questions. The overcrowding and unsanitary conditions led not only to outbreaks of disease, but also to an infamous medical research program carried out on Willowbrook's residents. Beginning in the mid-50s and continuing well into the 60s, a team of researchers conducted deliberate experiments on children at Willowbrook, infecting them with hepatitis in an effort to study the disease and test potential vaccines. Well, it's almost unbelievable by today's standards, but who knows what's going to come out in the news. You never know what they're doing behind your backs. Anyway, why did Willowbrook become a setting for hepatitis experiments? Good question. And the reason lies in the tragic epidemiological reality of the institution. Now, particularly hepatitis A, a virus that spreads through oral and fecal contamination, was rampant in Willowbrook. In such close quarters, with poor hygiene, nearly every new child admitted would contract hepatitis within their first year. Doctors estimated that over 90% of Willowbrook residents got hepatitis at some point, often within 6 to 12 months of arrival. It was so endemic that Willowbrook was jokingly referred to by some medical staff as a hepatitis farm. That's not a very funny joke. Well, in 1955, Dr. Saul Krugman of New York University, a respected pediatrician and virologist, saw in this situation an opportunity for research. So he and his colleagues had reasoned that since hepatitis was seemingly unavoidable for Willowbrook's children, well, they might as well just study it under controlled conditions and possibly develop some preventative measures. One giant petri dish. Well, by today's ethical framework, this rationale is deeply flawed. But at the time, the institutionalized disabled were often seen as appropriate for the greater good. Krugman's studies, which began in 1956, involved feeding live hepatitis virus to uninfected children or injecting them with extracts derived from the blood or stool of those already ill. In plain terms, they intentionally infected children with hepatitis. The immediate aim was to observe the course of the disease and to test whether administering gamma globulin, an antibody-rich blood fraction, could prevent or mitigate the infection. And so, over the years, hundreds of children were part of these studies. Some were given a newly developed and weakened strain of hepatitis to see if it could act as a kind of vaccine of sorts. Others were simply monitored after being deliberately exposed. Well, the outcomes did produce knowledge. Dr. Krugman's work at Willowbrook led to a much clearer understanding of the difference between hepatitis A and hepatitis B, now that is, infectious hepatitis versus serum transmitted hepatitis.
Well, it also eventually contributed to the development of a hepatitis B vaccine and better prophylaxis, using immunoglobulin. Medical words are always difficult. Thank you for your tolerance. Well, these were non-trivial medical advances, by the way. And Krugman defended his actions by arguing that the children involved faced no appreciable additional risk, at least beyond what they already encountered at Willowbrook, since they were pretty much going to get hepatitis anyway. He claimed that only children whose parents had given consent were included in the experiments. Well, with the parents giving consent, that just adds another layer of horror to the whole thing, I think. However, the ethical criticism of the Willowbrook experiments was, and remains, very intense. To many, it was a clear-cut case of exploiting a captive and vulnerable population who couldn't fight back. The notion of consent from parents in this context was, yes, problematic to say the least. Willowbrook had long waiting lists for admission. It was so overcrowded that hundreds of families were turned away. It later emerged that some parents effectively were told that the only way to secure a spot for their child at Willowbrook was to enroll them in the human experimentation side of things. In other words, desperate, often poor, working-class families with severely disabled children felt they were unable to care for at home, were coerced into agreeing, because the alternative was no institutional care at all. But this kind of consent under duress would have been rightly considered quite invalid today by our modern standards, and even those parents who did give genuine permission likely didn't understand fully the risks or nature of what they were doing. Moreover, the children themselves, many with significant cognitive impairments, could not assent or protest. It's an imbalance of power, using disabled children as human guinea pigs. It's pretty troubling, isn't it? I'm afraid that there's not many lights at the end of the tunnel in this video. In any case, by the mid-1960s, there were a few voices in the medical and bioethics community that began to raise their concerns. In 1966, the renowned Harvard physician Dr. Henry K. Beecher published a paper in the New England Journal of Medicine on unethical clinical research in the United States, and in it he listed 22 examples of studies that breached ethical standards. And guess what? Willowbrook was right at the top of the list. Beecher's critique, and others that followed, argued that even if some knowledge was gained, infecting children with disease in any environment where they could not receive top-notch medical care was morally indefensible. Critics pointed out the very conditions making hepatitis so prevalent were man-made, and therefore they were fixable. The answer should have been to improve Willowbrook, not to take advantage of it. The researchers involved bristled at these accusations, of course. Dr. Krugman and his collaborators published letters and articles defending their work. They maintained that none of the children died from the research, and that most only had mild illnesses. In fact, Krugman pointed to a perceived therapeutic benefit. He claimed that by identifying how to prevent hepatitis, he was actually helping Willowbrook's residents in the long run. And indeed, one outcome of his research was that by the late 1960s, the institution began administering gamma-globulin injections to new admissions, which did reduce the incidence of acute hepatitis among those children. But to many, that was besides the point. The ends did not justify the means, or the means did not justify the ends, rather. The core ethical issue was still threatening these institutionalized individuals, without truly advocating for their well-being or asking how they truly ended up in such a disease-ridden place to begin with. But it wasn't just hepatitis that was studied. Earlier, in 1960, the catastrophic measles outbreak mentioned above, Willowbrook had also been a site of early measles vaccine trials. Researchers, including Krugman, used an experimental measles vaccine on some children during that epidemic. In that case, the intervention likely saved lives, as noted, after the 1963 vaccines became available. Measles was essentially eliminated from Willowbrook. It's a horrible bloody disease, by the way. Terrible, you've seen pictures of it. Blech. But here again, we arrive in that ethical grey zone. On one hand, the medical experimentation at Willowbrook, it certainly produced helpful results. But on the other, those children were given no say, and were chosen precisely because they were voiceless and institutionally bound. By 1971, mounting public criticism, especially from other doctors and ethicists, finally pressured the Willowbrook hepatitis studies to shut down. For 15 years, the experiments had been quietly proceeding, largely unknown to the general public. When the broader scandal of Willowbrook's conditions broke in the early 70s, the hepatitis study had become an additional outrage in the public narrative. It stands today as one of the most notorious examples of unethical research on vulnerable people, often cited alongside the Tuskegee syphilis study. In context of Willowbrook's overall horror, the experiments show a painful irony. Even the pursuit of medical progress became twisted in a place where basic human rights were nowhere to be found. Children who lacked clean beds or sufficient food were being used to test medical theories, a clear indication of misplaced priorities. The experiment's legacy was double-edged. They did contribute to science, and eventually to vaccines that saved life, but they also spurred reform in research ethics. Maybe that's the real legacy. Things sometimes have to get worse before they get better, and it takes a scandal like this for laws to be made. There were stricter rules after it, about informed consent, and overall the protection of institutionalized persons in experiments. So when we look back, it's pretty clear that the warning signs about the horrors of Willowbrook had been appearing for years, and the public could no longer ignore them. As early as the 1960s, a number of individuals from within and outside the institution did their best to raise the alarms. These early whistleblowers and advocates did not immediately succeed in changing the system, but they laid the groundwork and documented the truth, which would later bolster the case against Willowbrook in general. Now, one significant intervention was the aforementioned visit by Senator Robert F. Kennedy in 1965. Kennedy's tour of Willowbrook was part of a broader investigation he was conducting into the condition of institutions for people with intellectual disabilities. The visit only lasted a few hours, but it left quite the impression. Besides decrying the filthy conditions and comparing Willowbrook to a zoo snake pit, Kennedy issued a scathing report and a series of recommendations to improve care. He urged New York State to increase funding dramatically, to hire and train more staff, and to reduce the population at Willowbrook. His words drew some media attention at the time. It's not every day that a U.S. senator calls a state facility an outright horror show, and embarrassed state officials did promise to take action. And indeed, they did develop a 5-year plan after 1965 to upgrade Willowbrook. They spoke of adding new buildings, implementing better training for staff, and enhancing the programs. However, the plans mostly languished, or were only realized in part. A combination of bureaucratic inertia, lack of political will, and competing budget priorities.
fact, the late 60s saw economic strain because of the Vietnam War. Very little political appeal in allocating money to disabled care. You don't win votes with that, don't you? In any case, it meant that in the early 1970s, conditions at Willowbrook, which were meant to have been going through 5 years of reform to get better, had just gotten worse. In tragic twist, Senator Kennedy's impassioned calls were largely ignored until events forced the issue again several years later. Kennedy himself was assassinated in '68, never seeing the eventual resolution of the crisis he highlighted. Well, parents of Willowbrook residents were another key group sounding alarms. Many families were afraid to speak out initially. They feared retaliation, or that their child might suffer if they made too much noise. And remember that in many cases, parents were only allowed limited access to the institution. It was common at Willowbrook and other institutions of that era that visiting hours were tightly restricted, and visits often took place in designated areas away from the living quarters. Some parents did not even see the actual dormitories or wards. Staff would bring the child out, cleaned up, then dressed to a visitation room, and this meant that for years, families were shielded from the full extent of the squalor. Still, many people noticed troubling signs: unexplained bruises on their children, persistent illness, the stench clinging to the hair and skin, or reports of weight loss. Hard to ignore things like that. By the early 60s, a few parents began forming advocacy groups. Notably, the New York State Association for Retarded Children, a statewide parent-led group. It became active in monitoring conditions and lobbying for change. A local Staten Island chapter of such parents kept pushing for improvements at Willowbrook. One incident in 1962 galvanized the parents' activism. In that year, Willowbrook administrators decided to relieve some overcrowding by transferring about 200 children to a different state facility, a former hospital in Manhattan. This was done quietly, with minimal notice to the families. When parents found out their children had been uprooted and sent to a different borough due to dreadful overcrowding, many of them were understandably outraged. There was one mother of a young Willowbrook girl, Willie Mae Goodman. She was among those who mobilized. Parents formed communities, met with lawyers, and started to document the neglect their children were enduring. This group action in the early 60s was essentially a precursor to the big lawsuit that would come later. They achieved a few small victories, such as shaming the state into providing marginally more resources, and reversing certain particularly egregious policies, but overall, the institution's momentum could not be stopped. It continued to spiral into decay. But perhaps the most pivotal unsung heroes in Willowbrook saga were the employees who turned whistleblower. A number of staff members who had witnessed the abuses became deeply troubled and risked their careers to expose the truth. One such figure was Dr. William Bronston, a young physician who worked at Willowbrook in the late 60s and early 70s. Bronson was horrified by what he saw: the lack of meaningful medical care, the warehousing of people, callousness of some of his colleagues. He described Willowbrook not just as a bad hospital, but a crime against humanity. After an incident in which a group of teachers at Willowbrook were fired, reportedly because they complained about the lack of support for educational programs, Dr. Bronson decided that enough was enough. He began covertly collaborating with parents and advocacy groups. Bronson understood that one of the reasons Willowbrook persisted was that the public simply did not know what was happening inside. In fact, even parents were often not allowed beyond certain areas, as we've mentioned. He reportedly said that all they had to do was open the doors and let the parents see the truth. Working with sympathetic colleagues, he arranged for some parents to tour the actual wards, something the administration had strictly forbidden. And, well, guess what? The parents were devastated by what they saw, and it only fueled their determination to seek justice. Another important insider was Dr. Michael Wilkins, a psychiatrist at Willowbrook, who grew similarly disillusioned. Dr. Wilkins was actually fired or forced out by Willowbrook's administration. Apparently he was voicing too many complaints about the conditions. Well, in reality, it seems he was pushing for reform and not being quiet about the abuses. After leaving Willowbrook, Dr. Wilkins did something bold. He obtained a copy of a key to one of the buildings and began reaching out to journalists, offering to literally open the door for them to see the truth. And of course, this would prove crucial when a certain young television reporter took interest. More on him in a moment. Throughout 1971, small cracks began appearing in Willowbrook's wall of secrecy. A social worker named Donna J. Stone managed to get a job at Willowbrook under false pretense. She posed as a newly graduated staff member. What she saw in her brief tenure appalled her, and she compiled a detailed account of abuses and neglect, which she then passed to the press and advocacy organizations. And additionally, some local newspapers on Staten Island started paying attention. In early 1972, the Staten Island Advance ran an investigative series on Willowbrook. The reporter, Jane Curtin, had been tipped off by a protest organized by parents and social workers. Curtin convinced a couple of sympathetic employees, including Stone and others, to sneak her inside on a weekend. The series of articles she wrote described in print what had until then had been largely unthinkable. Children left in sordid condition, rampant illness, all overseen by indifferent bureaucrats. Curtin's reporting was the first sustained public expose, and it ran just weeks before the story truly exploded on the national stage. And it's important, too, to mention that local journalism and grassroots activism was really what lit the fuse. They provided evidence and the momentum that larger media outlets and legal advocates could then build upon. So, by the eve of 1972, the truth about Willowbrook was leaking out. A convergence of courage, parents willing to fight, staff who refused to stay silent, and journalists willing to listen. It all set the stage for a breaking point. Still, it would take the dramatic crescendo, broadcast on national television, to galvanize the broad public outrage needed to force the government's hand. And that revolution was about to arrive, holding a big, bold camera. So on a cold day, in January of 1972, a television reporter by the name of Geraldo Rivera and his camera crew approached Willowbrook State School with a determination to document what had been until then mostly hidden. Rivera at the time was 29 years old, an investigative reporter for WABC-TV in New York, and he'd been alerted to the conditions by activist doctors and parents, notably through Dr. Wilkins, who quite literally gave him the key. Well, armed with that key, and accompanied by a film crew, Rivera essentially snuck onto the grounds and entered one of the worst wards without authorization. What he and his team filmed over the course of that unannounced visit would horrify millions, and it certainly earned a place in journalistic history. The television report, which you can look up on YouTube, by the way, entitled Willowbrook, The Last Great Disgrace, aired on the local New York City ABC station on the night of February 2nd, 1972, and it was later rebroadcast nationally, multiplying its impact. Rivera's footage, shot in dimly lit rooms with a handheld camera,
and brought viewers face to face with the reality, the scenes of abject neglect and suffering that scarcely seemed possible in modern America, happening right under their noses. The camera panned across children with vacant eyes and distant bellies, some of them sitting or lying directly on the cold floor among their own filth. Many were unclothed, or just partially clothed. Others rocked back and forth or moaned, oblivious to the visitors, so deep in their own world of misery. Overcrowding was painfully evident. What should have been a playroom was instead a holding pen for dozens of listless individuals. The visuals were made even more powerful by Rivera's narration and interviews that were captured on site. At one point in the footage, Congressman Mario Biaggi, who had accompanied Rivera on a follow-up visit when authorities hurriedly organized a tour, is seen confronting a staff member. Surveying the ward, Biaggi asked bluntly, "Why are these patients unclothed?" The weary response from the administrator tries to justify it, that they don't have enough clothing, not enough staff to dress them. And anyway, quote, "We have a few nudists among the kids who keep disrobing." It's a pretty weak attempt to normalize what Biaggi rightly saw as shocking neglect. Now, Biaggi was a former NYPD officer turned politician, and he declared right there on camera that these were the worst conditions that he had ever seen in his entire life. Rivera's own voiceover was frank and outraged. Perhaps the most chilling moment came when he addressed the viewers directly over footage of a crowded, filthy ward. Quote, "This is what it looked like. This is what it sounded like. But how can I tell you about the way it smelled?" He then answered his own question with a line that's become quite iconic. "It smelled of filth. It smelled of disease. It smelled of death." That visceral description brought home to audiences the complete sensory horror of Willowbrook, something television could only partially convey, but enough to turn stomachs and ignite anger. Rivera didn't mince words in the documentary. He openly called it a complete failure of a system. And in one sequence he states, "There are no civil liberties here. The children are rotting in their beds." Well, the effect of the broadcast was immediate and profound. Viewers flooded the station, and government officers with calls expressing outrage and disbelief. Many could not fathom that such frankly medieval conditions would exist in 1972, essentially right in their backyard. Staten Island is part of New York City, after all. The story made the front page of newspapers and was picked up by wire services. Other TV networks followed up with their own segments on Willowbrook in the ensuing days and weeks. Importantly, the scandal quickly transcended Willowbrook itself, and people started asking a very fair question. If Willowbrook is this bad, well, how many other institutions are similar? Willowbrook became kind of a shorthand for systematic abuse, a byword for the failure of a whole model of institutional care. All that tax money down the drain. Of course, the political response kicked in rapidly as well. New York's governor at the time, Nelson Rockefeller, yes, Rockefeller, faced intense pressure to address the scandal. Public officials who had been dismissive of complaints about Willowbrook now made rushed visits and issued condemnations. And within weeks, the New York state government announced emergency funding injections for Willowbrook and some immediate measures. More staff, cleaning things up, etc. But these stopgap efforts were certainly not enough to quell public concern. The problem was clearly deeper than a quick fix. As investigative reporters dug further, they found reams of internal memos and past inspection reports that had flagged all those problems at Willowbrook. All ignored. And that just added another layer of outrage. It wasn't just that Willowbrook was terrible, but it was that the officials knew
and they didn't do anything until the media came along and forced their hand, and then they can play it off as some kind of way to make themselves look good, coming in as the savior. Sounds pretty typical politician stuff, Well, one particularly heart-rending outcome of the expose was the way it galvanized families. Some parents who had children at Willowbrook were seeing the full horror for the first time on television. One can only imagine the guilt and grief of realizing you'd thrown your own kid in there, akin to a damn torture chamber. Family members rushed to visit their loved ones, demanding better care or trying to get them out of the place. For some residents, this marked the first time in years that anyone closely scrutinized their well-being. Stories emerged of parents who literally broke down in tears on the wards, embracing children they hadn't seen outside of a supervised visiting room, now discovering them in such a degraded state. And the broader public outcry, but that also had cultural echoes. In August 1972, for instance, John Lennon and Yoko Ono organized a high-profile benefit concert at Madison Square Garden, with proceeds to support the mentally disabled and advocacy efforts prompted by Willowbrook. Well, for Geraldo Rivera, the Willowbrook story earned him a Peabody Award for journalism, and fair enough too. But more importantly, it validated this new kind of watchdog reporting that wasn't afraid to take a moral stance. His youthful, impassioned style. He was visibly angry on camera at some times. It broke some of the conventions of the detached reporting. And in this case, it resonated strongly with the viewers. The public knew this was not just a story for polite remove. It demanded outrage. And it got it. Perhaps the most significant, immediate result of the expose was the trigger it provided for legal action. Within weeks of the broadcast, a coalition of advocacy organizations and parents moved to sue the state of New York on behalf of Willowbrook's residents. The New York Civil Liberties Union and other attorneys joined with the Parents Association, the Association for Retarded Children, you mentioned before, to file a federal class action lawsuit. I bet the lawyers were rubbing their hands together at that one, that's for sure. On March 17, 1972, the case, NYSARC versus Rockefeller, being the governor, was filed in the U.S. District Court. The lawsuit alleged that Willowbrook's conditions were so egregious that they violated the constitutional rights of the residents, specifically their rights to due process and to be free from cruel and unusual punishment. And the suit creatively argued that although these individuals were not criminals, they were essentially being punished in horrific conditions by confinement. And yeah, it's pretty hard to argue against that. The complaint catalogued those very issues seen on television: unsanitary conditions, overcrowding, lack of education or therapy, no medical care, and even those instances of abuse. And they were just scratching the surface. If all that stuff was going on, what about the stuff that we don't know about? That's what I want to know. Ugh. In any case, it sort of brought injunctive relief to force the state to improve conditions and protect the residents. This legal battle, energized by public sympathy, was unusual in scope and ambition. Over the next few years, the NYSARC versus Rockefeller, later named NYSARC versus Carey as governors changed, wound its way through the courts. It was not going to be a 3-day case, that's for sure. But the state initially fought the case, claiming that it was already making improvements and that the issues were resolved administratively. But the relentless public and the clear evidence made it hard to deny the court truth, that Willowbrook had been a nightmare, and that without court oversight, it was simply going to slip back into one. And so, as the lawsuit progressed, an interim victory for advocates
was that the court put pressure on the state to start deinstitutionalizing at least some of the residents. By 73 and 74, the population began to decline, as placements were sought for some children in smaller facilities or community homes. The state, eager to show good faith, also started allowing more frequent inspections by outside observers, and that includes parents. And so in 1975, before the trial concluded, the parties reached a historic settlement, the Willowbrook Consent Judgment. It was effectively a consent decree, an agreement enforceable by the court, in which New York State promised to undertake a complete overhaul of the care of Willowbrook residents. The consent judgment mandated specific reforms. It set minimum standards for sanitation, nutrition, and safety. It required the hiring of hundreds of additional staff, and measures to drastically reduce the resident-to-caretaker ratio. It also importantly committed the state to place Willowbrook residents in the least restrictive setting possible, and that meant that thousands of people out of Willowbrook were going back into the community, and other based programs, smaller residences over time. Now, this was a landmark embrace of the principle of deinstitutionalization for people with developmental disabilities. A federal judge, Orrin G. Judd, approved and would oversee this decree, making sure that the state complied. The Willowbrook class, as the roughly 5,000 individuals who had been at the school were called in legal terms, now had their rights clearly articulated and protected by law. The decree outlined rights to appropriate education, medical care, and individualized plans for each person. It even established mechanisms for ongoing monitoring. A review panel was set up to periodically check on conditions and programs. Now, the Willowbrook case did not happen in a vacuum. It was certainly part of a broader trend in the 70s of using litigation to reform institutions for the mentally ill. Around the same time, in 74 to 75, the landmark Pennhurst State School case was going underway in Pennsylvania. Video on that soon. And similar suits were filed in other states. But Willowbrook's consent decree was among the earliest and most influential. Well, at least to push for closure or reform of large institutions. It certainly kicked off a trend. But the closure of Willowbrook didn't happen overnight. After the 1975 consent decree, the facility remained open for a number of years as the slow work of transitioning residents progressed. New York State, under court order, gradually transferred individuals to newly created group homes, supervised apartments, and other community settings. And this was not an easy process. Each person had to have a placement that could meet their needs, and the community infrastructure for developmental disability services was not quite what it needed to be yet. They were going to have to ramp things up. But there was also resistance, and pretty natural resistance from some quarters. Employees who feared losing jobs, neighbors who were unsure about group homes opening nearby, even a few parents who were initially anxious about removing their children from the only home they'd known for decades, however terrible it was. But the momentum was unstoppable. The philosophy that emerged was that no one should have to live in an institutional warehouse, and that almost everyone, regardless of disability severity, could live in a smaller, more home-like environment with proper supports. Well, in 1983, New York's governor formally announced that Willowbrook would be completely closed within a few years. It had been renamed at that time, by the way, to Staten Island Developmental Center in 1974 to shed some of the stigma, but, well, they were not getting rid of the stigma. In any case, at that point the population had dwindled from thousands to just a few hundred of the most severely disabled residents who required the most planning to relocate. And finally, on September 17th, 1987, Willowbrook closed for good.
The last remaining residents were moved out, some to small group homes on Staten Island or elsewhere in New York City, others to small-scale residential centers with far better conditions. The end of it was met with a mix of celebration and reflection. Former residents and their families held gatherings to mark the closure. It was bittersweet. While they rejoiced that no one would ever have to endure what they had, there was also grief for the years lost, and the friends who had died under those circumstances. By the late 80s and early 90s, Willowbrick's story was being taught in social work and medical schools as a cautionary tale, a case study in how institutions can go wrong and how public advocacy can make it right. In the heart of Dublin, there once stood a vast institution that was built to symbolize hope, but came to symbolize horror. The name of this place was Grange Gorman, often regarded as Ireland's worst insane asylum. For nearly 2 centuries, tens of thousands of people passed through its iron gates. Some of them were truly mentally ill, but many of them were merely misunderstood, or simply unwanted. In fact, generations of Dubliners came to speak the name Grange Gorman in whispers or cruel jests, so notorious was its reputation. And just to paint a picture of that, I want you to imagine a young mother in the year 1908. She is suffering from depression, melancholia after childbirth. So she ends up getting admitted into Grange Gorman and vanishes from her community. She spends the rest of her life behind those walls. She wasn't the only one. There was a 17-year-old girl in the 1830s, declared destitute and locked in the adjacent prison. But she doesn't spend the rest of her life there. She dies the very day that she is committed. Or how about we jump forward in time to the crowded wards of the 1950s? Over 100 patients jostling in chaos, the nurses completely overwhelmed, and an old woman sitting in a bed, shaking with terror, lost in what one eyewitness described as some kind of hell. That's just a few snapshots from the very dark and very complicated history of Grange Gorman. It's one we're here to talk about in detail today, and we'll revisit those 3 stories we just mentioned in more detail as we go along. Of course, we're going to start from the beginning and go all the way to the bitter end. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers. How about you tell me where you're listening from in the world? Maybe you're listening from Ireland. In any case, I would like to hear your experience if you are listening from Ireland, if you have any connection to this place. And of course, I will begin by thanking the patrons, members, those who donate, and those who visit the merch store. The reason why this channel can run completely ad-free. No interruptions to be found here. Advertisements getting out of control. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. So if you want to become a part of that esteemed club of people, you'll find the pinned comment, video and channel description will have the links to where you need to go. In any case, now that that's been said, let's get on with it. So let's first take a look at how Ireland cared for the mentally ill before Grange Gorman existed, because that is pretty important. This takes us to the 1700s, and at this time there was very little in the way of organized care. The destitute insane might be locked in workhouse cells, or even just in jail. Apart from that, they might simply be left to wander the streets. Whatever fate befalls them there is, well, that's in their own hands. At the Dublin House of Industry, which was a large poorhouse established in the 1770s, a few cells were set aside for, quote, lunatics. But the conditions were quite grim. Some families resorted to desperate measures. An official inquiry in 1817 found cases where a family would dig a pit in the floor of a cottage, confine their mentally ill relatives in this dirt hole with a metal grill on top, and then just feed them through the bars. They say you can't choose your family. Such horrifying makeshift solutions underscored a growing realization that more humane and institutional care was needed. Enlightenment thinkers and reformers in the late 18th century began to argue that society had a kind of duty to help its most vulnerable, and that included those who were deemed insane. And so, influenced by these new ideas, Ireland's Parliament passed laws to establish public hospitals and asylums. But Dublin already had one notable asylum, St. Patrick's Hospital. This was founded in 1746 through the bequest of the writer Jonathan Swift. But it was pretty small, and it was a private institution, so you had to pay. What Ireland lacked was a state-run asylum for the poor mentally ill. So in the early 1800s, the pressure mounted to create such a refuge. The Dublin House of Industry, overwhelmed by the number of lunatic inmates, and influenced by reformist ideas, decided that they were going to be the ones who acted first. So in 1810, its governors petitioned for funds to build a dedicated asylum on their lands at Grange Gorman, which was then a semi-rural area on the north side of the city. The government granted support, and construction began on a brand new facility to be called the Richmond Lunatic Asylum, named in honor of Charles Lennox, the Duke of Richmond and Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. So we will hear these names interchangeable, okay? We have Grange Gorman and Richmond Asylum. They refer to the same thing, so don't get confused going forward. Now, the architect chosen for this was Francis Johnston, one of the foremost architects of the day, and he was actually famous for designing Dublin's General Post Office, so it's not his first job. He got busy and planned a large quadrangular complex with central courtyards, intended to house hundreds of patients. Its design reflected the contemporary ideals of order and containment, but also compassion. Spacious airing courts, high ceilings for ventilation, and a tranquil suburban setting, away from the chaotic city center. In 1814, even before construction was fully finished, the first patients were transferred from the House of Industry's cramped wards into the new asylum at Grange Gorman. By 1815, the Richmond Asylum officially opened its doors. It was among the first public psychiatric hospitals in Ireland, and initially it served the entire country. A national asylum meant to cure the curable lunatics from any county. So for the troubled and the destitute, who had known only prisons, chains, or pits, the new asylum represented a ray of hope. At least, that was in the most generous interpretation. Let's see how they go with that, And so the Richmond Asylum opened at the time of optimism in psychiatry, where everything sounded great on paper. Across Europe, reformers like Francis Philippe Pinel were advocating for the humane treatment of the mentally ill. Pinel famously struck the chains off patients in Paris, believing that kindness and a healthy environment would be more effective than brutality. This approach, known as moral management, found a lot of eager supporters in Ireland. The Richmond Asylum was founded on these enlightened principles. Restraints and punishment were to be minimalized. Instead, patients would benefit from routine, occupation, good diet, exercise, and, if required, not when required, gentle discipline. In its early decades, Richmond, as do remember Grange Gorman's Asylum was then called, made an earnest effort to live up to these ideals. Doctors and lay managers encouraged patients to engage in productive work and social activities. Men were set to tailoring, shoemaking, carpentry, gardening, and other trades, and the women were assigned sewing, spinning, knitting, and the never-ending loads of laundry in the institution. Now, all of this was, of course, unpaid, but the idea was to give patients purpose and therapy through industrious habits. The asylum even ran its own farm and gardens on the extensive grounds, cows for milk, fields for potatoes and vegetables, both to feed the inmates and to occupy them in wholesale farm labor. Proper nutrition was a key part of moral treatment. Records showed that patients were provided regular meals, something that many of them had lacked on the outside. In fact, during the Great Famine of 1845 to 49, the asylum's farm became crucial. At one point, in 1846, the asylum's potato supplier could no longer fulfill his contract because Ireland's potato crop had failed catastrophically. The asylum governors noted in their minutes that their own garden's potatoes, miraculously unaffected by the blight, were harvested to feed the patients, likely sparing the inmates from the worst hunger, even as the famine raged outside. Life in the early asylum was highly regimented, but it wasn't without its small pleasures. Surviving accounts mention leisure activities introduced to lift spirits. Visiting musical and drama troupes performed for the patients, and there were reading rooms with Bibles and literature, also supervised games, and even cricket matches and athletic meets were organized on the grounds. By the 1850s, the asylum had established a national school on the site, so that patients, many of whom had never received formal education, could spend part of their day learning basic reading and writing. The ethos was akin to a sheltered community, or a combination of hospital and boarding school. Indeed, observers in the mid-19th century remarked that the quiet and routine-driven world inside the asylum was somehow oddly peaceful compared to the dire conditions for the poor in the world outside. So, for some inmates, the asylum truly was a refuge. It offered them food, shelter, and structure, things that they could not find in the society at large. Well, it's important not to romanticize these conditions. Even in its best years, Richmond was an institution for the mentally afflicted and destitute, and it could be a harsh place. But relative to what came before, it was a progressive experiment. Not sure if you've watched my other videos in the playlists, especially the one about Bedlam, England's first asylum, good lord. And some of the American ones too. But yes, things were not good in those early days. In any case, well, they were much better in the later days, but still, you know what I mean. Well, early superintendents reported success in, quote, curing a significant number of cases, especially acute mental breakdowns, through moral treatment, after which patients would actually be discharged back to their families. Optimism ran high that insanity, approached with a scientific and humane cause, could be tamed. In fact, the Richmond Asylum's apparent success helped spur a wave of asylum building across Ireland. The Lunacy Act of 1821 set in motion the creation of a national network of district asylums. Over the next few decades, large public asylums sprang up in nearly every province. At Armagh, Limerick, Belfast, Waterford, and so on, and they all followed that model that was pioneered at Grange Gorman. By 1850, Ireland had a comprehensive system of state-run mental institutes, with the Richmond Asylum incorporated as the District Lunatic Asylum for Dublin and the surrounding counties. The Grange Gorman site was no longer unique, but it did remain the flagship and by far the largest of these institutions. And so, throughout these years, Richmond Asylum was generally seen as a place of enlightened care by the authorities. However, there were signs of trouble already present. The very philosophies that guided the asylum's creation, charity toward the needy and control of the disruptive, they carried a double edge. On one hand, the asylum was a sanctuary for the mentally ill, but on the other it was a convenient place to dump those people who didn't quite fit into society's norms. Even in the 1820s and 40s, patient rosters at Grange Gorman included not just those with psychosis or severe mental illness, but also paupers who had nowhere else to go, individuals with intellectual disabilities, epileptics, and sometimes others just merely deemed to be troublesome, whatever that means. The moral management routine could easily slide from therapy into simple custodial confinement, especially as the patient population grew. The cracks in the idealistic facade would become more and more evident as the 19th century wore on. And so by the late 1800s, the asylum, by then often not just called Richmond, but just Grange Gorman in the popular parlance, had transformed from a hopeful haven into an enormous impersonal warehouse of humanity, and unwanted humanity at that. The change was driven chiefly by overcrowding, which is a pretty common trend among asylums in the 19th century. Ireland in the 19th century experienced waves of social upheaval. Not good times. You had famine, poverty, disease, and then you had the just general social conservatism, and they all contributed to more and more people being co-signed to asylums, and then, of course, forgotten. The system that started as a benevolent project became overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Grange Gorman was designed to accommodate a few hundred patients, but by the 1860s and 70s, its census had blown past that, reaching over 1,000 and climbing relentlessly. Families and local authorities found it all too convenient to send anyone who was odd, senile, or simply inconvenient into the asylum's care, just shoving them into a little corner where no one would have to take care of them anymore. And so, effectively, we can say in pretty broad terms that there was one road in, and no way out for many. Then there's the statistics. They tell a pretty interesting story too. Even as Ireland's general population declined after the Great Famine, i.e. millions either died or emigrated, the asylum population paradoxically surged. By the 1880s and 90s, the country's network of asylums held unprecedented numbers of inmates. In fact, Ireland ended up with the highest rate of institutionalization for mental illness in the world during this era. The Dublin Asylum at Grange Gorman was the largest of all. Its patient rolls peaked at roughly 2,300 to 2,500 patients around the 1890s, and that is astonishing, a figure that made it one of the biggest psychiatric hospitals on the planet at the time. And so imagine Victorian brick barracks and cavernous wards crammed with beds from wall to wall, dormitories where dozens upon dozens slept in tight rows, dining halls where meals had to be served in shifts because not everyone could fit in at once. The staff-to-patient ratio lagged far behind what any humane care would require. Doctors, now called resident medical superintendents, found themselves acting less as healers of minds and more as administrators of a human warehouse, struggling to keep order and cleanliness among the hordes. Overcrowding bred neglect and poor conditions. The lofty individual attention envisioned by moral management simply evaporated. Instead, controlling the masses became the priority. By the latter half of the 19th century, many asylums, that includes Grange Gorman, had to introduce methods of restraint and coercion that Pinnell or earlier reformers would have abhorred. Medical reports from that period describe some crude, discredited treatments that made their way into use, reflecting the desperation and pseudo-scientific fads of that era. These included devices like spinning swings. In one notorious contraption, patients were placed in a rotating chair and spun at high speeds, with the idea of jolting the brain out of madness. And then there was something called the bath of surprise. Spoiler alert, it's not a good surprise. It was a kind of trap-door dunking mechanism that dropped an unsuspecting patient into a tub of icy water, supposedly to shock them back to good health. Well, there were other practices too that were more straightforwardly punitive. Prolonged cold baths, emetics and purges, forcing patients to vomit or evacuate as a form of cleansing, and occasional uses of manacles and restraint jackets when the overcrowded wards got unruly. These methods, largely experimental or control-oriented, did very little to cure anyone's mental illness. More often they just added more trauma to an already fragile life. But it gets worse. Of course it does. Perhaps most disturbingly, the very reasons people were locked up often had very little to do with serious mental illness. Historical records from Grange Gorman and its sister asylums show admissions for astonishingly trivial and unjust causes. People could be certified insane and committed for fits of anger, domestic disagreements, things like that. And as for the women, they might be sent away for being promiscuous, or simply for bearing an illegitimate child, thus being labeled morally deviant. The men could find themselves in an asylum for alcoholism or vagrancy, or because they were senile and just burdens to their families. Doctors noted cases of individuals put away due to jealousy, religious fervor, or wounded pride. In one documented case, a man was committed for nothing more than, quote, excessive fondness of music, which his family or neighbors deemed to be aberrant. Well, in effect, Grange Gorman had become a catch-all repository for the unwanted. Yes, there were mentally ill, sure, but also just the intellectually disabled, the feeble elderly, the poor. Pretty much anyone who didn't fit those rigid social norms of Victorian Ireland. Within the institution, these disparate people were all treated alike as patients. They were all just thrown into that same big pile. Most would never see the outside world again. A culture of custody took hold. Attendants, the forerunners of psychiatric nurses, did their best to keep order. But with so many people to supervise, abuse and rough handling sometimes occurred in the shadows. Officially, the asylum was not supposed to be cruel, and certainly it did not descend to the level of a concentration camp. Yet neglect is often its own form of cruelty. Many patients languished for decades with minimal treatment, becoming ever more institutionalized. Doctors grew pessimistic about discharging long-term inmates. Families often failed to take relatives back even if they were asked. Dr. Colony Norman, who served as the enlightened medical superintendent from 1886 to 1908, later remarked with frustration that society and the government were, quote, committed to institutionalization and resisted all efforts to release or reduce patient numbers. He tried some progressive measures. He was doing his best. For example, boarding out a few recovered patients to live with families in the community, and opening an auxiliary system in the countryside, that is, Port Rain, which was opened in 1903, trying to relieve a bit of the overcrowding at Grange Gorman. But these initiatives had limited reach at the time. The great bulk of inmates remained behind the walls year after year, and by 1900, Grange Gorman had earned its grim nickname, the Asylum with the one-way door. For the unfortunate souls consigned here, it was as if they had been buried alive in an institution, increasingly incapable of providing even the most basic care. So, as the 20th century clicked over, the Grange Gorman Asylum stood at the center of a pretty troubling paradox. You see, on the one hand, it was a place born of charitable intent, like all the other asylums, and it was still staffed by many well-meaning individuals. But on the other hand, it had become an overflow for Ireland's societal problems. In 1907, for instance, records show that fully 1/3 of all new admissions to Grange Gorman came directly from the workhouse directly next door. The Dublin Workhouse, North Dublin Union, would simply transfer destitute, chronically ill, or difficult inmates across the road to the asylum. Poverty, homelessness, and mental illness all blend together under the asylum's roof. Ireland's solution to nearly any intractable personal situation, be it a mentally ill family member, a troublesome drunk, or perhaps an unmarried pregnant girl, was often to commit them to these huge institutions. Grange Gorman, as the largest, was a mirror of Irish society's fears and failures. It held priests and paupers, scholars and illiterates, young and old, all unified with that broad label of lunatic once they passed through the gate. Life inside at the turn of the century was austere, quite monotonous. See, by now the facility had grown into a sprawling complex of buildings covering 30 hectares, which is nearly 75 acres. The original 1815 quadrangle, later nicknamed the Lower House, was still being in use for some patients. Additional wings and separate male-female divisions had been built over the decades, including a grand upper house, opened in the 1850s for chronic male patients. There were 2 churches on the site as well. One was a Protestant chapel, built in 1836, and then a Catholic church built in 1849 and dedicated to St. Lawrence, since even in confinement, Ireland's sectarian lines were observed. There was also a penitentiary building, the Richmond General Penitentiary, built 1816 near the asylum, which had originally been a jail but later got absorbed into the asylum grounds. By 1900, that penitentiary structure was being used to house female patients, and occasionally as an isolation hospital during infectious disease outbreaks. Grange Gorman had a history of doubling as a medical crisis center. For example, in the cholera epidemic of 1832, the authorities converted the Richmond Penitentiary into a temporary cholera hospital, and a cholera cemetery was laid out on site, where thousands of victims were buried in the trenches. Hopefully that wasn't something that the patients had a window-side view of. Not good for morale. Now, later in the 1890s, portions of the asylum served as fever wards during typhus and beriberi outbreaks, with a disinfecting laundry built to sterilize infected bedding. The upshot was that by the early 20th century, the Grange Gorman campus was a little city up unto itself, with over 2,000 patients milling about its airing yards or laboring in its workshops, supervised by scores of attendants, nurses, doctors, priests, nuns, and officials. Despite the overcrowding and decay, there were still glimpses of progressive care. The asylum participated in some of the early innovations in psychiatric treatment of the era, for better or worse. For example, during the First World War, Grange Gorman opened a special ward for shell-shocked soldiers, which is what they used to call PTSD. These were young Irishmen returned from the trenches of Europe, suffering what we now recognize as the horrors of war. Back then, it was still a little bit in its infancy in its diagnosis. So, between 1916 and 1919, the Richmond War Hospital, as it was called, treated several hundred soldiers with psychological trauma. It was a somewhat ironic twist. An institution infamous for chronic custodial care was briefly employed to heal war heroes so they could rejoin polite society. The war hospital closed in 1919 after the conflict, but it left a trace of more modern therapeutic approaches, like occupational therapy and psychological support for trauma, which were ahead of what civilian patients typically received. Now, the 1920s brought a bit of political change too. Irish independence, and with it a change in management for Grange Gorman. Under British rule, the asylum had been governed by a board of governors and funded by local taxes and the British administration. After the creation of the Irish Free State, the institution came under the new Irish Department of Health and Dublin Local Authority. In 1925, it was officially renamed Grange Gorman Mental Hospital, getting the old British title of Richmond. Many Dubliners, however, simply called it Grange Gorman all the time, or colloquially, the Grange Gorman Madhouse. Sometimes St. Brendan's, which was a name that became formal only in 1958, but was used informally earlier. Now, during the 20s and 30s, not much change for the patients. Ireland's new government was preoccupied with nation building and had scant resources for mental health reform. The Catholic Church played a strong advisory role in social services, but unlike some other institutions, etc., the Magdalen laundries or industrial schools, the mental hospitals remained state-run, though often with Catholic chaplains and some nursing sisters present. The same massive asylum system essentially continued uninterrupted. In fact, the population in Grange Gorman stayed extremely high through the 1930s, hovering at near 2,000 or more. And then, of course, the Great Depression came along, which likely even increased admissions, as unemployment and poverty put further strain on families. Well, personal stories from this time illustrate how the asylum functioned as a life sentence for many. One such story has come to light as that of Mary G., a Dublin housewife admitted to Grange Gorman in 1908 at the age of 28. Mary had been suffering from paranoia and depression, perhaps postpartum depression, after having a child, which a lot of women still get that in the modern day, but we know how to deal with that now, don't we? Well, somewhat. Now, according to her medical notes, she heard threatening voices and refused to eat. She even took to calling herself Queen Victoria. In another era, Mary might have recovered with family, or a short hospital stay. But once in Grange Gorman's care, she never left. Doctors' records over the next 3 years show Mary slipping into silence and chronic illness. She did sewing work on the ward, answered few questions, and gradually became what they described as dull and apathetic. In 1911, she contracted tuberculosis, which wasn't really a surprise given how common it was in crowded, damp wards, and she began to die. just as thousands of long-term patients did inside these walls. A poignant letter from Mary's sister survives, written to the doctor when she learned that Mary was near death, and the sister's words are pretty cold. You might be surprised. Quote, "I will not say I am sorry that you are dying. The wonder is that you have lived so long, considering what you must have suffered in these last 10 years in poverty." Yeah, well, you didn't help over those 10 years, didn't you? She did offer to send money or for fruit or cake in those final days to ease her suffering, and wished her a happy death. The doctor, in keeping with the paternalistic practice of the time, never even showed Mary this letter, deciding it might upset her. Which it probably would, right? Mary G. died in the asylum a day or two later, alone and forgotten, after 3 years of being locked away. Now, her fate was tragically common. Countless patients, admitted young for treatable conditions or social reasons, ended up spending decades or even the rest of their lives in Grange Gorman. And when they died, if no family claimed them, they were typically buried in anonymity. Many Grange Gorman patients lie in mass graves at Glanaban Cemetery, their personal stories lost to time, except for a stored box of their meager belongings. Well, by the early 1940s, Ireland's mental hospitals had swollen to their old-time peak. In the country as a whole, over 20,000 people were institutionalized in psychiatric facilities, more than 1% of the adult population. Now that's a pretty astounding figure that made Ireland proportionally the world leader in locking its citizens up. And Grange Gorman, as the largest facility, was at the center of this dubious achievement. The stage was set for what one would call the darkest chapter in the asylum's history, when attempts at treatment became more aggressive, and the spotlight of public scrutiny eventually revealed just how dire these conditions had really become. So the 1940s and 50s are often remembered as a grim period in Grange Gorman, grimmer than the rest even. By this time, the hospital, renamed St. Brendan's Hospital in 1958, though many just called it Grange Gorman, old habits die hard, was desperately overcrowded and underfunded. Over 2,000 patients packed the wards, making it the most popular psychiatric hospital in Ireland. Overcrowding had persisted so long that many within and outside the institution came to accept the norm as squalor. Unsanitary conditions were rife. There are accounts of foul smells, insufficient toilets and bathing facilities, and then, of course, the tuberculosis and other infectious diseases spreading among the malnourished. One internal government report from 1958 described scenes of patients wandering naked on filthy floors, food being shoveled out en masse with pitchforks, and inmates reduced to an animal-like existence. Now, of course, we have to say that these horrors were not unique to one location. It wasn't like all of the other Irish asylums were any better, but they were an extreme but real snapshot in Grange Gorman itself. In any case, within Grange Gorman, day-to-day life for patients in the 50s could be a bleak and dehumanizing existence. Many chronic patients spent their days shuffling about aimlessly in locked wards or sedated in corners. Dr. Ivor Brown, who began working at St. Brendan's in the early 1960s and later became its chief psychiatrist, recalled visiting a woman's ward in the 1950s and being shocked by the chaos. He described over 100 women in one huge room, some of them half-dressed and disheveled, jostling each other with restless movements. There were only a couple of nurses struggling to maintain a semblance of order. The noise, the wails, shouts, and babbling was a cacophony of sound. Dr. Brown felt in his words, as if he were lost in some kind of hell. Amid the commotion, he noticed an elderly lady sitting upright in her bed, trembling with terror, fully aware of the bedlam around her, but utterly powerless and afraid. This image of a sane spark of consciousness trapped in a nightmare shows the trauma that many experienced. Well, the truth was that by mid-century, places like Grange Gorman had ceased to be therapeutic hospitals in any meaningful sense. They were mostly just holding pens, where the aim was simply to manage and contain a neglected population. Yet paradoxically, this era also saw the rise of new psychiatric treatments, some initially hailed as miracles, later judged as barbaric mistakes. But you know what they say about hindsight. You've got to give people a bit of a break in those times. They were trying to figure things out as they go. And remember too, and I always say this with this, but it's important to say, that things that we do in our modern era today that seem normal most likely are going to be judged quite harshly by people in 100 years, 200 years, and all that. But we're all just doing the best we can with the information available. In any case, Irish asylums, including Grange Gorman, were swept up in what you could call a therapeutic enthusiasm. Doctors, desperate to find cures that could empty the overcrowded wards, eagerly adopted the latest interventions coming out of Europe and America. Unfortunately, many of these interventions proved to be disturbing dead ends. So let's look at a few of the treatments. First, malaria fever therapy. In the 1930s, patients suffering from late-stage syphilitic insanity, syphilitic, which was also called general paresis, were intentionally infected with malaria to induce high fevers, which sometimes killed the syphilis bacteria. Remarkably, this therapy won a Nobel Prize and was tried at Grange Gorman, requiring malarial blood to be imported from London, since Irish mosquitoes wouldn't survive the cold climate. While it had a basis in science for that specific condition, it was quite risky, and I certainly wouldn't be putting my hand up for that. Next we have insulin coma therapy. Starting in the late 1930s and through to the 40s, doctors used insulin injections to induce comas in schizophrenic patients. The patient would be given massive doses of insulin to lower blood sugar until they convulsed and fell into a coma, and then revived, hopefully, with glucose or by spontaneous recovery. This process, done multiple times a week, often caused patients to gain considerable weight and sometimes led to death or brain damage. It was a drastic attempt at resetting the mind that ultimately proved ineffective, and by the 1960s it was abandoned. Next we have electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT. This was first introduced in Ireland in the 40s. Basically, you would apply electrical currents to the brain and trigger seizures. It became a common treatment for severe depression and other disorders. In the early decades, it was administered without anesthesia or muscle relaxants, making it a frightening and often painful experience. In fact, patients could suffer broken bones from the convulsions. ECT did help some patients, but its often forcible use and memory-erasing side effects made it quite controversial. Grange Gorman's ward saw many patients march to the shock room for these treatments in the 40s and 50s. And then, of course, perhaps the most infamous at all, the gold standard of strange medical treatments, the lobotomy, made its way to Grange Gorman in the mid-1940s. Well, this procedure involves surgical destruction of parts of the frontal lobes of the brain, and it was promoted as a way to permanently tranquilize agitated or incurably ill patients. By June of 1947, at least 23 lobotomies had been performed at Grange Gorman, and in the years that followed, hundreds of patients were lobotomized. Some were done in-house. Other times, as Ivor Brown later recounted, nearly every Saturday a couple of patients would be sent out to a neurosurgeon to have their brains chopped, as he called it, an almost assembly line surgery. And guess what? The results were tragic. A few patients did become more docile or manageable, but that was because they were left in a vegetative or childlike state, and they were unable to care for themselves ever again. A number of lobotomized patients did end up incontinent, incapable of independent living, essentially disabled by the operation that was supposed to help them. One Irish psychologist later described lobotomy as, quote, possibly the biggest mistake in the entire history of psychiatry. Possibly. I can't think of too many other ones. I mean, ECT is pretty bad, but lobotomy, you can't really argue with that. So at Grange Gorman it certainly left a dark legacy, as did the other aggressive therapies. They were born of a mix of optimism and hubris. Doctors genuinely wanting to improve the patient's conditions and free up beds. Yet in doing so, they inflicted new kinds of suffering. So by the late 50s, these methods were falling out of favor, especially lobotomy and insulin comas, but only after dozens of lives were irreparably altered. Meanwhile, why were there so many patients to treat in the first place? Well, it was becoming undeniable that the vast patient population in Ireland's asylums was not due simply to Irish people being more mentally ill. Social factors were paramount. Families had long used the asylum as a solution to poverty, or as a way to rid themselves of a problematic member. A practice known as wintering in existed in rural areas. A family might institutionalize an ailing or a senile relative during the harsh winter months when food was scarce, and then retrieve them in the spring if they were needed to help on the farm, essentially using the asylum as a seasonal shelter. Many patients who could have lived in the community with some support ended up spending their lives locked away because, well, no such support existed. The asylum had ironically created its own self-perpetuating demand. Once built, the huge facilities were always filled, since they were the only recourse for so many social ills. This understanding slowly dawned on the policymakers, and by the late 1950s, Ireland's Department of Health was forced to confront the crisis. A 1958 official inspection of a particularly bad mental hospital scandalized bureaucrats and highlighted that such conditions were systematic. That same year, tellingly, there were only 369 prisoners in all of Ireland's jails, but nearly 21,000 people were locked up in psychiatric hospitals. It was as if the asylum had taken over the role of the prison, except patients had no sentences to finish and virtually no legal rights or appeal. They were detained, quote, for their own good, but effectively without end. Irish society had managed to hide away an uncomfortable segment of its population under a guise of good intentions. The international embarrassment of having the world's highest number of institutionalized citizens finally was stirring talk of change. So by the 1960s, the winds of change were blowing through psychiatry worldwide, and Ireland was no exception. The appalling conditions and human rights concerns around asylums like Grange Gorman were becoming more difficult to ignore. Perhaps, just as importantly, new alternatives to institutionalization were emerging, both in terms of philosophical shifts, and practical tools. Psychiatrists began to embrace the idea of community-based care, treating people through outpatient clinics, day hospitals, and small units, rather than these huge warehouses. The introduction of effective psychiatric medications played a pretty huge role here. In the mid-1950s, the first antipsychotic drugs like chlorpromazine and antidepressants became available. These medicines could, for the first time, substantially calm hallucinations, lift severe depression, or stabilize mood disorders in many patients. With proper support, some long-term inmates on these drugs could potentially live outside the asylum walls, and that's going to fix up the problems of overcrowding, that's for sure. Grange Gorman's leadership in the 1960s took tentative but meaningful steps toward reform. Dr. Ivor Brown, who became chief psychiatrist, i.e. clinical director, in 1966, is often credited as a transformative figure. One of his first symbolic acts was to knock down parts of the high perimeter wall that isolated St. Brendan's Hospital from the city, a gesture to literally and figuratively open the institution to the community. Ironically, he later had to install open fences for security, but the point was made, I suppose. Now, Dr. Brown established an assessment unit to carefully evaluate the new patients, aiming to treat them briefly and return them to society rather than automatically co-sign them to long-term wards. He and others worked to create hostels and halfway houses, small residential homes in Dublin, where stabilized patients could live with some supervision instead of remaining in the big hospital. A rehabilitation center was also set up on the grounds to train patients in social and vocational skills before they got sent out into the world. These changes were truly the beginning of deinstitutionalization. The patient population, which had peaked around 1950, slowly started to fall. In fact, under one of Brown's predecessors, Dr. John Dunn, some progress had already been made. From 1937 to 1965, Dr. Dunn had managed to reduce Grange Gorman's inpatient numbers from over 2,000 to about 700. Now, that's a pretty good drop. He did this by relocating some of the patients and improving their conditions. Dr. Brown continued this trajectory. By the late 1970s, the number of patients in St. Brendan was a fraction of what it had been in the 40s. He recalls that by the time he left in the 1990s, the census was down to roughly 400. Many wards that once teemed with people were closed or repurposed. The era of that colossal asylum was coming to an end. But the transition was not without its difficulties, or without its critics. Some former patients, having spent much of their lives in the sheltered, if Spartan world of the asylum, struggled to adapt to the world outside. There was a story from Dr. Brown's time, too, that tells us of a man who had been a long-term inmate, but loved gardening in the hospital grounds. Hoping to give him freedom, the staff arranged to place him to live in the community. But the change was all too much. The man became so anxious about leaving the only home he knew that, in despair, he barricaded himself in his little garden shed on the hospital grounds and decided to take his own life. Tragedies like that shows that simply discharging patients without proper social support could be as cruel as keeping them confined. Well, a truly humane system needed a community to receive these people. And mid-20th century Dublin's community services were only slowly taking shape. There was only so much budget to go around. Dr. Brown later reflected that real outside community for these individuals was often lacking. Many ended up in understaffed hostels, or back with families ill-equipped to care for them. Nevertheless, the principle that smaller and more personal care was better had taken root. The Irish government formally endorsed this new approach in a landmark policy called Planning for the Future in 1984, which laid out a strategy to move away from large psychiatric hospitals in favor of community care. So over the next decades, St. Brendan's, or Grange Gorman, methodically shut down ward after ward. By 1985, the patient count was under 1,000, a number not seen in over a century. Patients were either transferred to smaller regional units, moved to nursing homes if elderly, or supported in community housing. Admissions policy changed too. The advent of outpatient clinics and general hospital psychiatric units meant that many people who once would have been sent straight to Grange Gorman now received their treatment elsewhere. But of course this didn't all happen overnight. Some vestiges of the old system lingered shockingly late. In fact, into the 90s and 2000s, a few of Grange Gorman's Victorian-era-like wards were still operating, often in deplorable physical condition. A scandal would erupt occasionally, reminding the public that the past was not so distant. A notorious incident outside the hospital known as the Grange Gorman murders occurred in 1997. 2 women, former patients of Grange Gorman, living in a nearby halfway house, were brutally murdered by another ex-patient who had fallen through the cracks of aftercare. This gruesome crime made headlines, but it also raised a few difficult questions about how mentally ill patients were supervised after their deinstitutionalization. But it cast a long shadow and added to the sense that the old system's ghosts were still haunting the mental health service. But within the hospital itself, official inspections in the 2000s continued to find issues. As late as 2010, Ireland's Mental Health Commission declared some of St. Brendan's remaining accommodation entirely unacceptable and inhumane. They specifically ordered the closure of the last antiquated secure units, where peeling paint, overcrowding, and antiquated facilities had persisted. By that time, however, plans were well advanced to finally shut Grange Gorman for good. A brand new psychiatric facility, called the Phoenix Care Center, was built on a corner of the campus, a state-of-the-art 54-bed unit, with modern individual rooms, therapy gardens, and bright spaces. And so in March 2013, the last handful of patients were transferred out of the old St. Brendan's ward into the Phoenix Center. After 199 years of continuous operation, the doors of Grange Gorman were finally closed. In the sleepy little town of Orillia, Ontario, there once was a sprawling complex of brick Victorian buildings by the lake. Buildings that hid a multitude of unpleasant secrets. For well over a century, thousands of children and adults lived and died behind these walls, stories largely untold. It's only in recent years that survivors' voices have begun to reveal what really happened inside Canada's worst insane asylum, the Huronia Regional Centre. Imagine this. We go right back to the start. It's the year 1876, and there's a crowd of townsfolk gathering excitedly at the Orillia train station. The locomotive chugs on in, and from its cars descend 44 passengers. They're not travelers. They're not here on business. They are the first residents of the brand new asylum. To the onlookers, it's a bit of a spectacle. Curious families watch as the men, women, and children, labeled as idiots and imbeciles by the authorities, are escorted off to their new home. The local newspapers, filled with praise about the institution's picturesque location by Lake Simcoe, and hails it as evidence of humanitarian progress. Few could have imagined that this moment, intended as a beacon of hope for the mentally deficient, was also the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in Canadian history. And so, as the gates closed behind those first residents, a world apart from normalcy was created. A world with its own rules, routines, and tragedies hidden away from society. So if you dare, come back with me, and we can take a look inside the walls of Canada's worst insane asylum. But not without welcoming you first. I am your host, and it would be in poor manners for me not to say a quick hello. So, hello. But also I have to say a thank you to those keeping everything ad-free. We enjoy everything uninterrupted due to the contributions from those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who visit the merch store, and the occasional donation. It helps us keep the entire archive here completely ad-free for your viewing pleasure. So if you want to support our project, you can follow the links in the pinned comment or the video description. Otherwise, the best thing you can do for us is leave a comment, like the video, and subscribe, because that helps us push out into the algorithm, and perhaps share with some of your friends. Tell them about our little ad-free oasis we've built here. In any case, let's get down to business. Now, I know I mentioned 1876, but things actually start a little bit earlier. The roots of the center actually stretch back to the very early Victorian era, a time when attitudes toward mental illness and developmental disability were just beginning to change. Now, by the way, speaking of which, some of the terminology used around these sorts of topics are a little bit dated, especially things like mentally deficient and deranged, imbeciles, idiots, these kinds of things. This is just within the terminology of the period that we're talking about, okay? So we're not going to filter that out, so do keep that in mind. In any case, in 1839, the colonial government of Upper Canada passed a law to establish an asylum for the insane and lunatic, which was actually a progressive step at the time, aiming to move the mentally ill people out of prisons and poorhouses and give them something a little bit more substantial. This led to the founding of the Provincial Lunatic Asylum in Toronto, and over the next few decades, the Toronto Asylum became a little too popular, overcrowded even, forced to house not only the curable mentally ill, which was a bit of a minority back then, but also those considered incurable, or those who had cognitive disabilities that, well, we just couldn't really deal with back then. So in the mid-19th century thinking, those with intellectual impairments were often lumped in with the, quote, insane, though some reformers argued that they formed a distinct group with different needs, but, you know, the majority of the voices were of the older persuasion. Things generally change slowly. In any case, by the 1860s, influential voices were calling for a separate institution specifically for idiots and imbeciles, terms used for people with developmental or intellectual disabilities at the time. Dr. John Langmuir, Ontario's Inspector of Prisons and Asylums, was one such advocate. You see, he had studied the new training schools in Britain and Europe that attempted to educate children with developmental disabilities. He urged the government to create a similar facility in Ontario, believing that with proper training, some feeble-minded children could learn skills and perhaps even return to their communities over time. This was novel, a very humanitarian idea for the time. An asylum that was not merely a warehouse, but a functioning school. So in 1861, as a temporary measure, the government opened a small branch of the Toronto Asylum in Orillia. They repurposed a disused lakeside hotel to house people with intellectual disabilities, a bit of a trial run. The building's verandas were fitted with iron bars, making it look like a jail of sorts. A little bit of a foreshadowing, but So about 150 inmates, as they were then called, were kept. Conditions were rudimentary, and within a few years this makeshift asylum proved to be quite inadequate. It was closed in 1870 due to poor facilities and perhaps concerns about care. So that's 9 years. Not a very long run. But there was a problem. The town of Aurelia had seen an economic benefit from the presence of the asylum. You see, it provided jobs and business for the locals. So, community leaders lobbied the government to reopen and eventually expand it. And lo and behold, the lobbying succeeded. On September 25, 1876, the institution in Aurelia was reborn. This time as an independent facility, not just a Toronto branch. Its official name was the, quote, Asylum for Idiots and Imbeciles of Aurelia. Could have came up with a better name, but I suppose it does what it says on the label. To modern ears, the name is pretty jarring and offensive. But in 1876, those words were not really insults, they were just clinical categories. An idiot, by the 19th century definition, meant a person with a very severe cognitive impairment. An imbecile or feeble-minded person might have had milder impairments, perhaps they just simply learned slow, something like that. You can see how they turned into insults later as language develops, but in the 19th century terms, they were not quite there yet. So the new Aurelia Asylum was intended to serve all such cases in Ontario. It opened with considerable local fanfare. We already mentioned that day at the train station where hundreds of Aurelia residents came out to watch the arrival of the first 44 patients, showing how institutionalization had become a public event, even a point of civic pride. The asylum's early facilities were modest. The original building was essentially the renovated hotel by Lake Couchiching, now outfitted with dormitories, a dining hall, kitchens, and offices. Improvements were made, too. It had a modern steam heating and gas lighting system on site, and pumps drew out drinking water from the lake. There was optimism that this place would offer a healthier and more rehabilitative environment than the dreadful alternatives, i.e., jails or almshouses, where many of these individuals would otherwise languish and receive zero care. Dr. Alexander Beaton, appointed as the first superintendent, was a man of compassionate vision. He envisaged a training school within the asylum, a pioneering concept, that's for sure. In fact, the Aurelia Times newspaper in 1876 applauded the new asylum as, quote, as healthy as it is beautiful, reflecting hope that fresh air and routine would benefit the inmates. Initially, the government did not intend for all feeble-minded people to be locked up for life. The idea was to educate the younger, educatable ones, and then ideally send them back home. Only those judged to be the most severely disabled would remain in custodial care permanently. This approach mirrored the thinking of progressive reformers in Europe. For a short while, Aurelia tried to uphold that ideal. Dr. Beaton started small classes in reading, writing, and even gymnastics for some of the children. By the 1880s, he had a handful of teachers on staff. However, the reality on the ground grew quickly challenged for those noble intentions. Demand for spaces grew exponentially. Families, judges, and other asylums all began sending people to Aurelia. By 1879, just 3 years after opening, the asylum was overcrowded, with some boys already having to share beds. Every additional room and makeshift space was filled with human bodies, living ones for the moment. Well, the province had already allocated very limited funding. Beaton even complained that his budget was the lowest of any such institution in the entirety of North America, making it hard to expand care or hire sufficient staff. In 1885, the government purchased a large 150-acre tract of farmland and a couple of miles outside of Aurelia's town limits. Here they planned to build a proper, purpose-built institution to replace the old hotel. Over the next decade, an institutional campus arose on those fields by the shore of Lake Simcoe. The site would eventually be known as Huronia Regional Center. The new site featured multiple brick cottages, each actually a substantial dormitory building, an administration building with a distinctive clock tower, and various support buildings like a laundry, infirmary, and workshops. This complex, completed and occupied in the late 1880s and 90s, essentially became a self-sufficient village. It even had its own farm with barns, gardens, and livestock. In time, it grew into the largest facility of its kind in all of Canada. But who were the people confined here? Because really this is a story about them. Well, in the late 19th century, the categories were often loose and arbitrary. We've already talked about the idiots, that classification. Those labeled as such included not only people with severe intellectual disabilities, but also slow learners, epileptics, deaf and mute individuals, people with physical deformities, so-called troublemakers, and even some elderly or impoverished folks who just had nowhere else to go. The net was cast very wide. One of the first 35 residents had been transferred from a failed idiot asylum in London, Ontario, or pulled from county jails where they didn't truly belong. Essentially, Aurelia became a repository for anyone that society did not know how to accommodate, a dumping ground for people who were just a little bit different. But despite the benign intentions of its founders, the asylum's role was inherently paradoxical. It promised care and training, yet it required isolating people from society. It was supposed to be a refuge, yet it functioned like a prison. This tension would only grow in the coming decades as social theories took hold and the population of Aurelia swelled far beyond intention and capacity. As the 20th century dawned, a powerful new ideology was sweeping across North America and Europe, and that was eugenics. The belief that society could be improved by controlling human breeding. Eugenicists viewed people with intellectual disabilities as a threat to that social gene pool, a kind of weak link in the chain. They were stereotyped as sources of crime, poverty, and degeneracy, above all feared for potentially passing on their traits. In Ontario, these ideas heavily influenced policy toward institutions like Aurelia. Initially, around the 1880s and 90s, there had been some optimism that training schools could help high-grade or milder cases lead productive lives. But by the 1900s, under rising eugenic thought, the emphasis shifted from education to permanent custodial care. Influential figures argued that it was a waste of taxpayer money to try to educate the feeble-minded. Instead, they wanted to keep them out of mainstream society altogether, often for life. A telling change came in administration. After Dr. Beaton's tenure ended, the next superintendent, J.P. Downey, was not even a medical doctor, believe it or not, but a former politician. Downey took over in the early 1900s and strongly embraced the custodial model. He cared less about training residents and more about making the institution self-sustaining economically. Under Downey, the Aurelia Asylum expanded its farm operations dramatically. The government bought another 270 acres of marshland, which residents were forced to drain and convert to arable fields, often toiling in brute manual labor. Sounds like a prison gang, doesn't it? Well, in fact, much of the facility's expansion and daily operation in this era was built literally on the backs of unpaid inmate labor. Boys and men dug ditches, laid water pipelines, planted crops, and tended livestock, and the girls and women scrubbed floors, sewed linens, and worked in the laundry and kitchen. The asylum sold farm produce and goods, generating revenue that went back into the institution, or into provincial coffers, but none of the resident laborers ever saw a cent of wages for years of work. This was justified as therapeutic occupation at the time, but in truth it was also exploitation that kept the facility running on cheap. During these early 20th century years, Aurelia's mission was increasingly aligned with eugenics. Dr. Helen McMurky, appointed Ontario's Inspector of the Feeble-Minded from 1906 to 1919, was one of the country's most ardent eugenicists. She famously wrote, quote, "Mentally defective children should be separated from the normal at an early age. And what better place to send them than the Aurelia Asylum?" That's from 1907. Well, the stance is pretty clear, isn't it? Her stance was to protect society. Those deemed feeble-minded must be identified and removed from the general population as early as possible. Under her influence and that of other eugenics advocates, commitments to Aurelia soared. Children were sent there at younger and younger ages. Courts began committing people not because of crimes, but because they were found to have low IQ or strange behavior. Entire families deemed defective might be institutionalized en masse. There are cases like the Lumsden family, where multiple siblings across generations were locked away in Aurelia for decades, essentially because of a belief that their lineage was, quote, tainted. Sucks to be them, doesn't it? Well, the asylum itself underwent name changes that reflected these shifting attitudes and bureaucratic reorganizations. In 1907, the Aurelia facility's name was officially sanitized to Ontario Hospital for the Feeble-Minded, often just called the Aurelia Asylum or Ontario Hospital Aurelia. This brought it under the Provincial Department of Health and placed it alongside the network of psychiatric hospitals, a sign of its growing size and importance. By 1919, amid further reorganization, it was commonly referred to as the Ontario Hospital School Aurelia. Now the word school in the title suggested a place of learning, but this was largely a misnomer by that point. It remained predominantly a custodial system, with only a fraction of residents receiving any real education. In 1935, the name Ontario Hospital School became official. Decades later, in the 70s, there would be one final rebranding, Huronia Regional Center. But we will come to that in due course. First, I'm going to take a sip of my tea. Thank you for your patience. So, inside the institution, life in the eugenics era grew ever more regimented and bleak for the residents, as if it wasn't bleak enough already. Overcrowding became chronic. Records show that by the 1920s and 30s, the asylum often held far more people than it was designed for. If you watch my other asylum videos, you'll see that this is a prevailing trend. Every single one of them. I'm not even kidding. Well, dormitories called cottages, with letters like cottage A, B, C, etc., were packed well beyond their capacity. How bad was it? Well, for example, a 1937 inspection found one large ward in cottage A had 254 residents. 16 more than the building was supposed to hold, and some patients were sleeping 2 to a narrow iron bed. In another cottage, inspectors found 17 boys sleeping on the floor, because even the beds were full. Now, privacy was, as you can imagine, non-existent. Beds were lined up just a few inches apart in rows, and the toilet facilities were simply a row of open commodes with no partitions, meaning residents had to perform their most basic functions under the eyes of everyone else. This lack of dignity would persist well into the 1970s. The physical conditions were also quite unsanitary. Overwhelmed staff could not keep up with the cleaning needs of hundreds of incontinent or sick individuals. A government inspector in 1937 described the overwhelming stench of feces in one dormitory, with soiled laundry piled up at the foot of a staircase, and even stuffed into a storage room. He found a pillowcase smeared with dried blood and pus, evidence of an untreated infection in one place, and another pillowcase caked with excrement in another. The floors in these older wards were made of porous wood. They had absorbed years of urine and filth, becoming warped and rotten. Every day, residents, often children, were made to scrub these wooden floors on hands and knees as a chore. One female resident showed an inspector a large raw ulcer on her knee, explaining it was from spending so much time down on the ground scrubbing floors. It took until the 50s and 60s for the province to finally start installing proper washable flooring like terrazzo in some areas. Until then, generations of residents had lived in buildings that literally soaked up their waste and had to be scoured constantly, often by the residents themselves. Medical care was minimal and sometimes dangerously negligent. The asylum's cemetery began filling almost as soon as the institution opened, and it kept filling throughout the early 20th century. In the first decades, 1876 to 1940, the internal death registry dutifully recorded causes of death, and certain diagnoses appear again and again. We got tuberculosis, pneumonia, measles, influenza, and enteritis, which is basically an inflammation of the gut. The prevalence of enteritis is particularly telling, you see. This is usually a mild condition, just involving, basically severe diarrhea, easily treatable with fluids and basic care. Just put them on a drip and give them some bread, you'll be all right. But in Aurelia, many residents died of it, indicating extreme dehydration and neglect during outbreaks of gastrointestinal illness. Pneumonia, too, was often fatal inside the institution, whereas outside, a child with pneumonia in the 20s might have been expected to recover if given proper nursing. In other words, even treatable illnesses became fatal under these squalid conditions at Aurelia. Infectious diseases swept through the crowded wards. There were epidemics of tuberculosis, which was common in poor housing, as well as ongoing issues with parasites and skin infections. Notably, venereal diseases as well also occurred at higher rates inside Huronia than in the general population. Now, that's a disturbing indicator that sexual abuse or unmonitored sexual activity was happening within the walls, exposing even the very young to such diseases. We don't need to go into too many descriptions. Well, one tragic case from the early 20s illustrates how vulnerable children were at this time. Maurice Mittelstadt was a 5-year-old boy admitted to Aurelia in 1918 at the urging of Dr. Helen McMurtry herself. He was tiny for his age, and poor in health even on arrival. Over the next few years, Maurice languished in the infirmary. Notes in his file described abscesses, these pockets of infection appearing on his body. And by August 1921, Maurice was only 8 years old when he died. his body marked with scars from those abscesses. The official cause of death was listed as tuberculosis. But you've got to wonder whether more attentive care might have saved him, or at least eased his suffering. Poor lad, 8 years old. Well, just 1 month after Maurice's death, another child called Lena Potts died at Aurelia. Lena, who was admitted at age 12, developed a strange, bright red rash in the late summer of 1921. It spread and darkened, and she became delirious with fever. By the time she died at 15 years old, that rash had turned gangrenous. Her body was just rotting away. An autopsy found she likely succumbed to fulminant sepsis, an overwhelming bloodstream infection. Now, these are the kinds of death that speak to desperate medical neglect. Both Maurice and Lena were buried anonymously, their graves mere numbers in the institutional cemetery. In fact, over 4,000 people would die inside the Aurelia institution during its 133-year history. Many of them were children, and an untold number lie in that graveyard, nameless and forgotten. If these were supposed to be Ontario's children, cherished and protected, well, reality proved otherwise. Well, the children of Aurelia were not seen as Canada's children at all. They were labeled as not quite human, and society exempted them from care and empathy normally afforded to the young. Instead, they were just inmates of a vast human warehouse guided by an unforgiving philosophy that it was better off to just shut them away for life, not just for the good of themselves, but for the good of society as a whole. Custodial care was effectively a life sentence. Indeed, the term custodial literally meant lifelong in that context. Many residents entered as toddlers or youths and remained until they died of old age, never experiencing freedom outside the gates of the institution. And isn't that chilling to realize that some individuals would have spent 60 or 70 years continuously confined at Aurelia, their whole lives lived out in dormitories and day rooms regulated by bells and strict routines. Well, by even the 20s and 30s, Aurelia, which was still at that time called the Ontario Hospital School, had become a world unto itself, a self-contained city filled with the unwanted. It had its own farm, its own workshops, even a band at one point. Some staff lived on the grounds, and some married and raised their children in staff housing there. Generations of local Aurelia families worked at the asylum, finding stable employment during hard times like the Great Depression. Occasionally, the world outside poked in its head. For instance, a newspaper might report on a particular incident, or officials would conduct inspections. But for the most part, the public did not see the day-to-day reality. And if any families did try to visit their institutionalized relatives, they were often discouraged, or saw only a sanitized version of their lives. Society was content to avert its eyes. After all, by the logic of eugenics, the cutting-edge philosophy and science at the time, the institution was performing a valuable service. They were preventing those inside from mingling with the normal society and reproducing. Society was better off without them in the gene pool, you see. Notably, unlike some other provinces, Ontario never passed a law to forcibly sterilize the disabled. Instead, they just relied on segregation in places like Huronia as the de facto means of preventing procreation. But as we know by the spread of venereal diseases, we can assume that pregnancies happened as well. It is important to acknowledge that not everything in these years was deliberately malicious, by the way. Some staff and superintendents truly believed they were helping of their charges by providing structure, routine, and shelter. For example, Dr. S.J.W. Horn, who became superintendent in 1931, oversaw the name change to Hospital School, and may have aimed to modernize a few practices. Yet systematic neglect was built into the very fabric of the place. Understaffing was the main issue, and that was chronic. Well, a 1937 report that we mentioned had those 254 profoundly disabled residents in one cottage. Well, they only had 2 nurses to care for them. So that's, one nurse for every whatever half of 254 is. 127. Yes, I got it, I think. Correct me in the comments. Is it? Wait, 126. I should be. Anyway, 2 people. That's 2. To feed, to bathe, to medicate, to supervise, and sometimes change. 250. Now that's impossible. It guarantees that care would be perfunctory at best and inhumane at worst. And in these conditions, abuse easily festered. Overwhelmed or ill-trained attendants sometimes resorted to harsh discipline just to maintain order among the many. And, well, darker and crueler impulses found room to operate behind closed doors, as the later testimonies would reveal. Yeah, we'll get to them. So by the mid-20th century, the Aurelia institution had reached a grim zenith, if you put it that way. The resident population peaked in 1968 at nearly 3,000, an astounding number, basically the size of a small town, composed entirely of people with intellectual or developmental disabilities. At that time, a study recommended that the facility should hold no more than 1,400, meaning that it was over double its safe capacity. Now, overcrowding on such a scale made meaningful education or therapy virtually impossible. In 1968, out of those thousands of residents, fewer than 100 were actually enrolled in any sort of schooling or training program. The vast majority simply idled in the wards, their days marked by monotony or menial labor. To manage so many, the institution developed a regimented daily routine. The wake up to the bell, the mass breakfast in the communal dining halls, chores and a bit of exercise, often just walking in designated areas, lunch, more idle hours for work assignments, dinner, and then everyone would be herded back to their dorms for lights out. Many former residents recall the deafening sound of the industrial laundry, always running because of the never-ending piles of soiled bedding and clothes, and the smell of institutional food, the porridge, the stews, the bland vegetables that permeated the halls. There was very little personalized care. One nurse or attendant might be in charge of dozens of individuals at a time. The stronger or more capable residents were often enlisted to help care for the weaker ones, in a rough hierarchy of dependency. Punishments and restraints were commonplace, even against the children. In those years, it was not unusual for staff to lock a misbehaving resident in solitary confinement, or to tie someone down to a bed. A culture developed in which control and order were the top priorities, even if it meant cruel enforcement. Officially, the institution had rules forbidding excessive restraint or punishment, but in practice these rules were frequently ignored. There were tiny windowless cells called side rooms or pipe rooms, where residents, including children, could be shut for hours or days, with nothing but a mattress on the floor, if that, and a bucket for a toilet. These isolation rooms were unheated well into the 50s, so imagine being locked in one of them during the depths of a Canadian winter. Some residents were left in side rooms for such long stretches that they virtually lived in them year-round, removed from sight and largely forgotten, except by the few staff tasked with sliding in some food or removing the bucket. Inspections in the 50s and 60s continued to find people languishing in these conditions, despite growing professional consensus that this was completely unacceptable. The institution also made use of cage beds, also known as barred cribs or cage cots. These were small bed units with wire or metal bar enclosures, effectively imprisoning the occupant in a tiny space. They were meant originally for highly hyperactive or self-injurious individuals, but at Aurelia they ended up holding a wide range of residents, simply because there was nowhere else or no one to supervise them. In 1960, a surprise inspection found about 20 residents, ranging in age from a 5-year-old child to a 90-year-old elder, confined in these cage beds. Some were so cramped that an adult could not even stand up inside. Imagine a grown person trapped in a cage, only 2.5 feet wide, 5 feet long, and 3 feet high for hours on end. Sounds like a medieval torture, doesn't it? Maybe that's where they got the idea. The inspectors noted that some individuals had been in cages so long that their muscles had atrophied, leaving them unable to walk properly or stand up thereafter. When reporters and advocacy groups later learned of this, there was public outrage. But at the time, institution officials defended the practice. One government consultant, Dr. C.J. Zarfas, in 1971, downplayed the concerns, claiming that objections to the cage cots were purely emotional and that these devices were for the residents' own protection. Be very careful of that, everyone. When you're getting hurt and someone's telling you that it's for your own good, be very, very careful of that. Anyway, yet there was a tragic event that soon undercut such assurances. You see, in July of 1971, a 30-year-old resident named Yvonne Shear died in a cage bed. She'd been put in one wearing a restraining jacket, which is a form of straitjacket, and she was left completely unsupervised. Somehow, they don't know how it happened, but a strap of that jacket got tangled around her neck. When staff finally checked, Yvonne was dead, essentially strangled in a tiny cage where she'd been forgotten. But astonishingly, the death was ruled as an accident rather than negligence. No one was held accountable, and it was even suggested that her own restlessness was to blame. She shouldn't have been struggling so hard, basically. Well, this shows how normalized this kind of neglect had become. A person could die under grossly preventable circumstance, and it barely registered beyond the institution's walls. For those who lived through it, daily life at Huronia, as we will begin to call it, though that name came later on, was not only dull and restrictive, but also often terrifying. Survivors' testimonies unveiled patterns of abuse, whether that be emotional, physical, or sexual, that all persisted over decades. Attendants, who wielded near-total authority, sometimes beat residents for minor infractions like not lining up properly or failing to be silent. One survivor from the 1950s recalled being struck in the head with a heavy object like a baseball bat for not obeying fast enough, causing a head injury that affects him to this day. Another remembers being forced to kneel for hours as punishment. If you fell or you moved, you'd get a kick to the face. Indeed, records show that in 1977, a staff member was actually convicted of assault after he kicked a female resident in the head when she was made to kneel. Though, even after a conviction and fine, an arbitration board unbelievably ordered that man to be reinstated to his job, dismissing the incident as, quote, horseplay. Good Lord. What is going on? Terrible, isn't it? Well, this certainly gives a sense of how the institution's culture would protect these people. viewing even extreme cruelty within the realms of normalcy. Group punishments and humiliations were also reported, and this gets even worse here. In one especially degrading practice, male residents were forced to strip naked, lie down pressed together in a line, nose to anus, as a form of punishment and humiliation. Well, this grotesque ordeal was intended to break any resistance and assert total dominance over the inmates. It's really hard to imagine a more dehumanizing scenario. Yet it was alleged to have happened at Huronia within living memory. The fact that such an allegation surfaced in legal proceedings decades later speaks to how these memories seared into the survivors' minds. Then, of course, abuse of the sexual nature was a persistent nightmare. Both male and female residents, many of them children or teenagers, fell victim to assaults by staff members and even by other residents when supervision was lax. Survivors recount being taken to isolated rooms or corners by attendants under various pretenses, being violated, afraid to scream or resist, because they had been taught that the staff had absolute authority. Some who tried to report abuse were punished or dismissed as liars. Who would take the word of a so-called mental defective over a respected doctor or nurse? Moreover, many of the residents had communication difficulties or were actually non-verbal, so they literally couldn't tell anyone what was happening to them. Predatory staff exploited this powerlessness. The psychological trauma of such experiences often compounded the developmental or emotional challenges that these individuals already faced, and it went untreated. There were no therapists to counsel an abused child in Aurelia. Instead, the child might be drugged or isolated if they acted out in distress or complained. Indeed, chemical restraint became another tool of control, especially by the 60s and 70s. The advent of psychiatric drugs like sedatives, tranquilizers, and later antipsychotics meant the institution could effectively manage residents by medicating them into submission. A 1980 report found that around 40% of all institutionalized people in Ontario were on psychotropic drugs, and Huronia was no exception. Thorazine, barbiturates, and other sedatives were liberally dispensed. In 1976, nearly half of Huronia's residents were receiving some form of tranquilizer or sedative, often in heavy doses, sometimes multiple kinds at once. Records show casual notations like, quote, "Resident given injection for screaming and crying," instead of comforting an upset person or addressing why they were in distress. Staff simply used a needle into the arm to shut them up. Of course, over-medication was rampant. Some residents shuffled around in a drugged haze or slept endlessly in a coma-like state, their personalities blunted by chemistry when they woke up. For individuals with epilepsy or other conditions, the polypharmacy could be dangerous. High doses of sedatives can actually provoke more seizures or cause serious side effects. So we will never know how many lives were shortened or how many health problems were caused by these, I suppose we can call them a chemical straitjacket. But hold your horses, because it does have to be said that not every single staff member was so gruesome. There were certainly nurses, doctors, attendants, and later developmental service workers who did their best, especially under the bad circumstances they found themselves in. Some organized holiday parties or small recreational outings for residents. Others tried to teach basic skills or provide a bit of comfort. And friendship and bonds did form among residents themselves. In this community of the confined, people cared for one another in whatever ways they could. After all, Human beings are human beings, and you get the worst of their nature sometimes, and you get the best of their nature sometimes. You just hope you encounter the latter more often than the former. Anecdotes exist of older residents acting as surrogate parents to younger ones, or of small acts of rebellion and humanity. A teenager stealing an extra bit of bread from the kitchen to feed a hungry friend, or a sympathetic night nurse who would softly sing lullabies while walking the halls. These little glimmers of compassion, however, do not erase the systematic issues. We're not trying to bring them up because of that, we're just mentioning them. They just highlight that the individuals imprisoned in Heronia were human beings with feelings, talents, and ultimately a need for love. And that system largely failed to recognize or nurture their humanity. Largely, but not completely. To illustrate life inside, consider the story of Harold Johnson, a Mohawk indigenous man who spent his childhood in Heronia in the 40s and 50s. Excuse me. He was taken there at around the age of 8. Harold recalls that being indigenous added another layer of hardship. Just like in the residential schools, at Heronia he was forbidden from speaking his native language or acknowledging his culture. He and other indigenous children were effectively cut off from their heritage. Harold also recounts brutal physical abuse. He said of the staff, quote, "They whacked us over the head with baseball bats," end quote, which left him with permanent brain damage that slurs his speech to this day. He remembers being allowed outside only under harsh conditions, sometimes even handcuffed while outdoors. Punishments were severe for trivial misbehavior. Once, for spilling something, he was forced to scrub floors with a toothbrush and denied water even when laboring in the hot sun. Worst of all, Harold witnessed friends die. He says some of his young friends were beaten so badly by staff they succumbed to their injuries. Imagine carrying memories like that. Seeing an old friend die one day, and then that friend's bed empty the next, knowing that something terrible happened. Well, that ought to haunt you for the rest of your life. Harold's testimony, given as an elder in his 80s, is pretty chilling. It shows the abuse of the residential schools, but in a different institutional guise. Then there was another survivor, Patricia Seth. She entered Heronia as a child in the 60s. She later became one of the lead plaintiffs in the lawsuit against the government. Patricia, or Pat as she's called, has described how as a little girl she learned never to ask questions. In fact, one night, an older teen girl named Betty Lou Abbott, who slept in the same dormitory as Pat, just disappeared. It seems that Betty Lou had been ill and was taken to an outside hospital. Pat remembers that they woke up and Betty Lou's bed was suddenly empty. The staff gave no explanation to the other girls. In fact, Betty Lou had died in that hospital, terrified and likely not understanding what was happening to her. There was no funeral at the institution, no chance for her peers to say goodbye. As Pat recalled decades later, quote, "She just disappeared. We never knew what happened to her, or where she went, and we were too afraid to ask." The residents had been conditioned to accept that people could just vanish. Asking questions would invite punishment. Think about the trauma of that, though. You got kids, seeing their friends or wardmates just vanish. Left to imagine the worst, but you don't get any closure. It's terrible, isn't it? It was a community where death was so routine that it became almost just a shrug of the shoulders kind of thing. Well, indeed, between the 20s and the 80s, newspapers occasionally ran stories when a particular egregious death or injury happened, but the day-to-day deaths by illness or neglect went unremarked. It was simply normal that every year a number of residents would perish and be quietly buried, often without their families even fully informed. Now, one especially haunting mystery from the 50s remained a sore point for decades. That is the death of Albert Morrison. Albert was an 18-year-old indigenous youth from Moose Factory, and by some accounts he had been sent to Aurelia not for disability per se, but after a minor brush with the law. Likely because the judge thought an idiot asylum was preferable to jail for a troubled native. In early February of 1954, Albert was found dying in one of the dining rooms. He had been in some kind of altercation with a staff attendant just prior. The attendant, a man named Harold Rogers, claimed that Albert had been acting out after sneaking off the grounds, and that minimal force was used to subdue him. However, Albert suffered a severe internal injury, a ruptured liver, and also had a head injury. Brain edema was also noted. Another young resident, Angus Seymour, who was also indigenous, somehow sustained a fractured skull around the same time and died the following day. Suspicion fell on Rogers, and possibly other staff, of using extreme brutality. There was a coroner's inquest, but the outcome was infuriating. The pathologist suspected that Albert's liver might have ruptured due to an odd medical condition, malformed ligaments, they said, rather than a punch or a kick. And the coroner's jury cleared Rogers of wrongdoing. Superintendent F.C. Hamilton even told the press that Rogers was, quote, still on the job, and there was no question of suspending him. Essentially, the deaths were swept under the rug. Well, they were seen as unfortunate accidents, and none of the resident witnesses, fellow inmates who said they heard something, were interviewed or even believed. The case went dormant, but the survivors did not forget. In the late 80s, former residents who had been present began speaking out, and Ontario Provincial Police reopened an investigation. By 1992, charges were actually laid against Harold Rogers, by then long retired, for assault and indecent assault in relation to historic abuses. It looked like, at last, that someone might face consequences. However, Rogers died in 1992 at age 74 before the case even went to trial. Some of his old colleagues maintained his innocence, saying that it was all settled 40 years ago, while survivors were left without any closure. An official acknowledgement of what truly happened to Albert and Angus remained elusive. What the Rogers case demonstrated is how impunity reigned for staff in earlier times. Even in the face of mysterious deaths, the institution and authorities closed ranks, preferring to preserve the institution's reputation over justice for a disabled indigenous lad. By the late 60s and 70s, however, the tide was slowly turning. Internationally and within Canada, attitudes about institutionalization were being challenged. The post-World War II era brought about what was sometimes called the Golden Age of Children's Rights, and a broader civil rights movement that included the rights of people with disabilities. Scandinavia pioneered the concept of normalization, the idea that people with developmental disabilities should live lives as close to normal people as possible, in community settings, not locked away. Well, within Huronia, some improvements did occur during these decades, albeit under pressure. Physical conditions were marginally improved. For instance, by the 70s, a few cottages finally installed stall partitions and some bathrooms to provide a bit of privacy. Now just imagine that it took them 100 years for the residents to be allowed to use the bathroom without an audience. Good Lord. Wooden dormitory floors were gradually replaced with better materials. And more importantly, the population began to drop. The 1960s had been the absolute peak in numbers. In the early 70s, new admissions slowed, and as more alternatives like special education classes, small group homes, and foster care were developed. The Ontario government placed a moratorium on sending very young children to institutions. By the late 70s, infants and toddlers were generally kept out of Huronia, whereas in earlier years even babies had been institutionalized, believe it or not. But the idea now that not everyone needed to be locked up in a huge institution was gaining ground. Deinstitutionalization, the process of moving people out of institutions into community settings, picked up speed in the 80s. This was partly inspired by high-profile exposés of similar institutions. For example, the horrific conditions at Willowbrook in New York that were broadcast on TV in 1972. It was quite shocking. You can look up that video. Was it Geraldo Rivera? I think it was. Think so. In Ontario, there were multiple investigations and reports. The government could no longer wholly defend the status quo. They began pilot programs to relocate residents to smaller regional centers or group homes. Families were, in some cases, reunited with their long institutionalized relatives, though these reunions could be very bittersweet or complicated after so many lost years. Still, Huronia did not close overnight. In fact, as late as 1991, about 700 people were still living there. The process of emptying it was slow, met with resilience. One unexpected course of resistance came from the Ontario Public Service Employee Union, the union representing the staff. You see, in the mid-70s, they even launched a sensationalized fear campaign arguing against moving disabled residents into the community. They played on the fears of the public, suggesting that former institution residents might be dangerous or disruptive if released from the controlled environment. It was a clear case of protecting the jobs at the expense of the rights of the disabled. Some community members in Aurelia also weren't too enthusiastic about the deinstitutionalization. After all, Huronia had been a major employer and part of the town's identity for decades. Well, generations, really. However, the push for change continued. By the 90s, Ontario's government formally committed to closing all the remaining institutions for people with developmental disabilities. Smaller regional facilities were shut first, and residents either moved into group homes, nursing homes, or other arrangements. Huronia, being the oldest and the largest, was among the last slated to close. And on March 31st, 2009, Huronia finally shut its doors, after 133 years of operation. When Huronia closed, it could have been simply the quiet end of an era, quickly forgotten. After all, such closures often occur with little fanfare beyond the bureaucratic note. But in this case, something else happened. The survivors refused to let the story end. A group of former residents, led by two brave women, Patricia Seth and Mary Slug, decided to seek justice for what they and thousands of others had endured. And in 2009, literally within weeks of the institution's closure, they launched a class-action lawsuit against the Ontario government, representing all Huronia residents who suffered abuse or neglect. An unprecedented move in Canada, the voiceless demanding to be heard, many for the first time in their lives. The lawsuit, Seth v. Ontario, opened in Ontario's darkest institutional secrets to public scrutiny. Lawyers gathered testimonies from hundreds. Many told their stories formally for the first time, stories of childhoods spent in Huronia's wards, of beatings and humiliation, medical mistreatment, seeing friends die, and all the rest. In late 2013, just as the trial was about to commence, the Ontario government chose to settle the case. A settlement of 35 million Canadian dollars was agreed upon for the Huronia class members. Later, additional settlements and funds would bring the total compensation for survivors of Huronia and similar institutions to around $67.5 million. This was one of the largest payouts in Canadian history for institutional abuse. Importantly, the settlement was not just about money. I'm sure the money certainly helped, but, it was not just about that. It also included non-monetary terms aimed at remembrance and healing. For instance, the government pledged to preserve the documentary records of Huronia to fund the creation of a registry and memorial for those who died. Survivors were promised access to their personal files. Many dug into those records to piece together what had happened to them or their lost friends. Perhaps the most poignant term was that the survivors were allowed to return to the Huronia site for reunion visits before it was repurposed or demolished. In 2014, buses of former residents and their families came to Aurelia, and they walked through the eerily empty buildings where they had once lived as captives. These visits were deeply emotional. Some broke down upon seeing the tiny beds or dismal bathrooms that had been their world. Others went searching for specific places that haunted their memories. In one powerful scene, survivors fanned out across the overgrown institutional cemetery, laying flowers and finally placing names to the unmarked graves of fellow residents who died unnamed. Remember Every Name became the rallying call. On December 9th, 2013, Ontario's Premier Kathleen Wynne stood in the provincial legislature and delivered a formal apology to all the residents of Huronia. It was a historic moment, sure. On behalf of the people of Ontario, she said, "We failed you. We kept you behind locked doors and away from your families because we didn't see you for the people you are. For all this, we are truly sorry." Well, for survivors like Pat Seth and Marie Slark, the apology and settlement were vindication that their suffering was real and wrong. However, it was also bittersweet. Many survivors received only modest sums of compensation, and those with the most severe disabilities ironically got the least because the compensation system favored the detailed testimony of abuse. A cruel twist, as the ones who couldn't speak out had often endured some of the worst mistreatment. Still, something profound had changed. The Huronia story was now part of public history. It was not hidden in shame. Books and documentaries and academic research have since been devoted to it. For example, the writer Heather Robertson's 2013 article, Heartbreak in Huronia, brought the issue to a broad Canadian audience, and the author Thelma Wheatley's book, And Neither Have I Wings to Fly, of 2013, documented life in the Aurelia Asylum, exposing all of the abuses in detail. In 2014, a beautiful memorial monument was erected at the Huronia Cemetery, with the names of known deceased residents engraved. Survivors have gathered on that day to say prayers, sing songs, and assert that those buried were not forgotten anymore. One could sense both grief and pride. Grief for what was lost, pride for having forced the recognition. As of now, Ontario and most of Canada officially embrace community living for those with developmental disabilities. Huronia was the last large such institution in Ontario. Closing it supposedly closed the chapter on that era. But the survivors ask us to remember that at one time Huronia too was considered progressive and necessary, until it wasn't. Memory is the safeguard. Keeping alive the stories of Huronia's residents, we maintain a moral vigilance against any resurgence of those old attitudes that branded people as less than human. And perhaps we can look at our own times and ask what is considered necessary, what is considered progressive. And perhaps we can be a little bit more critical. All right, well, here we are at the end of the video. I hope you liked it. A bit of a distressing one. There's a few more Asylum ones coming up. The playlist is certainly it's building up, isn't it? I hope you enjoy it. In any case, I would like to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. both on YouTube and the Patreon side. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stephen, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Cuckoo Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Nephthys, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Venita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, David, Jennifer, Brittany, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, KTP, Lovely, Poma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazakin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Tivolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Wolfsbane, Dude, Brinny, Aiden, Fabian, Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, Indian Trail, Catherine, Alexa, Big Gun, 101, Brandy, Pesty Hun, Stevie, Jessica, Scott, Gale, Emily, Jade, Jake, Demon's Toe, Mason, John, Magenta, Dumpster, Tracy, Mossy Frog, Catherine, Ezio's Art, Autumn, Monica, Jennifer, White Rags, Gertrude, Rose, Formal Horse, Sandpiper, Mike, Darth Mel, Daryl, Michelle, Ezio, Melissa, Joy, Jennifer, Lindsay, Leah, Jax, Chayla, DRD, Neon Binary, Skull Kid, Max, Virginiast, Tater, Tessa, Kyrene, Debbie, Chadwick, Catherine, Lily, Foodie, Scariness, Haldor, Last Hurrah, Heather, and Lindsay. Thank you very much for that. And if you'd like to join them, well, you know where to go. I already mentioned it at the start of the video. You'll find your way there. But for now, that's it from me. Good night, farewell, and be good to each other.